Welcome, everyone, both in person and on Zoom. I'm going to call the regular meeting of the Fairfax Town Council on Wednesday, April 5th, 2023 to order, 6:30 p.m. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
I am here.
Councilmember Hellman. Here. Vice Mayor Kohler. Here. Councilmember Blash. Here. And Mayor Cutrano.
Present. Thank you. And we're going to go forward with the Pledge of Allegiance here. If everyone can rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, and happy Passover to those celebrating this holiday, and apologies all the same that the town council did not schedule this on a different date. But we had a lot of input on this meeting and with regard to that. So we'll definitely do better in the future to make sure we don't have a town council meeting land on important religious holiday. But thank you for understanding, and thanks to all the people who sent in emails and writing because they couldn't make it because they were going to be celebrating and holding space. Okay, we are moving forward with an approval of the agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion Kohler, second. Hellman, roll call.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman. Yes. Vice Mayor Kohler.
Yes.
Councilmember Blash. Yes. And Mayor Cutrano.
Yes, all yes. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to read the land acknowledgement. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and emerging. I'll now read the meeting protocol. The mayor shall maintain order at the meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. And please turn off any cellular devices or place them on silent mode. For this evening, the town council will review the agenda at 10 p.m. to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting. Any matter not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend this rule. I should also add that Vice Mayor Kohler had mentioned to me yesterday that she has a meeting tomorrow at 6 p.m. in the evening. So if we get out by that time, I think we'll be pretty good. So next, just an announcement from the closed session, which took place on March 17th before our retreat. And looking to the town attorney, do we have anything to report out from that closed session? Okay. Thank you. Nothing to report out from the closed session. No actions. Announcements. You can join the town committee. There are vacancies on the Planning Commission, Affordable Housing Committee, Volunteer Board, Climate Action Committee, and Parks and Recreation Commission. And you can see the town website for more details. I'll pass it over to my colleagues if there are any other brief announcements. I'll just mention two briefly. One, we have a special meeting on April 19th for the housing element, which is actually captured later on the consent calendar. Just wanted to flag that for those interested in the housing element. The other thing, at the end of the month, there will be, it's Arbor Day, and I've been speaking with our Director of Public Works, Lauren Umbertus, about a little Arbor Day tree planting event. So be on the lookout for that on the website and in the town newsletter. Any other announcements from my colleagues? Yes.
I just want to mention, we just appointed Kristen Omley to be our Fairfax representative on the Commission on Aging. And we filled another slot for a Community Emergency Preparedness Committee with Cindy Swift in the CERT slot. So we did that just before this meeting.
Thank you. One other thing I should mention, we do have the Easter egg hunt in the park this Sunday, and the Easter Bunny will be there. So make sure to bring your basket for your eggs and hopefully a camera for the Easter Bunny photos as well. Okay. There's nothing else. We'll move on to open time for public expression, which will be up to 30 minutes. This is time to address the council on matters not on the agenda, items not on the agenda. All comments are limited to 2 minutes, subject to the mayor's discretion. There's no extra time for groups. Council is not permitted to take any action on things on public open time. And if there's still raised hands after 30 minutes, unfortunately, with tonight's meeting, we will have to really cut that and move those open time comments to the end of the agenda, just because we have a very busy agenda this evening and we have to get some business done. So with that said, we will open the open time for public expression.
Sorry. Good evening, council members, Mayor, Jody Timms, Cascade Drive, and Chair of the Climate Action Committee. Well, they say the rain may be back on Friday, and but I'm just really grateful personally that we've gone nearly a week after 12 atmospheric rivers and a bomb cyclone or two. I'm just wondering how many more of these we're going to have next year, 13, 14, or in the years after that, 15, 20, 25. We are at the moment, as many of us know, on the wrong side of the forces of nature, and they will have the last word. They're going to have their way with us. So I just want to encourage everyone to think about how to get on the right side and to right our fractured relationship with this planet, really our largest collective home. Personally, I think a lot about global warming, and often as unfortunately, a sort of festering, gaping wound with a persistent and significant blood loss. We really need immediate actions, in my opinion, to stop the bleed, but also actions to then heal the whole body, our whole planet. In the short run, the Climate Action Committee is holding an event here at the Women's Club on Sunday, April 16th at 10 a.m. on why and how you can take action to ensure that you always have hot water in your home by considering a switch to a heat pump water heater. California will no longer be selling or installing gas water heaters after 2027. There's a lot to learn as we make this transition if you are a homeowner. So your water heater going out isn't exactly a slow gaping wound. It's more like a sudden gash. So come and get prepared on that date, and you'll learn how you can get a free assessment on what's involved. There's a flyer in the back. I put some in the rack. The town of Fairfax, and San Anselmo are supporting this. So come on out on the 16th, Sunday of April at 10 o'clock here in the Women's Club.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Michael McIntosh. There will be some similarities on the agenda tonight, but this is not. Dear Town Council, I have been actively coming before the Fairfax Town Council for 21 years, longer than most of your current tenancies in our town. It's sad to say this current council has divided our town as I have never seen. Politicians come and go. Some politicians come and after drinking the Kool-Aid, they think they know best. Some politicians might think that listening to the 10% is better than listening to the 90%. But it was the 90% that voted you in, and the same constituents you promised to represent. The DSA is an alien, well-funded group with a couple of people trying to subvert our democratic process by precluding our right to vote. I appreciate if you're pursuing a personal goal or ideology, but at what cost? To say today, some splinter group might cheer you on, but what will your legacy be? Someone who destroyed the town of Fairfax? Such a title will all but preclude the most ambitious of political careers. Do you remember Senator Joseph McCarthy? McCarthyism? A then similar splinter group cheered on a surge of your neighbor is a commie. It took greater conviction and fortitude to stand up and say we're not afraid and we're not communists. Communism starts with the slow erosion of personal rights, the same rights that are taken away by not allowing people to vote. What do you think of McCarthyism today? It certainly lost its popularity outside of China, Russia, and a few splintered groups. Do you remember the preamble of the Constitution of the United States? We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, actually should be defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. My real issue with the DSA is they build nothing for a collective future. What have they built? What housing have they created for those less fortunate?
Thank you.
We have 3 minutes and I shall exercise.
We're doing 2 minutes this
Thank
evening
you.
because it's going to be busy.
They only
Sir, please. I just want to mention that the people who do this and speak past the time allotted are making it more difficult for all of the other people that do want to speak. So thank you. No, we're not doing yielding of time. So if you could please end your comments and then we can get on to the rest of the people that are here to speak. Thank you. If other people decide to take more time than is allotted to them, to do that, we'll have to recess the meeting at that time. So just want to make that known. We want to get through this meeting in a timely way. We've heard plenty of comments from the community, from the public, that they wish to make comments, that they wish that they could make comments at reasonable hours, that they don't want to stay all evening. So if people could please respect the time limits, then we could obviously get through as many comments as possible. So thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. I really got the volume turned up on this one. It's also Ramadan, which you didn't mention, and I'm sure there are people who would have come, except that it is Ramadan. I just have two things. One is on the smart meter and the 5G ordinances. Obviously, when they were redone fairly recently, it turns out they're worthless. Nobody tried to defend them. Nobody stood up. Nobody even tried to get some type of recess or some type of period where we could find out legally what our stance was. But no, so if I recall correctly, the year that the 5G and smart meter ordinances were recently done was an increase in legal expenses of $150,000. So since that was worthless, I think we should get our $150,000 back. Secondly, ancillary to the housing, supposedly the Sierra Club wrote a letter supporting rent control. When I called the office, the main office, they said that they had not, as a group, formulated a response. He's told me to contact the local chapter, so I left a phone message, no response. I even sent emails, no response. So as I said in my email, I guess it's just going to have to come to me having to make logical conclusions with insufficient evidence. Either A, the Sierra Club, the local branch, doesn't want to respond, or they can't respond, which of course comes to the point of who mailed the letter, who wrote the letter, who sent the letter. As far as I know, there's only one person on the town council who worked for the Sierra Club.
Thank you very much. to my knowledge, no members of the town council work for the Sierra Club, but thank you. Next speaker.
Yeah, how's it going, Town Council? I'm Michael Sexton, founder of Fairfax Residents and MarinResidents.org. First of all, I'd like to say that I fully support everything that Michael McIntosh has said. He's one of our most intellectual and capable speakers in this town, and that he should be really respected. But that goes to my other point, and again, I'll be brief, is that we have so many contentious issues on this agenda tonight that I would ask for you to think about that in the future and whether or not we can have so many contentious items on at one meeting. And there may be some type of procedure where we can break these up a little bit so that we actually have time to hear from people like Michael McIntosh, Mr. Bell, Mr. Todd Greenberg, and other people who are able to then fully give their comments. I don't want to take any more time, but I'm just looking to, break this meeting up maybe in 3 different types of meetings. Something like that would be good to look at in the future. Just allows us to give our comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Liz Fronneberger. I live in Fairfax. This is about the Climate Action Committee. This is open time, right? Sorry, I was a few minutes late. I just wanted to point out, and I don't think all of this has been written in stone yet, but apparently the Climate Action Committee is getting ready to recommend to you all some costs that are going to greatly increase, or some requirements that are going to greatly increase the cost to those of us who might want to do a remodel, even a modest one. And so I wasn't able to look at, there was a lot of documents involved there, but before we do anything like if you, for example, any remodel over 200 square feet is going to require a switch out to all electrical appliances, that kind of thing, that jacks up the costs immeasurably to those of us who have gas appliances and that kind of thing. So I'm happy to talk with you guys individually about it. I just want to bring it to your attention that is a huge increase. Just an electrical panel alone upgrade for 240 appliances, for example, that kind of thing can be anywhere from $6,000 to $9,000. So you add that on top of permit fees, et cetera, and it really gets to be laborious. And the bottom line is going to be is that people aren't going to apply for permits. They're just going to go ahead and do the work if it needs to get done. So thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Barbara McFay. Let's see here. I'm a renter, and I'm happy to say that I help the needy people and those who need so much, like big houses, fancy cars, and big vacations around in this town. Well, I applaud locals stepping up to talk about renters in this town. I'm pretty sad to see division on actually both sides.
Just really quick to interrupt. If this is specifically about an item
Nope,
that's on
it's not.
Okay,
It's not.
just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
We choose not to see the underlining issue and the absolute exploitation and abuse of paid labor in Marin County. And I'm talking about the teachers, the nannies, the house cleaners, the baristas, and others who earn literally slave-like wages. And we choose to ignore it. We have 2 classes of people in this town now, high earners, and some could say the elite. You can add other labels if you'd like, or the working class poor, okay? Those who barely can afford rent in this town, let alone have a vehicle to get back and forth to work. And you can think of the climate, energy issues that are attached to those issues too. Like racism, if you ignore the problem, like segregation in this county, you are part of the problem. After 40 years of trickle-down economics, some of us still remember it's called Reaganomics. It's really time to own.
Not to speak in the audience.
Thank
We
you.
can't hear. Sorry, Barbara.
No problem. It's time to recognize that low wages is hurting us all. If you care, I urge you to support a day of action on May 1st, a sick out to support all low-wage earners, working class poor, and those who actually support the people who serve this county, serve the homeowners, and serve the people who are making a buck on the backs of the most vulnerable people in this county. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Flyers. May 1st.
Next, please no clapping. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
And can I just mention that if you need to talk, please go outside because it disturbs we aren't able to hear what people are saying. So please go outside if you have a conversation.
Please.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Frank Ager, Meadoway. Fairfax has fought to give residents and businesses the right to opt out of PG&E smart meters for over a decade. Fairfax residents attended numerous CPUC meetings in San Francisco on over PG&E and the smart meters. I researched PG&E's franchise here in Fairfax, and in 1938, Fairfax gave PG&E an indeterminate franchise agreement, which means forever, which today would be thrown out of court in a flash. Using Fairfax's approved PG&E franchise agreement, I drafted an ordinance to allow Fairfax certain control over PG&E and their smart meters. Councilmember Larry Bragman refined my draft, amended it, and the Fairfax Town Council adopted the ordinance prohibiting smart meters at Fairfax. Yesterday, according to PG&E Town Manager Heather Abrams, gave PG&E the right to install smart meters on all Fairfax properties, including where your employees work and adjacent to the toddlers' playground at Perry Park. Fairfax and Fairfaxians have always protected their health. Smart meters transmit meter to meter in underground utility districts. It's not going up to a pole, it's going meter to meter to meter, and it's a huge cumulative impact. So I wonder, why is Fairfax ignoring the adverse cumulative impacts of smart meters, allowing PG&E to hook up town properties where our children play? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. Todd Greenberg here. Good evening to everyone in the room. Thanks for coming out, and everybody who's watching this. I want to bring up a couple of things here that are of grave concern. And some of these are just brief notes about agenda items. But first off,
Please know nothing about agenda items during public open time. You could address those during those specific agenda items. But if you could keep this to items not on the agenda, that would be best
noted,
to save time.
and I'd like
Thank
my
you.
time back for that.
Sure.
Thank you. First off, if anyone's done the math here, which math doesn't seem to be done very well in this town, there's 17 items on the consent calendar. That's 35 seconds per item. I don't know anyone who can talk fast enough or anyone who can listen to 35 seconds and hear everything that needs to be said about each of these items. So I'm going to second Michael Sexton's comments that the agenda, these meetings are too packed and they need to be prioritized for what's really important and put into bite-sized chunks. An example of that is a resident's petition that is at the very end of this meeting when most people would be asleep. Item 22 that isn't even properly described so that most people wouldn't even know what it is. That is wrong, simply wrong. It is trying to brush something under the rug. Aside from that, I want to use Jody Tim's words on a different topic around town. Festering, gaping wound, sudden gashes. This is happening because this town council has confused the micro on what's going on in this town with the macro, which was what's going on in this world. The five of you with best intentions cannot solve all the world's problems on the back of everyone else in Fairfax.
Thank you very much for your time. Yeah, we'll take these two and then we'll go to Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Catrano. Rick Hamer, downtown Fairfax. First, I'd like to reinforce what Liz Fromberg said about the permits. We can't have people not pulling permits because they're so expensive for necessary electrical upgrades. I'm behind her on that, and I want to make sure that you know that there's more than one person here who feels that way. Secondly, on a trip to the post office, when there was some really important mail, the more time was spent upon the return of my other half talking about the weeds. And these weeds, which will turn into and spread a large blight on our gateway. I mean, I remember at one point we were talking about how the gateway to Fairfax is through Center Boulevard, and we can't have these weeds get out of control, and now's the time to control them. I would really like to make sure that in all the other issues that are very important, that we don't forget something like, how we can make our town more enjoyable for those who walk, or those who cycle, and those who visit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here tonight on this holiday for many religions. I want to talk about being from Fairfax and being a renter in today's day and age in Fairfax. When I was about 18 or 19, and this was quite a long time ago, I recognized how hard it would be for me to buy my own home in Fairfax, even though I grew up here, even though my family's here and my roots. At that time, I was disappointed. My sister, for example, moved to the Central Valley to buy her first home. But at no time, nor my other friends at the time that grew up here, did we feel we were entitled or had a right to our own home here in Fairfax. We appreciated our families and generations of hard work. We honored those that put this town together and made it what it was and could be again. It's not easy being a renter in Fairfax. It's not easy being a renter in Marin County or California. It's easier being a renter in West Virginia or Iowa or not even Idaho anymore. You make a decision about where you live and why, and then you figure out how you're going to do it, or hopefully the reverse. You have a lot of hardworking people that grew up here that support protections for tenants, but have recognized how some of the things that have gone through have really had the unintended consequences that all of us didn't consider beforehand. If we'd had this workshop that was planned a year ago, March, I can guarantee you, hands down, you guys not only would have had a completely different response from your constituents and voters, but from those of us that grew up here that are no longer here, for people that care. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Michelle, we'll go on to Zoom. And yes, just another reminder, this is for items not on the agenda. This is just for items not on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, on Zoom, please raise your hand if you have a comment on items not on the agenda this evening. The first speaker is Deborah Benson, followed by Sierra Tunafish Salin. Deborah, you're unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, council members, for hearing me. First of all, I would like to say that I agree with everything that Michael McIntosh was saying up until just after 2 minutes when whatever he was saying was muted from people attending this meeting via Zoom, which is unfortunate. Something that Mark Bell said about a member of the town council working for the Sierra Club, which Mayor Cutrano denied. However, on the website of the Marin Sierra Club, Chance Cutrano is named as executive committee treasurer. Now, I have been a treasurer of a nonprofit, and if taking that position does not involve working for that nonprofit, slap my face. So I wanted to talk about the ordinance that we have about not changing the outside of a building downtown without going before the Planning Commission and design review. And I'm wondering why this stoplight yellow and black building change at the Thai restaurant has been allowed and why our ordinance isn't being enforced. I also briefly want to talk about e-bikes and these kids zooming around on the sidewalks without helmets. I saw one coming up at night without a light, with another kid on the back, legs out, dress flying, could have gotten caught in the spokes. Another kid pulled as I was making a turn, zoomed right in front of me, scary as heck. Recently, San Anselmo has enacted regulations about e-bikes at the opening of the ball field. Someone was knocked down. I saw a pack of about 15 kids on these bikes the other day. So we need to create some regulations here. Mill Valley recently at a recent meeting.
Thank you very much. That's your 2 minutes.
Okay.
And we'll move on to the next speaker.
Yes, the next speaker is Sierra Tunafish, followed by Ava. Sierra, you're unmuted now.
Okay. Democracy is messy and takes time, as is education. 2 minutes is just not enough time for my multiple personalities to address the multiple issues here. And there are multiple issues going on here. I pretty much agree with and support everything Michael McIntosh said, which is surprising to me because I rarely agree with everything. Anyway, and Michael Sexton, Mark Bell had some great points too. There was a lot of energy, a lot of time, and a lot of expense that went into the whole smart meter things. And there are issues, not the least of which is privacy, profits, and health issues. And it needs to be addressed. Frank Edgar as well. And I wanted to, wanted to talk about basically the state we're in environmentally and what Judy Thames was saying. And we've got a lot of work to do, but the cheapest and most environmentally sane things that we have already exist. Going out and buying a new Tesla, going out and buying a new this, going out and consuming this and that consumes a lot more energy and a lot more life than making what we have last. The other thing that nobody talks about is nobody is talking about conservation, period. It's a bad word. We all want to go out and buy our new Tesla this, battery that, improve this. The infrastructure costs going to all electric are going to be large. No gas is not great, but how many of us heat our houses to like 80 degrees? How many of us heat our houses to like 62 degrees? Or how many of us cool our houses to like, whatever it is in the summer? Point is, we don't conserve. We drive everywhere. Few of us ride our bikes as much. Few of us do what we can to stay out of a car rather than taking every trip we can in one. Make what we have last, consume less, and give thanks for what we have. But it's just crazy. Where's the education? Period. We can't consume our way into a new, better planet. We got to conserve what we have and take care of what we have. And the cost. Last thing I'm going to say, I know the time is out. 2 minutes isn't enough. But look at we're in Diablo Canyon. We're disincentivizing solar.
Thank you, Sierra. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Ava. And Ava, you're unmuted now.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. It's so unusual to hear anyone speak up for workers in Marin County. I know there's recently been some noise from Legal Aid of Marin on the issue of wage theft, and they're saying that they've recovered some wages, but it's very common in the county, and it impacts the poorest workers the most. And so I wanted to say thank you to Barbara McVeigh for even broaching the subject. We used to have strong unions in this country, and those came under serious attack under the Reagan administration. Not that it was ever easy for them, but I do think it's important that we think about workers and how that's impacted all sorts of current situations. I do want to point out that some of the issues that were raised the last time I was here were brought forward by people who do own small businesses, the storied small businesses in Marin County. And many of those small businesses have been, involved in wage theft for many decades against their workers. And it's a real problem. So not only do we have low wages, which means that workers can't afford to stay and live in the county where they're working, but it also it means that they have to forego all sorts of other things, even if they're living in Richmond and commuting, and that's just not right. So I know we're going to spend a lot of time tonight talking about landlords and small business owners and how hardworking they are. I'm glad somebody spoke up for the workers. Thanks.
Thank you.
There are no more speakers on Zoom.
Excellent. That's 30 minutes too. So we're on time. Amazing. I'm closing public open time or open time for public expression. And we're going to move on here to the consent calendar.
Can I?
Yes.
Yeah. So we're moving on to the consent calendar, and I've been seeing some stuff people have sent me about this concern that something's being hidden from them on the consent calendar or something. And so I was just wondering if it would be possible to clarify why we have a consent calendar and how it usually goes, just because I think it needs some clarification.
Sure.
Mayor, if I may. So the consent calendar, excuse me, I'll remove this. The consent calendar is intended for routine business items, so contracts, things that, we just need to get done. And we do have, notoriously long meetings here in Fairfax. So we do try to make sure that we're continuing to operate the town's business. And so items that can go on there will. And consent calendar is typically, in any town or city would be something that is really just a aye or nay for the entire process. Does that answer your question?
Right. So we don't individually discuss the items. They are passed as a.
That's correct. They're passed in one motion, and that's consistent across all towns and cities, in California.
Thanks. And I would just add that council members can always ask questions on items on consent without pulling those items. And they can ask staff questions after we hear from the public on consent. And it's not just for routine business, but it's also for things that normally we don't necessarily have to even put on consent, like updates on things. And it's something that we want to do as a best practice in our community, is to give the public as many updates on things as possible. So it's not just somewhere on the website, but it's front and center when we're doing business, when we're all here together. So just wanted to add that. But thank you for that question, Councilmember Blash. I think that's a good one. And with that, we'll move on to the consent calendar. The council may approve the entire consent calendar with one action or vote. And the alternative items on the consent calendar may be removed by any council member or staff member for separate discussion and vote. The opportunity for public comment is 2-minute limit for individuals and groups on consent calendar items. And that will occur prior to the town council's vote on the consent calendar. So at this time, I'll just ask, are there any questions? Yes, Vice Mayor Kohler.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. And one thing I want to remind folks is that we have a supplement for item number 15. So it's just some changes to some wording. But I have a question on item number 13, which deals with the pay schedules dealing with CalPERS. It's basically, the question is, in one of the agreements, it had two things that had either 12 holidays in 12 or written 11 or opposite. I just wanted to find out which one it was.
It's 12 because
Okay.
it includes Juneteenth that was passed in last year.
So if we approve that one, we would have to make sure we, with that add.
Yes, that was the correction I was going to make. It's
And
12
then
holidays.
I don't want to pull it, but I just have a question for the town manager on the recruiter for the planning director. And first of all, thank you for getting that going. We were unsuccessful after many tries, and hopefully we will, despite the job market, which is tough. hopefully will be successful. One of the questions I had is with our previous recruiter where we had to do a second recruitment, we didn't have to pay for that. And I see in here that it's talking about expenses and negotiated fees. And I'm wondering if you can just address that.
Yes, indeed. So in the proposal, the firm said that they would negotiate with us if there needed to be a second recruitment, and that would include expenses as well as potentially their time. And I've since talked to the recruiter, and they're willing to not charge for their time if we need to have a second recruitment, but we would pay, hard cost expenses. So for example, rerunning those ads that they have to pay for. So that's the clarification there.
Okay, thank you very much. And I guess when we get back from comment on the supplement for item 15, there were a few more changes that I think in the transposing of some of the edits I had sent, things got a little mixed up. So I'll just provide those briefly.
Thank you. Yes, apologies for that.
No apologies needed. That was a big document and it was a lot to read.
Any other questions on consent? Okay, we will go out to the public. This is for opening public comment for items on the consent calendar. And we'll go to the room first, and then we'll go to Zoom. And you have 2 minutes.
Council Michael McIntosh. I appreciate Ms. Abrams' comment about just routine business, but on number 15, and yes, there's a supplement that includes putting 10 units on a sloped parcel on Forest Avenue, which is unreinforced, that exceeds 45% slope. But routine business for the progress report and the general plan housing element, when you have failed after 8 years of compliance to get in place and the consequences are now open to the town, as well as the housing element update and release of public review draft for our 6th cycle, you really think this is just ordinary business when you have 8 years? I'll repeat it, 8 years. So now the consequences are builder's remedy, where in fact, the last developer that came to speak to me and came and met with Chance says, no, we don't want anything there unless we get a community center. Bad form. Or trying to hit Marshall Rothman for $50,000. That's not legal within a process, and you should probably review those laws independent of what your council may or may not tell you. You might want to be on the correct side of that argument. These are things that the entire public needs to know. These are things that are going to formulate our town for the next 50 years. To try to throw these things consent calendar when you're already deficient is really disappointing. And this is what creates the division in our town where people don't trust you. Thank you.
Thank you. And just really quick to staff, can you explain the housing element process? Because I think there's some confusion about the timelines there.
Yes, thank you. So actually, first, I want to just mention that we are having a public meeting, a notice public meeting that will be, and that's actually in the staff report, which is April 19th. So that would be a great time to have comments like that. And this process has been going, since April 2021. There have been a number of steps. And so now what is out is the draft for public review, and that is available for review and comment now. There's information on the website for that. And then we will be collecting all those comments, responding to that, going to the April 19th meeting, soliciting more comments, orally as well as in writing. Then those comments get collected, responded, and then the council will have an opportunity to review and decide that they're ready to send the document to HCD for review. And that process then takes 90 days to get it back from HCD.
Great. Thank you.
Can I just add, Mayor, that the mayor and I are on a subcommittee for the housing element, and we reviewed and edited, commented on that draft document before it was released for comment. So it's a lot to read. And I think April 19th gives people some time to digest and think about it versus doing it right away. Thank you.
And can I just ask, has the announcement of that document been made in a newsletter or in some ways? Okay, just wanted to double check. Thank you.
Yes,
So
just to
people know to look for it in the newsletter as well.
If I may, just to confirm, not only in this council packet, but also in the newsletter, and it will appear again, and then it will be posted through the regular or the special meeting process as well.
Got it. Thank you. Sorry, just didn't want more people to comment on that item. If we can clarify that it's not been 8 years, but we started less than 2 years ago. Sorry, back to public comment.
Mark Bell. My civil rights allow me 2 minutes to speak on each one. I won't need that much. Financial statement number one, there's non-departmental expense for $1,366,000. It doesn't say for what. We have a planning budget at $1.5 million. I have been unable to find how much the town paid the dismissed consultants, and I'd like to know where I can find that. And also, I see we're running a deficit on equipment replacement of almost 300,000. Oh, I guess there's like 190,000 spent. Number 4, Fair Housing Proclamation. Most of it's great. The one it is a problem is housing as an entitlement. Where did that come from? What are people entitled to? How big of a space? Do they get a kitchen or a kitchen down the hall? Is there a bathroom included or a bathroom down the hall? What if the person is claustrophobic? Do they get a bigger room? So when you say entitled, what does that mean? I think you want to take entitled out of that resolution, you're good to go. Because everyone here believes in fair housing rights without discrimination. But that word has so many interpretations that it's problematic. And if you want to include it, you need to pull the item. Number 11, the banning styrofoam coolers. Not really a problem, except it continues your precedent of having second readings of ordinances on the consent calendar, dissuading public comment. You would have passed the one for the gas stations if people hadn't brought it up. So this is a dangerous precedent. And from what I've seen and read, it needs to be designated ahead of time by town code, whether you can put second readings onto a consent calendar. I'm not done.
That's your
according
time,
to
sir.
the PG.
Not again.
If you could please conclude your comments so other people can speak.
Again, I have 2 minutes to comment on what is being discussed. Putting it on this consent calendar and allowing people 35 seconds is not a reasonable time limit. I'm making my comments short.
Sir, we need to get through the rest of the meeting. I'm sorry. But you can, in addition to the public comment that you just given, you can give us comments in writing as well. So thank you very much.
Violating my civil rights.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yep. Next speaker for items. This is for items on the consent calendar. Yes, Michael. Oh, could you put your mic on? Sorry.
Can you just do a clarification like you did, just explain on the item number 16, the housing element, what's happening on item number 17? Was there a written report or are you going to do a presentation or just clarification on that?
Yeah, there's no, it's just the written report on that for this meeting, but we can ask questions after we conclude public comment. Thanks. Any other comments on consent in the room?
Hello there, Todd Greenberg here, and I'm going to give up some of my time to repeat some of what a previous speaker, Mark Bell, said that got so unceremoniously cut off. Mark, as Deborah Benson pointed out, said that if you go today to search on Google for Sierra Club, Chance Cutrano, you will find that he is noted as the treasurer. So we would like to know, the people of Fairfax would like to know whether you spoke truthfully earlier. But aside from that, that's finishing up on what Mark was talking about. On the consent calendar, I want to recommend that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 items get pulled. And they are numbers because they should be up for public comment. They're way too contentious to just be passed with one vote for 17 items. This is not for 5 people to decide. And they are numbers 1, 4, 11, 13, 15, 16, and 17. I can go into detail if you want, but I'll keep it brief and yield my time to somebody else who needs it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I just clarify? So Mayor Catrano is a volunteer. He does not work for the Sierra Club. Many of us are part of nonprofits and we don't work for them. And it's typical when you're on a nonprofit that somebody is appointed secretary treasurer. So let's please not denigrate his volunteerism. Thank you.
I should also disclose that I am also board secretary at International Rivers, which works to help low-income communities around the world and river defenders around the world, make sure that we protect free-flowing rivers. I don't think that'll be an issue tonight, but I should also disclose that. Next speaker.
Hi, thanks, Mayor Catrano, and thank you, Councilmember Kohler. And I'm up here to celebrate. Mayor Catrano and others, including former Council Member Goddard, who many years ago worked very hard to bring forward the reusable foodware ordinance that's on our consent calendar. And I just want to celebrate that and say thank you, Mayor Catrano, for your early legwork. It was, I think, kind of one of the first impactful moments that I felt of your presence here in Marin County. And it's a wonderful legacy that it's being passed tonight. And just want to remind folks, there's a lot of parameters within that ordinance that speak to single-use foodware, but I think the real what we're shooting for is reusable foodware. And so remind folks to bring your coffee cups when you get coffee, and at some of our local restaurants, including Good Earth, we're looking to incorporate other avenues that you can have your food prepared in containers that you bring. So just remember that's the goal is reusable. Not only there's a lot of parameters around single use, but we're looking for everybody contribute in reusable and really eliminate single use containers. So thanks again, Mayor Catrano.
Thank you. If there are no other folks here speak on consent in the room, we'll go to Zoom.
Okay, there are several raised hands on Zoom. First is Kay, followed by Philip Pfeffer. Kay, you're unmuted now.
Hi, thank you guys so much. I just want to talk about the renters workshop. I read the staff report. I have a lot of concern about the Zoom only rent ordinance workshop. I'd really like to see Fairfax issues remain with Fairfax residents and our voted town council members. I do understand that the town council cannot attend due to the Brown Act because it's Zoom only and they will rely on a report from an outside facilitator. I'm also afraid many people outside of Fairfax are going to be pushing their own agenda without relation to Fairfax residents, whether they believe their town council will follow suit or if they're large real estate people, investors, whatever. I feel like this is how we got in this mess. Fairfax, as we know, is not San Rafael, San Anselmo, or Berkeley. I also believe it's the facilitators that are requiring it be Zoom only. And I ask you, Barbara and Chance, if you guys could just push back and try to really push hard for a hybrid meeting. That way our renters can be, protected. If they're fearful, they can, be anonymous with a fake name or whatever, however they choose. And then you can be there. Other people can be there and we can roll up our sleeves and get this done. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Philip Pfeffer, followed by Nicolo Calderero. And Philip, you're unmuted now.
Thank you. Hello, this is Philip Pfeffer speaking solely for myself as an individual on items 4, 5, 6, 16, and 17. Briefly, I was glad to see the resolution in support of SB 252, the Fossil Fuel Divestment Act. The effect of continued use of fossil fuels only grows more dire, and I'm cynical about the level of action we will see on the issue so long as money continues to be invested in the industry. I also appreciate the letter in opposition to SB 423, because despite as good intentions as there may be to increase the amount of housing in our communities, the result is the perverse exploitation by some developers who continue to put their interest in their own enrichment above those of the affected communities. Just look at what's happening with the 825 Drake development in Marin City. There, a massive SB 35 development is being forced on a community that's already severely segregated from the rest of Marin. They're taking advantage of benefits that increase the size of the project and reduce the support and infrastructure that the developer needs to create for the project. These are benefits meant for affordable housing developments, but here affordability is defined based on countywide area median income amounts, despite the fact that such affordability metrics are still out of reach of Marin City's already underserved community. Marin's neglect of the infrastructure and support for Marin City will be exacerbated by the increased burden on the insufficient infrastructure. I was glad to finally read the public draft of the housing element. We should incorporate the insight gained from the countywide process and learn from HCD's only comments being about the portion on affirmatively furthering fair housing, which clearly is key. This underscores the importance of the fair housing portions of the housing action plan as seen in our draft. In light of the Fair Housing Month proclamation, I think it's appropriate to quote the conclusion of the letter the Fair Housing Advocates of Northern California sent to the town dated March 2, 2022. That the town should remember and everyone should read. Quote, we applaud the town council for considering a rent control ordinance and encourage you to implement it without delay. It's an important step towards stabilizing housing for those with the fewest resources and positively impacting people of color, families with children, and people with disabilities.
Thank you,
Thanks.
PJ. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Nicolo Calderero, followed by Deborah Benson. And Nicolo, you're unmuted now.
Thank you. I'd like to speak on the budget, public safety issue, and also the housing, because I think they're related. The one problem that I think that we have is that climate change and the multiple disasters that we're having are really threatening our town. They're eating up resources. We're having storms and fires that are like never before. And the CAL FIRE's new risk map shows that the intensity and the frequency of wildfire is increasing dramatically. But this combination of events is really problematic to the safety of individual citizens as well as the whole town, because I think that what we need is an organized emergency system. That over the past 30 years, I've been to meetings where we've tried to organize something like this, both countywide and in town. But I think that we need, even though we've got a volunteer organization, I think we need neighborhood organizers to help bring together people and monitor situations like downed trees, elderly people who can't get out of their buildings, aid in the communities, in the individual neighborhoods that can lead people to zones that they can be safe at in terms of wildfire, and also escape routes. So I think that I'd like to see a neighborhood sort of ranger individuals take responsibility in different parts of the city to organize resources and to identify individuals who need help specifically, especially on the level of individuals who are impacted in one way or another because of mobility. One of the other things that we're seeing is a decrease in neighborhood activity, and this is related to the fact that we're seeing more vacation homes, and we're seeing more units being bought up by developers.
Thank you. That's your 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. It was 2 minutes. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Sure.
The next speaker is Deborah Benson, followed by Sierra Tuna Fish. Deborah, you're unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, council members, for hearing me. Deborah Benson, Fairfax. I would like to speak to item number 4. The word entitlement, I think that should be removed. That would say we're all by state and federal law, we are all given the right to fair housing, but we're not entitled housing. I mean, how far does that go? I've been a renter. I've had to rent a closet in a house at one point in my youth. I've rented for most of my life. I've been an apartment dweller. I'm now, fortunately, a homeowner. But I've had to work for my housing, and in a great world, everyone would have a house or everyone would have a place to live. And I'm not sure how we affect that, but I think that that's the word entitlement doesn't fit. You know, we help the people who can't help themselves. That's what we do as a society, but that's out of our hearts and that's out of our hard work. It's not because people are entitled to be supported by other people. You know, it's a good society who helps the people who need the help, but not because we're being obligated to. So I take issue with that word being in this proclamation. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Sierra Tunafish, followed by Eva. Sorry, Sierra, you're unmuted now.
Okay. You know, as I said before, democracy is messy and takes time, period. And what's the cost of ignorance? There are certainly differing beliefs and attitudes, and I continually wonder, is it even possible to re-educate adults? I don't know. As Michael McIntosh and others suggest, I think the consent calendar is just too packed and there's too many things that do need to get discussed and we should be able to shine light and have discussion there. Personally, I do believe that Mark Bell or any other person is entitled, there's that word, entitled, to speak and should be allowed to speak on each item on the consent calendar. I could be mistaken, but anything less is not democratic or fair, and the public record via video voice recordings are left lacking. It's like, how do we get educated? We have to hear it all, and that takes time. Where's the transparency? For example, the first time around, you cut off the speaker on Mark Bell, and those of us on Zoom who can't be there in person couldn't hear it. People in the audience could. It's like something's left out of the record that way. You know, democracy is messy and we need to be heard, you know. Mr. Page here. You know, we need humor and we need education along with willingness and a lot of heart, really, to try and understand one another. And I think there's a lot of misunderstanding and there's a lot of us and them, be it, there's a lot of wealth in this county and there's also a lot of not wealth in this county. And we're entitled to live, we're entitled to air, and a lot of us get crappy air, crappy water, crappy soil, whatever. And the pressures are mounting around us environmentally. How do we take care of each other? And it's not about the money, but how do we hear each other? How do we have some heart? And how do we have some fun?
Thank you, Sierra. Here on the fun. Next comment.
Next is Ava. And you are unmuted now.
Thank you, Ava Crisanti. I really always enjoy hearing the comments at Fairfax Town Council. I wanted to recognize the comments of Nicolo Calderero, whose letters I always enjoy in the Marin IJ, and I hope that he gets more time to talk about the rest of what he was going to say about housing, because I think it's important. I did want to address the comments of Deborah Benson about the word entitlement. And I do think there is a generational shift in terms of how housing is viewed. And I am a Generation Xer, so I sit between these two giant, larger generations. And I can see that they have very opposite views often on many issues, and housing is one of them. As someone who cared for many unhoused patients at UCSF in the emergency room, I was responsible for such mundane tasks as cleaning out their abscesses, making sure that they had something to eat, that they got an EKG, all sorts of just boring things. But getting to know this population, I can guarantee you that the money that is spent on making sure that people are, I'm going to use the word, don't freak out, entitled to housing, it's a lot less money than is spent on people once they become homeless. It is really criminal how we treat the poor in this country. And any suggestion that these aren't working people who work just as hard as Deborah Benson is really deceptive. And it's if I could say so, I think it's quite ugly. I cared for many unhoused people who were veterans who'd worked hard their whole lives and had their homes taken from them. And it's not right to suggest that they worked less hard than anyone else. So I think that's important to keep in mind. And I do just hope that it's a big task ahead of everyone to get housing for everyone. But it has to happen. And you're seeing right now what's happening in the Central Valley with the flooding,
Thank you, Ava.
tornadoes.
That was
Thank you.
your
Thank you,
time.
sir.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Morgan Schmidt-Fang, and you are unmuted now.
Hi, I just wanted to, apologies there, I had to mute. Yes, I just wanted to express that I'm a Fairfax renter. I've lived here 5 years. And 3 of my closest childhood friends.
Morgan, really quickly, I just want to note that this is for items on consent. So if this is...
you know, they are the kind of mom and pop landlords that I don't think.
Morgan, really quick, can you hear me?
The rent control measures that are in place are meant to impact, you know, mom and pop landlords, but a lot of landlords take advantage of there not being any rent control. And I feel that, you know, it's critical to have a diverse, you know, population and people that can work, you know, a variety of jobs. And without affordable housing, you can't.
Excuse me, Morgan.
Yeah, Morgan, if you can turn your speaker on now that you've been muted. Just wanted to note that we're on the consent calendar right now. So if you have comments on an item that's later in the agenda, just please save that comment for later in the agenda. We're not quite there yet, but thank you. How many more hands are up, Michelle? One more.
Sorry, one more.
Great, thank you.
I don't know if Morgan was going to say anything else, but okay. The next speaker is KK, and you're unmuted now.
Hi, just addressing the entitlement bit and how we'd all love to see, you know, everyone fairly housed. I think any human would have to agree with that. But if it's an entitlement, shouldn't that be coming from the federal and or state government, not from our fellow landlords? Our fellow, you know, I mean, a lot of people think landlords are subhumans. I used to be slightly among that group, but I mean, obviously this is our community and we see that there are many people here who are landlords who are not subhuman. So if it's an entitlement, shouldn't the money for that be coming from at least the state government and certainly the federal government, who seems to be spending a lot of money abroad right now? Thank you.
Thank you. And we will close comment on the consent calendar.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, Morgan raised his hand again.
Okay.
I want to just check.
Sure.
Okay. And Morgan, I've unmuted you if you wanted to add something that was related to the consent calendar.
Yeah, sorry, I misunderstood. I thought people were addressing the rent control issue as the person just before me did. So that's why I was speaking to that issue. And so I didn't get to finish what I was trying to say, which is, I have empathy for folks who are trying to rent out places and cover their mortgage as landlords.
Sorry, Morgan, don't mean to cut you off again, but I think the confusion might be that people are responding to the proclamation for Fair Housing Month. And so there's some grappling with the word entitlement, which is why this is coming up. But please do save your comment later in the agenda. We'll get to it, I promise. Thank you. We're going to close public comment on the consent calendar, bring it back to council. I have a few quick remarks. I just want to note one, that in that first whereas of the Fair Housing Proclamation, that word entitlement is referring to the fundamental human concept that people shouldn't be discriminated based on race, national origin, gender, disability, familial status, religion, marital status, or sexual orientation. That's what fair housing is, that you will not be discriminated for pursuing housing based on those components of who you are. So just wanted to clarify that it's not a financial entitlement. It's your human right to have dignity for all of these things that people do discriminate based on.
Yeah.
And then, do you have something or? I would just say the other thing I just wanted to acknowledge with regard to the Fairfax workshop that we did attempt to push, and we will continue to push to have some sort of hybrid version of that workshop. And I was wondering if the town manager could elaborate. It's captured briefly in the packet. Thank you for that. But could you elaborate on the sentiments from the facilitators?
Indeed. So the facilitators are, neutral party. They have grant funding through that the county is administering. And so we felt good about the fact that they would be sort of out of the sides that we've seen here. And they felt very strongly that the Zoom format would allow everyone to have an equal sort of little box there and be able to speak and not be overpowered by noise in the room or other people cutting them off. And so that the facilitator found that very important to be able to control that environment so that everyone had a fair and equal chance to speak.
I just want to add that Mayor Catrano, as he said, and I have been working on the workshop, and we did push back really strongly. But we have to sort of defer to maybe more experts than us in this area. There's a lot of concern about creating a safe space for everybody to speak. They felt that would be very difficult, if not undoable, to do with a hybrid format. And so we have concerns, but we also feel really strongly that the independence and creating a safe space for everybody to speak is the way to go. And it's kind of unsatisfactory. I know everybody on this dais would very much like to be there, but because the Brown Act rules won't allow us to be there, we can't be there. But I can assure you that I sit on the board of the media center, the folks that are filming this, and I asked specifically if they could film the meeting, and they will, and it'll be live on Zoom. So after the meeting, those of us can actually watch the meeting and see what happened without us being in the room. There won't be a room. And so I have reservations, but I really want to defer to the folks who know more than us about how to create a safe space for a very contentious issue. And we've seen at this meeting, people clapping, people raising their voices. people feeling really uncomfortable. And so I think it's worth a try. And so I know that's unsatisfactory, and it was really unsatisfactory to us. And we all felt like all the council members wanted to be there. So that's, more on that topic.
Do you want to add a comment on that?
Yeah, I agree wholeheartely. I think we're all disappointed we can't be there and that it can't be hybrid. I did want to ask Heather, are we, and the folks working to organize this, we are anticipating putting a community survey out in advance to collect feedback. We are operating in good faith that this will be a productive session. So look out for that. Am I correct that we are developing a survey to help structure and gain input in advance?
Yes, indeed. In fact, we did a sort of teaser article about that in the newsletter on Tuesday, and we're anticipating that will go out actually this week, so probably Friday.
Thank you so much.
And just one thing I want to add is we've heard from folks tonight and elsewhere that we only want to keep this to Fairfax residents. We cannot limit a meeting to only Fairfax residents. There are folks that live in unincorporated Fairfax who speak all the time at this meeting. It's going to be open to all, just like this meeting is. And we have folks that are interested from outside. It's a big topic to a lot of folks, to tenants, to landlords. So, there's no ability to do that. And I wouldn't be an advocate for it, frankly. So I have a few more comments on things on the consent calendar when we're ready for that. But Lisa wanted to say something.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank both of you and our town manager for clarifying that, because I've talked to a lot of people who are very concerned, and I myself was surprised when that first happened and had some questions about why that was. So that really helps a lot to just hear that, because I am very committed to us having a good conversation that moves us forward with whatever sorts of changes or what have you that we need to make. So very, excited that we're doing this. I also just wanted to know that in terms of the Fair Housing Declaration, source of income is also protected, and it's not in our proclamation, but that was an early initiative that Fairfax actually passed ahead of the state, really looking at discrimination against people with Section 8 housing vouchers. And so, we have kind of a history in this area that we could be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. You had a couple more comments?
Yeah, so just a couple of comments that are probably mundane, but on our letter on number 6 on the opposition to SB 423, the Wiener bill, I want to make sure that we CC Senator McGuire and Assemblymember Connolly and also Cal Cities on that letter. That's important for us. And another piece that I'd like to bring up is, oh gosh, I'm a little lost. It's on the supplement for item number 15, and that's on the Office of Planning and Research part of the document that the supplement has. And I'm just going to say these briefly. I've already provided these to staff, but under the land use element, under item 2, it's a different topic, and it's referring to the referendum which stopped rezoning, which applies to item 1, but not to item 2, which is a different topic. Under the circulation element, under number item 8, there were changes, but they were written incorrectly. There was a new bus stop added to the south side of the parkade, and the main bus stop on the north side was rebuilt in 2020. And then under the housing element,
That's what it says right now. That's what the supplement says.
No, it doesn't. It actually doesn't say it that way, unless she just changed it again.
On item number 8, it says bus stop was added to the south side of the parkade.
That was a new bus stop. So it's supposed to be new bus stop added. And then the main bus stop was rebuilt in 2020. The new bus stop was
Gotcha.
added
Okay.
in 2019 because we didn't have one there. And then the last piece was something on the housing element. She had a note on item number 2 that was incorrect, that didn't apply, that talked about flashing beacons and various things with bikes. And it didn't apply to that. It applied in a different area where she's got it. And then under item 2, I would put an X in the in progress column because we have made some progress there. So those are the last few comments I had. Otherwise, thank you very much for all the work.
Thank you. And thank you for catching all of those and tweaking that. I just also wanted to say thanks and extend gratitude to our public works director for the items that you've been working on here. It's great to see the notice of completion on the one infrastructure project related to Reed and Scenic, road repairs and road stabilization. Obviously, there's a lot more to do, as we all know. The other thing is that thank all of staff for the work on the replacement of the sanitary sewer line. And it was great to see that through rescoping and through negotiation is actually under budget, or was that the other one of those items was under budget? And I just was grateful to see items coming in under budget. I've only been on council for 2.5 years, but I don't see that all the time. So you have to like celebrate those little wins when you get them. And thanks to Michael for always bringing it with the financial statements and the reports, being so thorough. Thank you. So with that, would someone like to make a motion?
Can I make the motion just because there are some changes?
Sure.
So I would make the motion to approve the consent calendar with the changes noted for item 6, with the change noted for item 13, changing it to 12 in both places on the agreement, and the changes noted to acknowledging the supplement, but also the changes noted to the supplement on item 15.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion Kohler, second Hellman. Can I get a roll call vote, please, Michelle?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes, aye.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler.
Yes.
Councilmember Blash.
Yes.
And Mayor Cutrano.
Yes. All yeses. Great. Thank you. Motion passes. All right. We will move on now from consent to the regular agenda. We are on item 18, receive independent auditor's report for fiscal year 21-22. And I think, Michael, that's you.
I'll give a few introductory remarks. Basically, this is the audit for the fiscal period that ended in June of 2022. And the state of California requires that the agencies of the state, cities, towns, special districts be audited each year by an independent audit firm. Mays and Associates, which does our audit, is a CPA firm that specializes in government audits. I'm a CPA with an active license. Our two speakers today, which is Whitney Crockett, and I assume that Vicky is going to also be with this, or
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I don't see her picture up on screen.
I think she just joined us because I think it kicks you out and then puts you back in.
There she is. Okay. They are both CPAs with license. So we have a lot of expertise. I get along very well with these folks because they speak my language, but hopefully tonight they'll speak your language. So basically the process that we've got is that we produce financial statements. You see an interim statement each month. At the end of June, we finish with our final cash basis financial statement. We have a We have an audit cycle, which basically allows us to keep the financial statements open for a couple of more months, at which point we take in revenues or record revenues that were earned through June 30, and we record expenses that were paid or that were rendered through June 30 that we paid after that period. And so at the end of that, we produce accrued financial statements, which are then turned over to the auditors. And they come out here for a period of about 2 weeks, usually at the end of November, beginning of December. They come out with a force of 4 folks or do this by Zoom. And so it keeps our staff very busy. And then they come up with a series of questions and things that we go through. It's a very thorough process. And they've come up with an audit report, which was just released this last month, that basically says that well, I'm going to leave all the good news up to you guys. Would you, who's going to give our report today? Okay.
I am. Thanks, Michael.
Yes, thank you.
So good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Am I good?
We sure can.
Okay, awesome. So my name is Whitney Crockett, and I'm an audit partner with Mays & Associates. And with me this evening is Vicky Rodriguez, who is the lead audit partner on the engagement. And so again, we are the external and independent auditors for the town of Fairfax, and we oversaw the completion of the town's fiscal year 2022 audit. And my understanding is that each of you have the audited financial statements as part of your agenda packet. So overall, the audit went really smooth and staff were super helpful during the audit. We gave the town an unmodified opinion, which is also known as a clean opinion. And that's the highest level of assurance that we can give the town as the auditor. So congrats. Also, I'd like to mention a few key highlights during fiscal year 22 that I think are worthy of mentioning. So the first thing is net position increased by $4.2 million during the fiscal year. And this was due to a couple of reasons. The first being an increase in revenues of $1.5 million due to property and sales taxes, operating grants, permits and licenses, and just other general reimbursements. Also, factoring into that is that expenditures decreased almost $2 million, and that was due to decreases in general government expense or expenditures, public safety expenditures, and debt service interest. Also, the town had a net pension asset at June 30, 2022, and this was largely due to contributions that the town made in fiscal year 2021 to offset that total pension liability. And also the town's net OPEB liability decreased by $1.4 million during fiscal year 22, and this was largely due to actuarial study changes and investment income recognized during the year. And those are further discussed in the notes to the financial statements, but I just wanted to highlight a few key points that I think are worthy of mentioning. So that's all from me this evening. And before we open up for questions, I just want to take a moment to thank Michael and his finance team for all of their cooperation and assistance during the audit, per usual.
Excellent. Thank you, Whitney. And I'll pass it to my colleagues here. Are there any questions?
I do. Thank you so much. I did spend time with the report, and I think Michael does a phenomenal job too. The highest level rating that you mentioned, how many ratings are there? How many ranks? Or could you elaborate on that a little bit for us?
Would you like me to take that, Whitney?
Yeah, if you don't mind. Yep.
Okay, sure. So unmodified would be the highest level of assurance. Then there would be modified with an exception. So that would be where we feel like most of the report is fairly stated. However, there could be a certain transaction or a certain factor in the report that we can't gain the highest level of comfort with. So that would be a modified with an exception. So, and then there's also basically two other reports where one would be we're giving an adverse opinion, which means that we don't feel that the report is fairly stated. And then there's a disclaimer where we with all the work that we've done, with what we've been provided, we can't even provide an opinion. So those would be the more negative ones, the bottom two.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Any other questions?
Nope, just thanks to our excellent, longstanding and solid finance department. And to the folks at Mays, we've seen you every year, and we're very proud to get these good reports. So good. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, we'll open public comment on this item. If anyone has comments on item 18, this is the time to speak.
Thank you, Council. Michael definitely does a very good job. I've corresponded and asked many questions. I do have a question, though. For funds that are collected, such as the user's utility tax that are put into the general fund, how could we go about and redirect those funds to a specific tax, or not tax, excuse me, task that could, for instance, better ameliorate the process here before us with our housing, but maybe make the UUT go directly to supporting affordable housing for those in the community that need housing? It's an unearmarked fund, and last year you collected over $385,000. And if we do that on an annual basis, that'd go a long ways for helping people that do need housing. Because in my opinion, the housing that is needed is because a result of the failed housing policies. So here's an alternative that could help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hi, Todd Greenberg. I'd like to note again that there's a lot of numbers here, and this is how the town spends its money. So 2 minutes is not enough. I'd like to request more time if I need it, but we'll go ahead as things are right now. Some of these questions may be best answered by the finance director, but perhaps the auditors might also be the right people. I don't know. Could you tell me, is there any amount in these reports reflecting a reserve for legal liability, since the town has been sued and may have other lawsuits pending? Is there any number? Is there any need? Is there any legal need to have a number presented for the town's legal liabilities? Is one of my primary questions. And then I'd like to point out a few things, and you can answer my question afterwards, please.
Mr. Mayor, may I point out this is not a question and answer session. This is a comment session.
Yeah, please continue your comments, Tom.
Okay. The annual, for those of you who aren't going to read through the report or the numbers don't get easily jump out at you, the annual debt service for our town, the interest rate's gone up 89% in this last year. And the annual debt service number on the funds that were identified in the financial statement and disbursement reports is $1,206,071, and I think there's some other areas too. Of that $1.2 million versus the funds that are on in the general account, that represents approximately 18% that our annual debt service of what's in our account right now. I thought some of you might be interested in that. I guess that's all, unless I have extra time.
I would just recommend sending detailed comments in writing to Michael and to Heather. I think that they'll be able to help out with some of the detailed comments, but thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Next speaker.
Hi, Deborah London. I did go over that original budget. I don't know when that was out, a couple months ago. And I found it surprising the attorney fees in that were $477,000. And it was $271,000 over budget from what I understood. And it sort of begs the question, what's happening? I mean, do we need a new attorney? I mean, why is there so much being spent on attorney fees? And I think maybe a lot of that was, were funds that you spent with the unnecessary rent control and just cause eviction ordinances that you created with the DSA. So my comment, awful lot of attorney fees and over budget by 271,000.
I'm
Thank
going to
you.
note that this audit is for fiscal year 2021. It's the audit is for fiscal year 2021. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for your comment. And if there's no one else in the room, could we go to Zoom for item 18?
Yes, we have one raised hand, and that is Philip Pfeffer. You're unmuted now.
Hi, thanks. Briefly, this is Philip Pfeffer speaking solely for myself as an individual. I just wanted to highlight a few areas where I think this audit report is helpful and provides a good explanation of how Fairfax as a municipality operates with respect to budgets and finances. Budgets and financial statements can be exceedingly dense and tedious to wade through to pull out the interesting and useful information. So just thought I'd offer to everyone the benefit of how I reacted to the process. First, the discussion and analysis section on pages 3 through 12 provide a helpful and easier to digest high-level summary. I found it helpful to refer back to that section, using it as a guide and context to reference when reading the more detailed information later in the report. The notes to the financial statements beginning on page 25 of the report also provided good background and detail. In particular, I think the description of how the town functions as a financial reporting entity on page 25, the description of jointly governed organizations on pages 53 and 54, and the budgetary principles on page 66 were good excerpts to read if you're not going to read the whole thing. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
There are no further comments.
Okay, we're going to close comment on this item. Any questions from my colleagues? Liesl?
Yeah. An issue has been raised with me twice today about the attorney fees, and I'm not sure if this is something we can talk about now, but could somebody explain what was going on there?
If this is for 21-22, is that right, Michael? There were additional fees due to additional work required in planning, in the planning department. And that would have been during the first part, I believe, of 22. I think that is what I remember as being a large increase in the amount of fees. I think it has leveled out now. I believe we're on budget now.
And is that the period when we didn't have a planning director? Okay.
Yes.
And was that because, my understanding was that maybe you were covering some of this?
I was doing some additional work.
Or your firm was, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And, there's been some questions whether that was just the rent ordinances or whether there was other tasks that were covered by.
Oh, no, it wasn't just the rent ordinances at all. Okay. That was a section of work that was done, but it wasn't anything that I think that was necessarily out of the ordinary.
Yeah, and I did want to note, let's see, that there is going to be a budget workshop, I think,
Yes, there's a budget workshop scheduled for May 19th. I believe that's the right date, and that's a Friday. We usually do that all day. So that's a good opportunity to comment as well. And if I may, just keep in mind that the town uses the firm BBK, and that's what that line item is for any legal consultation for the town. So that is planning, that is any number of issues. Of course, anything really that we do in the town has legal implications. And so it is very common for legal to be intimately involved with all aspects of the town.
And then the final thing I just wanted to note, and this maybe was not the intent of the speaker, I'm not sure. about failed housing policies. I just wanted to note that towns plan for housing, but they don't build the housing. So it's a complicated process. So I'm just going to put that out there.
Thank you. I think it's important to reemphasize, we still do not have a director of planning. That is like a huge priority for the town and something that we discussed at the retreat. And that is why we had on consent hiring another firm to help us find a new planning director, because some of those costs end up getting shifted over from planning and from that position to BBK. I also add that that was the first year really of the housing element process that began in April of 2021. So there's more work there. And then also all of the MOUs for all of the negotiation for SEIU, for Police Officers Association, for you name it, you know. So anyway, a lot of work to be done, but those are some of the reasons why we saw an uptick in some of those costs. But thank you very much, Councilmember Blash, for calling the question on that. Vice Mayor Kohler.
Yeah, well, I have one comment on that, not to belabor it, but it was also when our prior town manager left and we had an interim town manager. He involved the town attorney in many, many more items than the prior town manager. And really our attorney was covering planning meetings, as well as there were a number of policy things that went through planning at the time. So there was quite a lot. But I want to bring up a couple of things that I brought up on previous audits. PJ mentioned some of the discussion on page 53 and 54 about agencies. This is really old, and Marin Telecommunications Agency, which I was the chair of, was disbanded June 30th, 2020. The responsibilities were transferred to the Marin General Services Administration at that time. I'd really like to see this get corrected. We continue to put old information in. On page 54, the Major Crimes Task Force was disbanded in early 2020. It doesn't exist anymore and has not. Also, we don't discuss the Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority, which was enacted by the voters in March 2020. So it was clearly within this. And I provided some language that I think we can use. But there are other agencies that we're involved in that aren't covered. And I think that's because we're continuing to use what worked for a number of years. And that is Marin Clean Energy, MCE, TAM, Transportation Agency of Marin that Mayor Catrano sits on, and there are probably others. So it'd be a good idea to revamp that list because it is really important. We participate in a lot of agencies, and that's some of what council members do is help on those boards. The other thing I just wanted to point out, and this is me being picky, on page 8, it talks about the various funds. And the 5th bullet mentions Measure J Municipal Services Fund. It has been Measure J for a number of years. It's Measure F. And so for people reading this, if you want to compare, I don't know how many people will do it, but if you want to compare to the budget, we have a Measure F that replaced Measure J some years ago. So I'm hoping we could get some corrections made just for clarity, and that would be great. So thank you for all the work, and thank you to Maze again. Seen you many years, and Michael, I know this is a lot of work and it's a lot of time. So appreciate all your efforts and your team's efforts with Maze to make this happen. Thank you.
I'll plus one that.
There's no motion to be made. We just
Gratefully
gratefully accept
just receive it. Yeah, just like let it wash over the town council. Thank you so much, folks at Maze, and have a good night. Unless you want to stick around, you're always welcome to stick around. But
thank you very much. You guys have a great evening.
You too. Okay, we are going to move on here to item 19, review and approve town council goals for 2023. These came directly out of the retreat we had, not to steal your thunder, Heather, but go ahead.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. I know we have a long meeting ahead of us still. Michelle, if you could bring up the goals, that would be great. I'm just going to talk over them and just remind you all and the audience, both in the room and on Zoom, and anyone who might be curious in the future, the council and myself and our town attorney spent the day talking, and town clerk spent the day talking about town goals. And it was a full day. Part of what's important to note there, and the slides that we went through in the day are in the packet. So everything, and I encourage you all to review that often, because that's, I think, a really good encapsulation of this planning process. So we reviewed the strategic plan and talked about updates. We also talked about accomplishments for the previous year, and all of those are listed in that packet attachment. And really impressive what all of the departments have been able to do. We talked about your vision for the next year and developed goals. And these are the 6 goals. They're meant to be policy level goals. And I really appreciate the council's thoughtfulness on that. And this is our North Star. This is where we want to focus. We want to make sure that our staff work, that our whole focus is on this and on these 6 goals. And so the hope is that as we focus in on these, we can continue to make great accomplishments and continue to keep these meetings moving smoothly so that we can really operate well as a town. And so I just want to put that out there. And it's, towns are not required to adopt goals, but it's a best practice. And so that's the next part of the process for us here today, is to have you adopt these goals and really, put your stamp of approval on them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from my colleagues?
No questions,
questions?
comments later.
Okay, comments later. We're going to go out to public comment on item 19 for the town council goals.
Hello, Town Council. I'm hoping that the town manager can expand on the bridges planned and identify those bridges if they are tangible bridges and what we're doing. Also expand on the storm drain infrastructure, and specifically if there's anything further on the Pastori pipe outfall. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next speaker.
Again, Frank Ager, Meadoway. Funding infrastructure improvements is always an issue here in Fairfax. Earlier we had an item on a consent calendar, number 9. It was spending $65,725 for sewer lateral replacement. I read that whole report. I don't want to get up and speak on a lot of items, but for instance, the Ross Valley Sanitary District has some matching funds for sewer laterals, and I saw nothing referring to that in that report. And Fairfax needs to contact Ross Valley Sanitary District to see what kind of matching funds you can get for that sewer lateral. On another issue, you saw a slide where Pavilion Hill is eroding, sliding into Fairfax Creek. It's pretty significant, and Fairfax needs to apply to the Coastal Conservancy for matching funds to repair the slip out that's occurring there. The slip out is putting erosion into the creek. The erosion is getting into salmon spawning and rearing ponds in both Fairfax and San Anselmo Creeks, and I think it's a perfect candidate for funding for the California Coastal Conservancy, and you need to be taking advantage of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again. Todd Greenberg here. Trying to understand what's going on in our town. First off, how much was paid for this priority and goals and strategic report, both to the attorney who was there for the day and for the actual report? I'm just curious. You can get back to me later on that, or the public. It would be nice for the public to be made aware. Next, I'd like to just sort of ask, if you don't have any numbered priorities, if you don't know what your priorities are, if they're not ranked, how can you actually know what to do when and where to spend your money? And I'm going to give you an example. Climate action, we all agree it's important, but over $100,000+, I think $140,000+ is in this financial report, but less than $40,000 was allocated to sidewalks, but barely any of it has been spent. All right. On this report here on page 2, it says not necessarily in priority order. I would like to see, I think the public is entitled to see what your priorities are so that you're making effective allocations of public monies. Next, why is there no business support here as a priority? If we get sales tax revenues for the town, how come that isn't a priority? How come it isn't a priority to circle back with us and talk about the gas stations that are bringing revenue to our town? And then I want to talk about the weaknesses really quick if there's time remaining.
I'm sorry, that's your time, but thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Markville, Fairfax. This meeting was held with very little advance notice. It was held on a Friday day, which in and of itself limits attendance. And from the people I contacted who were at the meeting, seems like the public was not allowed to comment on each item that was discussed. Seems to me to be some kind of violation going on there. One of the goals that I saw was to pursue even more onerous rent control. I mean, isn't the one that you just passed onerous enough? And I don't know if Todd was going to go here, but on the top of the list of weaknesses was divisiveness. And didn't say how you're going to address that. And I can assure you that pursuing even more rent control is not going to bring about less divisiveness. And I think you mentioned like finding a planning director. And we heard like from the budget thing about how, the attorney got more involved and stuff, and there was some additional expense. But you're talking about 100% increase in attorney fees, at least. Sounds like more than just a little bit to me. So I would recommend, if you're going to prioritize this, maybe you ought to look at divisiveness as your number one, or maybe you could put on civil rights of your citizens.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hi there, Philip Salivary, Fairfax. I'm looking at these town council goals, and I'm looking at tenant protection revisions. That is great, but you're leaving out housing providers. And any revisions, maybe your intention is to have that wrapped in there, but it's not there. So that leaves me wondering how you plan to conduct a workshop that you're not going to be present at, that not all citizens will be able to attend. And I'm wondering why that isn't in there. And I think that's a mistake. I think you guys are living in a bubble and you're just doing stuff to protect tenants and the DSA. That's my thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on Zoom? Oh, one more in the room. Go ahead,
Deborah
Deb.
London, I also was looking at number 6, and I would suggest getting that out of there because A, it does not include landlords. I don't actually think it's a goal of yours. I think that the workshop is lip service and just so you can check the box. And we've over and over, you heard many landlords like, 100 on February 2nd, all saying that those need to be rescinded. They are riddled with buckshot, and we are not going to come with tweezers and try to pick out all that buckshot. They got to go hook, line, and sinker. So that is disingenuous and that needs to go. And it's shocking that the word housing providers or landlords not on there. I mean, you guys just gluttons for punishment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on Zoom?
Michael, could you turn the mic off? It creates feedback. Thank you.
Yes. We have 3 hands raised. Philip Pfeffer is first, followed by Claire Armitage, followed by Kay. And Philip, you're unmuted now.
Thank you. Hello, this is Philip Pfeffer speaking solely for myself as an individual. I first wanted to address something I fear is too easy to overlook: staff recruitment and retention. The presentation's initial assessment noted long-term dedicated staff as a strength and limited funding and staffing as a weakness. This is correct and important to keep top of mind. While the town council is most visible, and it may be easy to focus on what the council is and is not doing, Fairfax is a town council, town manager form of government. Under this form of government, the town council is the legislative body responsible for setting town policy, for which California law and the town code set their compensation to starting at $300 a month. And the process by which they act and work is limited by law. But the town manager and the staff are the people who are doing the work of our municipal government day in and day out. Our staff is great, but they should have more support. People are understandably concerned by the amount of money spent on outside consultants, and we should push to increase the number of staff of the town and provide staff with as much support as possible so that our staff is able to do more of the work that the town is otherwise hiring consultants to do. People, even our great staff, can only do so much work. The town needs the financial support and ability to hire more staff and should maintain focus on prioritizing allocating town funds to creating and supporting staff positions. I don't have time to lay out everything else I saw or wanted to see included in the goals and strategic plan, but still want to reiterate that I'm a strong supporter of the inclusion of expanding tenant protections and short-term rental regulations in the strategic plan, and see them as a key effort in the fight to limit the harm of ever-increasing financialization, commodification, and inequality. Fairfax should be a community that plans to help enabling even those who have not been fortunate enough to own the home they are living in to live and age in the places they've made home and built lives. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Claire.
Yes, Claire. Oh, darn. She just disappeared. Oh, there she is. Thank you, Claire. You're unmuted now.
Hi, good evening, Town Council. I also noticed the absence of housing providers from your tenant protection revisions, and yeah, it's just really disappointing to realize how invisible we are to the council. And I think that's really all that I want to say. It's just, we're a part of that equation. And I mean, when you say tenant protection revisions, for all I know, you're talking about tightening them. And ignoring the needs of elderly landlords or older landlords such as myself. So perhaps your language was accidental, and I would like to think that it was, and perhaps you could pay closer attention to it in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Kay, and you're unmuted now.
Hi again. So
I think I just want to add something to it if I could, or something for you guys to think about. I have concerns about our aging population. It is a socially vulnerable class. I believe I heard at the town council meeting in Larkspur that they're expecting like 1 out of 3 to be a senior citizen in the next few years. And they're at risk. We are at risk. And I know we have a little group, but I do think it should be addressed by our whole town. So that is something I would like to see on there. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further hands, Mayor.
Okay, we will bring it back to the dais here. I had a couple quick things just based on public comment. Lauren, since you're in the room with us, do you mind speaking on both the bridges and the storm drains project, and maybe even touching on whether or not we connected with Ross Valley Sanitary regarding matching funds?
Thank you, Mayor Cutrano. I can't respond to anything on the Ross Valley Sanitary District, so I don't have any.
Can I just add something? I looked it up because I was going to ask the question, had you connected with Ross Valley Sanitary? And what I saw is the grants are just for homeowners. There is nothing for that at least is on their website. But I think it's a good idea to check and see if there is any sort of, it was $1,500 for homeowners. But sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to add that because I checked that before on that previous topic.
Sure. We do have that one project that's happening at Town Hall. I'm happy to reach out to them. We have conversations with Ross Valley on some of our street improvement projects. So we do know some folks over there. But with regard to the sewer lateral program, I don't have a lot of knowledge on that one for Town of Fairfax. For the question regarding the bridges, yes, we are actively working on a number of projects that include Meadow Bridge, Creek Bridge, Azalea, and then we also have a few other projects that are part of a maintenance program, which include the bridge at Marin and Bothine, Spruce, as well as the bridge on Canyon. So they are all in different levels of the process. Meadow Way Bridge is probably the furthest along. We're at the point of now working with adjacent property owners for entitlements, for easements, acquisition. We've coordinated with utilities about their phases of the work there. So there are various steps that we have to follow according to Caltrans, who is going to be, assisting the town in providing the funds for that. So I can talk a little bit more specifically about them, but Meadow Bridge is a replacement. Azalea is a significant replacement. Creek is a seismic retrofit and resurfacing project. The other bridges, Marin, at Bothine, Spruce, and Canyon, those are also seismic retrofits. So the processes are going in. Just as a related note, some of the things that are required that we are in the middle of right now is having the areas surrounding the bridge investigated by archaeologists for cultural resources and impacts that these projects might have. So that's kind of where we're at with a few of those projects right now. That type of work has already been completed for Meadowway Bridge. The other item that you asked me about was storm drain infrastructure. We do have a proposal out with a civil engineering group, Harris and Associates, for helping us do investigation on mapping our existing storm drain system. So we have a lot of storm drain inlets that you see around town, some of which are on our map, some of which are not. So there's a process that's going to have to first to identify what we have above ground and then start trying to ascertain how those interact and where they go. We also are in the middle of a sidewalk survey that's been going on. And as part of a secondary scope with that group, we've asked them to actually investigate a number of storm drains along that same area that they're doing that sidewalk work. And that involves actually lifting up grades, determining the depth of the pipes, the condition of the pipe, the type of pipe as best they can from that investigation. So that information will be added as well. Additionally, after the storms and this being my first winter here in Fairfax, I noted that there were a number of issues with stormwater, particularly here on Park. We had some flooding on Sir Francis Drake. We also had some flooding located on Iron Springs and Rockridge Road. And so I've met with a couple of different consultants, RDG being one of them, CSW Stuber Stroh, which is another civil engineering firm, to take a look at those 3 locations. I've received some proposals, and that work will be, investigating what we have in terms of our facilities, trying to improve the drainage in those. And so there's going to be a process on trying to figure out what we want to do. In particular, this one here on Park, a lot of different elements, and we're also trying to include those in potentially the park improvements here at Perry, so to make it into a really neat project, but they're certainly not simple. They involve tearing up roads, adding new pipe, but that's kind of what's currently going on with the storm drain improvement project.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And thanks for being both concise and also expansive and sharing all of the stuff that's going on related to those goals. I had one other question based on public comment for town manager. Could you share the question related to how much we spent for the retreat? It seemed like there was a question about how much that report cost, but didn't know if you had an answer to that.
I did that report, so that's included in regular costs, and the town attorney attends, but she does not charge us a fee for that.
Great. Thank you. That's helpful to know. Any other comments from colleagues?
Yeah, just about the sidewalks. I have noticed that in the past that we had 40,000 allocated to sidewalks and relatively little bit is spent. And my understanding is the sidewalks is a rebate program for homeowners. Is there any other, am I missing something, or is it just not being used, or what's the?
So I can talk to a piece of that, and Michael can add a little bit to it. And I believe that Councilmember Kohler can talk to a little bit of it. Sidewalks typically are the responsibility of the fronting property owner to maintain in a safe condition. And so the monies that were set aside for that sidewalk program were to assist residents in making their sidewalks safe. And so that money was put aside for them to encourage folks to take advantage of that. I think it would behoove the town and staff to send out another message to the community saying this money is available to you. You may face liability if somebody injures themselves on your sidewalk, so you may want to take advantage of this now before you find yourself on the end of a lawsuit. The council can take the information that I'm going to come back with regarding the sidewalk condition, and we can have discussions on how to move that forward and try to address some of those issues, and whether or not the town wants to direct staff to find a way of getting those repaired, and that can involve a number of different things, cost sharing or doing some one-time work. So we'll come back with the results of that survey. That survey was actually conducted to find where there are offsets that might be tripping hazards, and find other types of conditions there. So it's going to be a pretty comprehensive long report. I've had discussions with our consultant who's doing that, and there's going to be a lot on there, as you can imagine. But we'll have a further discussion on what to do and how we want to address those issues.
Great, thank you, because I'm very interested in keeping our sidewalks walkable. So
Can I add something on that? And so we started the rebate program for homeowners back in 2015, the first time I was mayor. And at the time, everyone said nobody will use it. And at the time, our rebate was $500. We increased it a couple years later to $750. And actually, in our budget every year, I asked that we provide how many people used it. So it is in our budget under that $40,000. But I do agree we need to advertise it. And I think let's put it in the newsletter. And because I know actually one of our council members has actually used it. And, you know, when we started this program, there were folks on the council saying, but it is the responsibility of the landlords or the property owners. But, and I wasn't alone. I said, but wait a minute. Let's do what we can to make our town safer. Now, there's also different money that is not that $40,000 that's allocated for the downtown sidewalks. And again, I was the advocate to push to fix our downtown sidewalks so they would be more walkable. And we have done some work, but not nearly enough. So I don't know what that dollar figure is. And I know when you come back, you'll probably be asking for more money. But there's two pieces to this puzzle. And I think people see the 40,000 sidewalk program, which is the rebate program.
Thanks for that clarification. Yeah, go ahead.
I have heard a lot of folks having concern about item 6, which is tenant protection revisions. And that is the term for what we did, which were tenant protections. And that was our commitment. And that's one of the reasons why we're doing this workshop, that we would look at specifically the just cause ordinance, which we heard more concern over. But in order to make people feel comfortable, I'm wondering if we could change that to tenant protection revisions, including housing providers. You know, there's probably a better, more eloquent way to say it, but just so that people feel comfort that this isn't just for tenants. Our goal is to work together on.
Why don't you just add the word policy in between protection and revisions?
Well, I think people wanted to hear about housing providers, that word. So I hear what you're saying, but I think that doesn't capture the concern that people were focusing on the word tenant and thinking that housing providers weren't included.
And I think it's important to confirm that, just because even somebody said that we had planned to institute even more onerous rent control. That is not actually what happened. And, so I think it's important to just kind of stick around and see what happens at some of these things. We're just talking exactly about what Barbara is talking about. So I do think a change of Councilmember Kohler, the change would be really helpful, because there was no intent there to lock out landowners or rental property owners.
I would support that change for that same reason. I think people are very upset and triggered at this point. I'm a lot less concerned about whether it's clunky language as just that it triggers people less while we.
In other words, let's resolve this thing.
So I was saying tenant protection revisions, including housing providers.
Or
we can't have people yelling from the audience, Deb.
What about like a inclusive tenant protection revision process or something? I don't know.
Well, I just think you need to have housing providers in there. You work it out. You're a smart guy.
I mean, I don't mind the clunkiness. I don't really.
I just think clunkiness is better.
Yeah.
And let's just go with that.
Sure.
And the last thing I wanted to add.
I'm sorry, go with what?
Just putting including housing providers.
Including housing providers at the end. Tenant protection revisions, including housing providers.
Okay. Can we just make it clear that we're talking about the existing policies, policy revisions, including homeowner?
Please.
Okay, Stephanie, why don't you just say what you just.
Tenant protection policy revisions, including, what was your language?
I was saying including, okay, Deb, we can't have you yelling from the audience. So I would just say tenant protection policy revisions, including both housing provider, please stop yelling, housing providers and tenants and other stakeholders. There are other people who are stakeholders who may not be either of those.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, let's fix it. And then the last thing I wanted to say was somebody, Kay, mentioned aging populations. We've had an age-friendly group, which I've been a part of for a number of years. We've accomplished quite a bit. We just appointed a new representative for Fairfax for our Commission on Aging. We get a lot done. And there's a lot of work on our website, which is something called an age-friendly scorecard, which shows what we've accomplished over the 5 or so years that we've been in business. And so we are really working on that. And we're going to change that group to be a little more ad hoc and more informal. But there are specific tasks that we will take on, and I'll continue to be involved. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the town council goals for 2023 as amended?
I'll make a motion to approve with the amendment to the item number 6 to read tenant protection policy revisions, including both housing providers and tenants and other stakeholders.
I'll second.
Oh.
Okay. I'll have Ackerman second. It's motion, Hellman's second, Ackerman. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler,
Yes.
Councilmember Blash,
Yes.
Mayor Cutrano.
Yes.
Eyes
Oh,
all.
yes. Thank you very much. Okay, we will move on from item 19 and we'll move on to item 20, adopt a resolution authorizing the display of rainbow flags during the month of June 2023. And a whole bunch of other stuff that I'll just let you kick off.
Thank you, Mayor Cutrano. I'll describe this briefly, and then if we have questions, we can always bring Maria on as well. But so we have had an offer from Lori Kramer for rainbow flags on our light poles. So that would be additional flags. And we asked that the park group review that so that because they normally do, for example, have the festival flags up at that time in June. And Lori would like to purchase those banners now to get us ready. And then Mayor Cutrano asked that we fly the flag in June, the Pride flag in June, which we have done at least a couple of years so far. And you also suggested a rainbow crossing. And so we looked at different locations where we could do that. And I personally am a fan of that crossing right between the parkade and where the Perry's Tavern Mai Tai is. It's a nice prominent location. It's also a location that we are planning. Our Public Works Director, Lauren Umbertus, is planning on doing some rehab in that area and doing some repainting already. So it's going to be nominal cost. Just love that, of course. And for that crossing, we were planning to use the Progress Pride flag colors. So that would include the light blue, light pink, white, black, brown. So make that the most inclusive flag that we're aware of at this point. We're moving forward on those designs. I thought we could do that, sort of at a staff level. And then when we get into May, we'll come back with the typical proclamation of June as Pride Month. And then you'd be able to, see the design and all of that as well.
Great.
Clarification, the crosswalk and the flags you are saying would have the intersectional progress design with the triangle and then both the flags and the crosswalk. Is that correct?
So it's my understanding that Lori Kramer, who's offering to purchase the flags, favors the traditional colors. So that's the primary colors essentially. So we would have those, and that matches our, and that's in the packet. It's pictured in the packet. And that matches the flag that the town of Fairfax has been flying for the last couple of years, but then that crosswalk would have additional colors for that Pride progress.
Okay, we can talk about that.
Mhm.
I'd like to talk about that after we open public comment, but I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Can I ask, so, the flags that we have up for the Fairfax Festival, I kind of feel like I didn't see them early when I first lived here and then suddenly they appeared. Where did they come from? Where was the idea for those particular flags from?
I'll take a stab at this, but it's my understanding that as part of the festival committee is they provided those flags and their pastel colors. I don't believe they have a particular meaning other than, just beautifying the town during the festival month.
Ms. Mercola.
Just one question. I know you say that there's a cost for our staff to put up the flags on the lampposts, but our staff were already going to put the flags on the lampposts for the Fairfax Festival. So it's really no change from what we've been doing, correct? There's no extra cost because it's all the lampposts, correct?
Yes, that's correct. So it would have been the cost of putting up those festival flags, and this is just the cost of the same thing. So it's no change.
Okay, and thank you, Mayor Catrano, for your leadership on this one.
Absolutely. If there are no more questions, we can open it up for public comment on item 20.
Michael McIntosh. I'm glad that we're going to be inclusive and put up our rainbow flag for lack of a more appropriate title these days. But what about Indigenous peoples flag? And more importantly, right now, our solidarity with the police department. I would love to see a flag up there with a blue stripe. I think the police department has done an exceptional job. And I think that the town in the past has really exhibited some bad behavior towards our police department. And so I, for one, could certainly afford to finance some flags if you will also include them. And I would like that to be seriously considered because the police department's done a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Todd Greenberg. Once again, I'd like to try to bring it back to priorities and focus on what the costs to the town are. I'm just wondering, even though Barbara's made it clear that there's likely no additional cost because they're going to be up there anyway, it's still going to take more time. And I'm also wondering, great for all groups, whether it's police, whether it's Indigenous people, whatever groups, there's lots of groups. Should we do this all the time? Should we set up flags everywhere? And how does one group get to co-opt the festival? I'm just unclear. What are the requirements if I want to, or if any group such as the DSA wants to post banners and flags all over town? How does the DSA do that? And then if these costs are going to be borne by the town, again, back to priorities. How come we're not taking care of liabilities and risks that are in the town with the sidewalks as a priority? That should be priority number one. Our senior citizens have been asking for it for years and it's still not done. Why not decide tonight, hey, we're going to fix the sidewalks this next month. There's a downtown cracked curb. There are tripping hazards everywhere. I know of an employee that has been out on sick leave from one of our town's biggest employers for months now because that employee slipped and injured themselves. This is a priority number one, sort of like Ford used to run the commercials, quality's job number one. I don't think this council knows what priority number one is.
Thank you, Todd. Okay. Yes, another speaker. And if you want to speak on Zoom on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Yeah, just a real quick question as a founder of Marin Residents and Fairfax Residents who promote equitable economic solutions. We fully support the promotion of the rights for LGBT people and celebrate that. And I'm 110% behind doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Folks on Zoom.
Yes, I see two raised hands on Zoom. First is KK and next is Rick Hamer and then Kay. Oh no, she's gone. All right, KK, you're unmuted now.
Yeah, thank you so much for unmuting me. I just have a question about the sidewalk colors for the rainbow sidewalk crossing. And I do think it's a great idea to celebrate inclusivity. I know there have been some concerns related to other towns using rainbow crosswalks for safety reasons and having commuters and drivers and walkers and bicyclists recognize those colors as a typical crosswalk. And I hear that we're talking about possibly different colors. And I know that this has been something that the Federal Highway Association has had some safety concerns about for other cities. However, there has been some evidence that some of the rainbow sidewalks have actually improved safety, but my understanding is that that might be related to the brighter colors. And so if we are looking at a different color palette, I would recommend that we look carefully at the safety considerations related to especially pastel colors for crosswalk, including both our younger and our older people who are crossing that crosswalk, just to make sure that we're increasing and making sure that people are safe as they're driving and walking through those crosswalks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next speaker is Kay. You're unmuted now.
Sorry, I keep raising and lowering my hand.
Just do it once. It's a toggle switch.
Did I not do it?
Sorry,
Can you
go
hear me?
ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
We could hear you.
I'm sorry. I just whoever just spoke about the safety, brilliant. I'm all about flags and rainbows. That's cool. But whatever she just said, that made a lot of sense.
Thank you.
I see no more raised hands, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Okay, we will take it back to council here. And I'll actually want to ask a question on the safety front, because I believe we did do some homework leading up to this on the traffic safety, traffic calming elements of this. If staff could speak to that.
Well, I'll start and then turn it over to Lauren. But so he brought to me a number of different crosswalks that we could use. And one of the considerations for that particular spot is that it is compliant, and those white bars in between are important for traffic safety compliance. So we would want to keep those. So some of the design of this Progress Pride flag would be, within the bars, not necessarily. So we wouldn't necessarily be able to do the arrow part, but we would be able to do all of the colors. And I think it'll come through. The other thing that's important about that particular intersection, actually a couple of things, is that there is a flashing beacon there that you can use. So we fully anticipate that people will be taking selfies there and celebrating it. And also the fact that it ends at the parkade is very nice because you can actually stand there. And that section of the street is wide enough that we can do traffic control and it will be safe. And we already have a project going there, so they'll have traffic control. They'll be able to incorporate that painting safely and efficiently. So I felt like that was the right spot for both safety and awareness. I don't know if you have anything to add, Lauren.
Yeah, that was spot on. Thank you very much, Heather. The only piece I would add is that the sight lines for vehicles coming down is about as good as you can get at that particular location. We had considered other spots at the intersection of Bolinas and Broadway, and there's just too much going on with cars turning left or turning right and pedestrians. And as she pointed out, if people are taking pictures or slowing down as they're crossing, it just wouldn't work. At that particular location, you have plenty of sight line for drivers to see people who are within that. And again, the safety issues that she already mentioned, that seemed to be one that was still an important part of the town, but was not going to create potential other issues.
Thanks. And just one quick follow-up. The actual traffic safety, the white bars and stuff, that has been run past 3C?
That's correct. I got a response from him today that said, as long as we retain that white ladder, we're compliant with the MUTCSD, which is the manual for traffic control and things like that. So we're good as long as we paint it within that and keep that white ladder.
And David Parisi is our traffic engineer. Probably good for people.
That's
to know
correct.
that.
He is our he has done traffic consulting for the town of Fairfax in the past.
Can the other thing, Heather, could you speak to the flag policy that we adopted a few months ago? Because I think that's important. So not just anybody can hang a flag.
Absolutely. So that's actually a bit of administravia that I'm very proud that we got finished. It was something that was kind of on the list for many years. But the town does have a flag policy, which says that in order to hang flags, in front of town hall, on our light posts, those kinds of things, it needs to go through a process. So it's not just anyone, who could come and fly their flags. So, it's not commercial, et cetera, et cetera. And so a council member needs to bring that forward as a suggestion, and then the council gets to vote on it. So that's what you're seeing today.
Isn't there also something about precluding political groups, those kinds of things? I mean, I thought there was some sort of preclusion on folks that could even come to us with that.
Right. And so, and also as a council, you would be seeing that and saying, no, we don't want to have, unfortunately, the example that I always give is, we have seen in other cities throughout the United States that sometimes a group like the KKK will come and say, well, it's free speech. I can put my flag there. And that's not the case because we have this policy in place.
Okay.
Right. So it wouldn't even come to council though, because the policy, I think that was her point.
And the
Right? So any
policy already
political
excludes it.
organization or KKK, the policy states that they would be excluded.
Yeah.
Right. So that wouldn't come to council.
Right. That's my understanding. Thank
Mhm.
you, Stephanie, or Councilmember Hellman. But I also want to say one thing to folks who were talking about, we support Pride Month, and Pride Month is June. So it's not going to be anybody else's flag in June. It's Pride Month.
Indeed.
So some people were talking about other flags. That's not the goal for June.
No.
And I just wanted to share thanks for working to include the progress flag design. I think many folks in this room and online could probably, gather that around this country, there's a lot of attempts to really erase the existence of trans members of our community. So I think it's really important that we, go forward with that flag. And I think you had a comment related to that.
Yeah, thank you. I feel pretty strongly about this. And I reached out to Fela Grelius, who is a member of our Fairfax community, and she's a director of programs at the SPAR Center. And the SPAR Center serves Marin's LGBTQ and HIV communities. So I'm just going to read from her email because it's helpful. So she recommends the use of the intersex inclusive progress pride flag, which is a newer design featuring the original pride flag colors in a triangle with trans pride colors, black and brown stripes, and the motif of the intersex pride flag. The addition represents marginalized people of color in the LGBTQ community, as well as trans community and those living with AIDS. The arrow points to the right to show forward movement, while along being while being along the left edge shows that progress still needs to be made. And that's a quote by Daniel Quasar, who designed the flag. And per the mayor's comment, with the assault happening across the country on trans right, I personally feel as a community, we need to support them in particular with that progress intersects flag. So I'd like to respond to this wonderfully generous resident who is willing to fund these flags. I hope we are have a consensus here that that is the direction that we want the progress flag. Thank you.
I think the only thing I would say is if she's unable to get 30 flags in the new design, I think you can reach out to her and tell her that's what we would like. But if she's unable to get those, can we at least have a fallback position that we could go with the more traditional if she's unable to get 30 of those since they are newer?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to understand that, why she wouldn't be able to obtain them. I'd like to get formal communication on that, but yeah, a fallback position is fine.
We can take that offline with her. I guess for staff, what's before us tonight, we can approve this as is with that acknowledgement. Is that right?
Yes, I understand. And I understand the direction.
Cool. Okay.
And you'll keep us informed.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I just want to
go ahead, please.
Just want to say, I'm not sure if I'm like the first openly gay council member we've had, but I'm gratified that we're considering this. And I also want to make sure that it feels fair. And I also just wanted to note, since Sierra Salen just came into the room and made a comment earlier about, all the things we need to do, but we also need to have fun. If we can have fun in a way that doesn't cost us a lot of money or staff time, I think it's worth doing. And so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment. And can I get a motion to adopt this resolution?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it. Oh, Councilmember Blash seconded.
Okay, I seconded it.
Okay. Motion Hellman, second Blash. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler,
Yes.
Councilmember Blash,
Yes.
Mayor Cutrano.
Yes. All ayes. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay. We will move on now to item number 21. Consider the request from the Open Space Committee for council to authorize donation of $12,000 to Marin Open Space Trust, or MOST, for their acquisition of Upper Hawthorne Canyon property in San Anselmo directly adjacent to Fairfax, and adopt a resolution making findings as appropriate.
Well, the title really says it all, doesn't it? Yes, so this is a request from our Fairfax Open Space Committee, and they are requesting the use of $12,000 to be sent to MOST for purchasing this open space, which is in San Anselmo, but directly connected next to Fairfax. And there is a pathway there. And so even though FOSC has raised this money, they are a town committee and it sits within the town. And so in order to do that, the council needs to make findings to provide that funding. And so those findings are within the resolution that you have before you. And with that, I will conclude my report.
Thank you. Question?
Not a question, but just a couple of comments. When this first came up, there was a question because it is in another town, but I worked with MOST on getting more information and looking back on the Open Space Committee's work, which I was on for a number of years, as was Mayor Cutrano.
Still on.
Yes.
As a liaison.
And I was the liaison for a few years. But it is about things adjacent to, and this also builds on an earlier partnership the towns of San Anselmo and Fairfax had with MOST for Saving Sky Ranch. And Sky Ranch is 11 acres in Fairfax and 5 in San Anselmo. And there we raised more than $1.3 million to save Sky Ranch from development. So this just builds on that partnership, and it's also going to complete 46 acres of open space that we can all enjoy.
And I'll just add, for the fun of it, one more piece of information for those of you who are avid hikers and love that part of town. This Upper Hawthorne Canyon section of that part of our community, it also is a critical linkage to the Wall property. And this is something that actually came up at the county commission on open space, where they were talking about approving $100,000 from county funds for this acquisition. And it finally clicked that this is one of the critical linkages that would allow someone to walk from downtown Fairfax, either through the Willow neighborhood or through other areas, but all the way up and eventually across to fire roads that lead to Loma Alta. So you could presumably get to Bay Ridge Trail all the way out to Point Reyes National Seashore to the Pacific Ocean. And this was a critical linkage to making that happen, to having that network of trail access that I know the Open Space Committee cares a lot about that parcel. And I know a lot of our community members do as well. So this is a pretty incredible opportunity that exists for the Ross Valley right now.
Just one more thing. Jonathan Braun, who's been the co-chair of the San Anselmo Open Space Committee and kind of one of our local heroes, has been working on trying to get Upper Hawthorne Canyon for over 30 years. And finally, it looks like it's going to be there.
And with all that good news, we'll open it up to public comment.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, I see that the chair of the Open Space Committee has her hand up on Zoom. If you want to start with
Let's
her.
take that first.
Okay.
Susan, go ahead. Thank you for being with us on Zoom.
Oops, wait, let me unmute you. Okay. Susan?
Yes, can you
You're
hear me?
unmuted. Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. Yes, I'd like to thank Vice Mayor Barbara Culler for her help in putting together findings. I hope that the town council will have read and understood the various considered points. They outline how the funds, which we would like to have go to most, were raised by the committee itself and are not Measure A funds. These funds would assist with the acquisition of the Upper Hawthorne Canyon property, which, although being situated in San Anselmo, is right on our border and would be very valuable. In addition to our contiguous open spaces, ensuring the recreational, aesthetic, and spiritual resources enjoyed by residents of Fairfax would continue. Additionally, open spaces of Fairfax are not islands, but living, vibrant ecosystems dependent upon wildlife corridors, diverse fauna, flora, habitats, aquifers, and far-reaching mycorrhizal networks that allow for them to thrive. This is a living landscape, not defined by town lines, and that is also why FOSC has a tradition and mission to work with the caretakers of other local open spaces, as was demonstrated by previous acquisitions mentioned already, such as Sky Ranch, where San Anselmo and Fairfax collaborated together. These are ongoing efforts, and helping with this now will motivate them to help us in return when needed. We have fundraised, shared resources, and supported each other's efforts. Assisting with this acquisition is a minimal yet essential gesture that cements our commitment to working together and helping each other and protecting the integrity of our natural lands around us. Please vote to authorize this donation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan. And any comments in the room on this item?
I guess I'm going to be a fixture. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
Oh,
Michael.
please.
I see that Jonathan Braun is also here and has raised his hand. Can you
Okay,
wait?
thank you. Yes,
All right.
yes, please.
His hand just popped up. Okay.
Jonathan, welcome.
You're unmuted now.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Very good. Well, great to be here with you folks tonight. Really, we're very excited about this project. Every once in a while, it happens that the stars align and, you know, all the things come together that have to make one of these complicated projects work. And it looks like in this case, that's happening. And this little bit of it here that you're discussing tonight and hopefully we'll take action on is a really important part of it. And I want to just extend the appreciation of San Anselmo Open Space Committee and MOST for your help with this. And as has been mentioned by several speakers, to make these things happen, it really takes a collaborative effort. Our successes so far have all been based on extensive collaborations between donors, various public entities, and granting organizations. So, as has been said by Councilmember Kohler, this is building on our previous work with Sky Ranch. And so, yeah, I hope you guys will approve the resolution as so ably drafted and presented to you. And thanks again. I'm happy to answer any questions if you would have any specific ones on the project.
Great. Thank you, Jonathan, for being here and for everything you're doing and all the collaboration with our Open Space Committee on this. I think we'll take the comment in the room now. Michael.
Thank you, Council. It's now come up 3 times about Sky Ranch. So one, I support the Open Space Committee. In fact, I've even invited them down to my property and spoken to them about my property in the past. But I did want to address Sky Ranch because I think Sky Ranch really failed us all. I also was at the fundraisers down at 19 Broadway. And what the promise was and why the equestrian community got so involved to support and raise those funds was the continuation of the paddocks and the horses up there as the last public paddock in Marin County, or at least in the Ross Island as part of it. And shortly afterwards, they played, or it's really Katie Rice, and I'll call her out. She played a bait and switch by then saying, no, you have to move the horses out. And I said, don't do that. You can come down to my property and then take them back daily, or they'll pull your conditional use permit. After that is articulated by the president of the local equestrian community, that in fact was the case. So they kicked out the horse community after the horse community came to that rescue with the rest of us to save that property. So since we have brought that up 3 times, I really think that was a poor example of the good work that the Open Space Committee does on their own. Thank you. And again, I don't fault Fairfax at all. That was Katie Rice, and I hope she's listening to this because I really thought that was poor. Thank you.
Any other speakers in the room? If not, we can go back to Zoom. Sure.
Deborah London and Kay, I know you're out there. We had horses at Sky Ranch and we worked really hard to try to actually save Sky Ranch. I think it's a little odd that you say that you saved it. You actually, not you personally, but it was decimated, and a little piece, a little beautiful piece of the Old West just went away and we don't have it anymore. And I think it was actually tragic. It was just more of the same for like a couple acres of land it's never going to go any further than that because it's all housing there. I just think it's sad. I know it's off topic a little bit, but it was not saved. Sky Ranch was not saved. It was decimated. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on Zoom?
Yes, we have one raised hand. It's Kay, and you're unmuted now, Kay.
They're both 100% telling the truth. Oh my God, I'm gonna cry. They stole Sky Ranch.
Thank you for your comment. We'll take it back to council and close public comment on that item. Vice Mayor Kohler.
I don't want to belabor this issue, but I was heavily involved in Sky Ranch, and we worked with the Horse Council, and we were not able to save an equestrian facility there. The facility was very broken down, and instead we created day use for equestrians to go through the site. So let's go back to where we are tonight, which is Upper Hawthorne Canyon.
Yes, thank you. I'm glad just get it back on track. And I just wanted to extend my gratitude to you, Vice Mayor Kohler, for working with MOST, making findings, It took a lot of work to do that. And I think it's always a good practice when we're working with our partner jurisdictions to do that kind of thing. So thanks for going the extra length to do that for this really valuable acquisition. Any other comments from colleagues or?
I just wanted to thank you both for your work on this and for the, the insight in particular, Mayor, you shared about, the vision, the overall vision and what this parcel constitutes in terms of opportunity is really exciting. So thank you for adding color to that.
Yeah, I wanted to say thank you also, and also note that John Brown has worked on a number of projects that he has put many decades into, and another one came home this spring. I think the Bald Hill was actually owned by a private company for years and years and years, and they finally managed to purchase that. So this would be yet another feather in his cap after his many hard years of work. Thank you.
Indeed.
Can I make the motion, or would you
Sure.
like to make the motion?
Please.
I'd like to make the motion to approve the request from the Fairfax Open Space Committee for the council to authorize the donation of $12,000 to the Marin Open Space Trust, most for their acquisition of the Upper Hawthorne Canyon property in San Anselmo directly adjacent to Fairfax, and adopt the resolution making findings as appropriate.
I'll second that. Can we get a roll call?
Yes, Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler,
Yes.
Councilmember Blash,
Yes.
and Mayor Cutrono.
Yes.
All ayes.
Excellent. Thank you. Yes, let's take a I don't know, like 7-minute break, 8-minute break, come back for the final item. Thank you. Just want to say, I see some folks with signs, stickers, things like that. I just want to encourage folks, please, we don't need the signs. We don't need the stickers. This is one community. We're not trying to create some sort of battle here. But okay, I just wanted to note that. I've been to other council meetings where I've seen people with the signs and the stickers, the same way we've seen here, the stomping, the cheering, the jeering. I just want to say it's very intimidating for a lot of folks. So yeah, thank you. All good. Okay. So, and while I'm making this plea to not have signs, I see signs being passed out. So thank you. Hopefully the camera will just shine on that, but yeah. Okay. We are on item number 22, discuss, consider the residents petition submitted per town code requesting repeal of town code chapters 5.54 and 5.55 and direct staff as appropriate. Heather?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to tee this item up by saying that this is a resident petition, and this is something that is unique to Fairfax, that there is an ordinance that says that 25 residents can sign a petition and place an item for discussion on the council's agenda. And so I also want to make sure that people understand that in order for the town council to amend or repeal or change in any way an ordinance, there needs to be a new ordinance. And so if the council tonight directs staff to, one option would be to not change course and to continue on talking about options for amendments, then that would be one direction to staff. Another potential direction to staff would be to draft an ordinance which would repeal the existing ordinances And I suppose the third option would be to take no further action at this moment. In any of those cases, staff needs to hear that direction and clearly understand it so that the process could continue. And the next part of the process, then, if you wanted an ordinance, would be we would have clear direction. We would ask the attorney to draft that direction into an ordinance. It would come for a first reading, and then it needs a second reading on a regular agenda. So there's basically two things that need to happen, and they're 30 days apart generally. And so I just want to put that out there so that people are not surprised that there cannot be just an ordinance based on either citizen input or a single council member's request. That's something that the full council has to give us direction so that we know what to do exactly the way you want it. And with that, I want to let you know that Philip Salivary is here, and it's my understanding he collected the signatures and so wants to have 5 minutes to speak.
Great. And just thank you for that staff report on that. Just to confirm what you're saying. So in all the different scenarios, there's a process.
Indeed, there
Could
is
be
definitely a
months
process.
of process, essentially.
Yes, depending on what the direction is, it would be at least 2
More
readings
meetings.
after this. Yes.
Okay, at least. Thank you. Okay, Philip.
Before I start my time, I would just like to say that per your request, Mr. Mayor, we are not going to hold up signs here. We find that's inconsistent with, advertising. And we hope that the DSA reps will honor that as well by taking off their badges. If we had known badges were going to be acceptable here, we would have provided our own people with badges. And so thank you for your comment there. So with that, I will start. Mr. Mayor, Council, imagine for a moment that I have the power to reach into your monthly budget, your kids' college money, or your retirement nest egg with a legal structure 38 pages long, crafted by well-educated people from Berkeley and San Anselmo. Imagine you're alone with this. Perhaps you're single, your spouse has passed, maybe you recently lost your job, or you're in poor health, or maybe you're just poor. You're confused, scared, you don't know how you're going to possibly make ends meet, and then you get mad. You demand I stop taking your money, but I ignore you until you organize your neighbors and friends. Some variation of that has happened to hundreds of people across this town. Under the ordinances, single-family homeowners are subject to just cause if they ever rent their home for any reason in perpetuity. That's forever. These ordinances also hurt young families that rent out part of their home to afford to live here and raise their kids here. They also hurt seniors, our neighbors who rely on rental income to live day to day and age in place with dignity. Lots of people have shared their real life stories. Here are 3 of the many I've read. I've condensed them for brevity. 1, quote unquote, I'm an artist and my income fluctuates greatly. I rent the home to help afford to maintain my home as it is my biggest investment. It frightens me that Fairfax feels the need to mandate rules beyond what the state mandates. I feel very stressed about my future and the options I have as I near retirement. I'm 62 years old. 2, we were captives in our own home because of a non-paying renter. Never again. It cost us $16,000 to be free again. By the way, I'm a senior on a pension, just getting by as it is. Number 3, how can you tell someone that's worked 30 years to own their own home, screw you? Or dear older person, too bad, you worked a long time to own your home. These are our neighbors. Imagine being in their shoes. My cousin rents a 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment on Nob Hill in San Francisco. He has a view of the Pyramid Building and the cable car passes in front of his house. And he's been there for almost 20 years. His rent stabilized apartment is $1,500 a month, and he sublets a 2nd bedroom for $3,500. He has some kind of vague tech job, but mostly he's home smoking weed and playing video games or out mountain biking. If you don't think something like this could happen in Fairfax, I have to ask you why. Why can't this happen here? Study after study shows rent control doesn't work for a myriad of reasons. Rental stock gets reduced because people remove long-term units from the market. That's already happening here in Fairfax. When there's less supply, rent goes up. It's true, the rent control helps some people, but at some point, every unit becomes vacant. And when it does, it resets to market rate, which translates into higher rent for the next guy. If you stay put till you die, you benefit. No doubt about it. In the meantime, blight creeps in because housing providers can't afford anything beyond the absolute minimum upkeep. In a few short years, the ills of rent control will be on display town-wide for everybody to see. You can see right now in places like San Francisco and Berkeley. I'm not sure why you believe Fairfax will somehow be magically spared these problems and numerous others. There's certainly no data to support that belief. In December, activists stood at this podium and lauded you for making history. Fairfax was to be their birthplace of rent control countywide. If you vote to rescind the ordinances tonight, as I hope you will, you'll be making a different kind of history. You'll be showing the residents of Fairfax, and more broadly, citizens across Marin, that there's no shame in a reboot. With all stakeholders at the table, no shame. And that mistakes don't have to be followed by more mistakes. I very much hope you don't want to spend hundreds of additional hours of council and staff time and hundreds of thousands of more tax dollars defending the ordinances and setting up all the necessary infrastructure like a brand new enforcement bureaucracy, hiring new town employees, paying consultants to figure out how to do it all, paying the city of Berkeley rent board to adjudicate disputes here, et cetera, when the ordinances may be rejected by the citizens at the ballot box in 18 short months. I sincerely hope you don't want that to be your legacy. Mr. Mayor, Council, tonight, here and now, I'm explicitly asking that you instruct staff to create an ordinance that rescinds ordinances 5.54 and 5.55. Make history by going back to the drawing board, help the town heal, do the right thing, and the citizens will back you up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before we actually open up public comment on this item, I just want to lay a couple ground rules. Obviously, we talked about standards of conduct earlier in the meeting, but I just want to remind folks, you don't get a trophy if you take up more than your allotted 2 minutes of time. In fact, it actually makes the meeting go longer, and it means that we don't get to actually talk about this up here, which we know a lot of folks want us to do. I also want to say there are no extra points for being mean either to staff or council or to your fellow citizens or residents in the community. In fact, coming with a little bit of tenderness actually is probably a good thing to do. So I want to urge you all to be as concise as possible. There are a lot of people that want to talk. We've heard about this quite a bit over the last couple months. I hope you respect that and always welcome to I +1 what this person said. If it makes your comment a little bit shorter and if it helps us all get out of here and get to sleep at a reasonable hour. So just wanted to lay that down. And any other, Councilmember Ackerman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to add to that by saying that I think there's a feeling out there that by some people that council is avoiding this issue, doesn't want to talk about it, thinks we're already done. I just wanted to share with you what it feels like to be in this position, which part of which is that frustratingly, we have not had a chance to talk about it, the five of us, since those ordinances were passed. It was a long time ago, but the holidays came up. We had to cancel the January meeting. The February meeting, we did have a chance to talk about it. It was on the agenda, but the public comment went until 2:20 a.m., after which the room was empty. Everybody had gone home and gone to bed, which I certainly can understand. We were in no position to make policy at that point, so we didn't have a chance to talk about it. And I assume that most people understand how the Brown Act works, but we on council are limited. We are not able to talk with each other about items that are currently before the council. Sometimes two of us can talk with each other, but then if either of those two, they can't talk with anybody else. So at this point, personally, I happen to be on the losing end of that. I have no one on this particular iteration of this topic that I'm even talking with about it. And I respect that Brown Act and I follow it to the letter. And so I have no idea what any of these four council members sitting next to me are even thinking at this point. And it's been months and a lot of stuff has gone down and I have no idea. And they don't know what I'm thinking either. So, and I just wanted to plead with you to leave us some time tonight so that we can figure out where we are on this so that we can get moving on the process. I don't expect that the process is going to be over immediately. And as our town manager said, no matter what we did, even if we made a big final decision tonight, there would still be a process to implement that decision in terms of ordinances. But we can't get started on the discussion until we get started on the discussion. And I just plead with you to respect that and to try to, I personally have read just today alone, probably 100 emails and had conversations with several people just today. This goes on, but we need a chance to find out where we are as a council on this so that we can make some decisions. So thank you very much. And I look forward to hearing what you have to say. And I hope that you're interested, as I am, in finding out where council is on this. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, Councilmember Ackerman. And as everyone knows, folks get 2 minutes. And maybe you get a special prize if you're even shorter. Councilmember Blash?
Yeah, this might be the time for it. So you guys have to let me know because I'm new. I think that some of the options that we have are repealing the ordinance or voting to get language to repeal the ordinance. And the other option might be allowing it to go to a ballot initiative. And I don't know if this is the time that somebody could explain like what the pros and cons of those two options are, or if that's more like what happens in discussion.
We could probably take that up in discussion.
Okay, just because I'm interested, I feel like some of the comments that people might make might be shaped by that, but I guess that's the way it goes. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will take our first speaker, Michael.
Thank you very much. I didn't expect to follow Philip here, but I want to actually extend my appreciation to all of you guys up there. I very much understand that being a council member is a very difficult job. I have a lot of sympathy and respect for all you guys up there. I'm Michael Sexton, the founder of Marin Residence and one of the founders of Marin Residence and fairfaxresidence.org. And I'm not going to speak to the merits of the ordinances that we're talking about, because I know that you believe that I believe that these ordinances cause harm to homeowners, housing providers, and renters. But I'm going to speak to the courage to change. I'll be the very first one to admit that I've been wrong many, many times in my life. My wife and my friends will certainly attest to that. And there's no shame in being wrong. It's part of being human, and we're all that way on occasion. But one of the biggest challenges we have is what to do when we've made the wrong decision, or we've gotten some new information, or we want to change our minds, or we've gotten a new perspective on things. I firmly believe that you all had very, very good intentions when you passed these rent control ordinances. I really believe that you are not selfish, not evil, not terrible people. You guys are hardworking people that have want to do a lot of good for this town. You want to make the lives of the residents better. And that's why we voted you in. That's why people voted you in. They believe that also. I just think that on these ordinances that you made a wrong decision way back in November. We're all here to try to find a solution on a better path. One of the ways to go on that path is to just guarantee that the people have a vote. And the only way to get to that guarantee of people having a vote for the path forward is to repeal these ordinances. Now, these ordinances are going to be repealed, whether by the ballot initiative we have coming up or by yourselves. I just ask you to consider the repeal of these ordinances not as a change of your principles, but rather as a chance for a fresh start. I know the residents will remember that you guys had the courage to change for this fresh start. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for other folks preparing, that was about 2:20. And so hopefully I'm going to be fairly brutal, and I don't mean to be brutal to any particular person. So I'm just going to accept maybe Sierra, just kidding. But I'm 2 minutes, try to keep to 2 minutes. And I'm going to say it's 2 minutes. So thank you, Sierra.
I'd like the special prize tonight. And, as for being wrong, that's a pretty big topic. And that can just go into beliefs, that can go into education, that can go into re-education. How do we get along? How do we re-educate each other? Because we all think we're right. I do sometimes. I ask my wife, she doesn't think I'm right as much as I do. But anyway, I need a second to help me disorganize my thoughts so I can make some sort of nonsense. Okay, fine. Anyway, rent has always been expensive. I've said this before. Most of the people I grew up with have moved away. I've moved away. I've come back. It's never been a right so much to live here. And I think that a lot of people that have, played the game, been lucky enough to have a rental or whatever, gotten ahead, put their money into real estate rather than a bank, or rather into stocks, or rather into drugs or cars or whatever it is. Some people have, got some assets and have a house or whatever it is. And some people charge as high a rent as they can get. Some people are a bit more reasonable. Some people charge a bunch of rent for some place that's, got a beam in the middle of it you're going to hit your head on, and leaking walls and not much heat and leaky windows. And other people have pretty nice places they rent out. And there's a lot of variety in between. And I've got 28 seconds left. There's a lot of smart people here on both sides. And there's a lot of beliefs that are like this. We're probably not that far off in general. Bottom line is, we're all going to die. We're here for a limited time. How are we living? What are we doing with ourselves? Underneath it all is human populations, which are growing in very limited living environments, which are kind of tanking. And, the earth and nature is going to do what it's going to do, regardless of what we think or what we believe.
Thank you, Sierra. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name's Wynn Richards. I'm speaking.
Do you mind bringing the mic down? Yeah.
Sorry,
All
didn't
good.
realize I was that short. Wynn Richards, I'm speaking for the renters. I don't belong to the DSA. I'm just a renter here in Fairfax. I've lived in Marin for a long time, but been in Fairfax for about 22 years. I'm a teacher who's been retired for 2 years. And since I've been in Fairfax, all I've lived in is duplexes. That's all I can afford here. Had some good experiences and some bad ones. My husband and I have a daughter who's 31. She lives in an apartment with her boyfriend, and they have one bedroom in a place with a duplex with 3 other young men, because that's how young people have to live in Fairfax with a lot of other people. And they've been looking for an apartment for a long time. And I've been trying to help her. And the main rental unit right now in Fairfax seems to be about $2,300 for 600 square feet. That's really small. Have you ever lived in 600 square feet for $2,400? So anybody that says that Fairfax is affordable is wrong. It's not. We need rent control. And I thank you for your work that you've done. I was here for all the meetings, mostly on Zoom because it was a bad time. But I thank you for your work, your research. I know you worked really hard on it. And I believe in rent control. The Just Cause would have helped me a lot when I was asked to move during the school year at one point. And I think with just a few tweaks, Just Cause will work out fine and make a lot of people happy. So I'm not for repeal. I'm for just a little bit of work, and I think it'll help everybody. So thank you. Don't throw it out. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Just maybe a few tweaks. Thanks again for all that you've done.
Thank you. And just a reminder to folks in the crowd too, if you want to have conversations, please just step out of the room. It can be a little distracting both for us, but also for the speakers. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Susan Adams. I reside in Fairfax. I'm a homeowner and I'm supporting the continuation of implementation of the current ordinances in place. The rental pricing and protection laws that are the subject of tonight's meeting result from more than a year-long process that included numerous drafts and revisions by staff, direction by this council, thorough and thoughtful consideration by this council when you voted to adopt these ordinances. That was based on full participation by the entire community of this town. Lots and lots of meetings. There were no hidden agendas, no hidden meetings, no lack of notifications to the public of meetings to happen. And the entire community showed up to participate. And I'm an example of that. I attended many of these meetings in person. I've written to the council. I've written to the Marin IJ. And I did all of this while my husband died tragically and unexpectedly during this time. And my mother died as well, with whom I was very close. And I still showed up. It matters. This is an important community issue for all of us. I urge you to implement these new laws, let them play, see how they work. And after a reasonable time, which to me is at least 18 months, direct the town staff to start looking at whether, as the prior speaker mentioned, certain tweaks, there's maybe some lack of clarification of how to implement. Let the process play out. They've just been adopted. They've barely started. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, thank you very much for giving me this moment to speak. My name is Denise Sermani. I've called Fairfax home for the past 8 years. I'm a retired senior citizen living on a fixed income. I'm here tonight to thank you for passing the rent stabilization and the Just Cause eviction ordinances last fall, and to encourage you to stand strong against the pressure to amend or eliminate these important ordinances. I live in a 48-unit apartment building with wonderful neighbors. Some are here tonight. We are a community of young and old, of retired folks, of hardworking people. We are a beautifully diverse community, inclusive of all races and ethnicities. Together, we are neighbors striving to live a good life here in Fairfax and to stay in Fairfax. Our apartment buildings sold last summer, and we have been waiting for the axe to fall. We had been for the rent increase letters to come, for the eviction notices to come. But then the ordinances were passed and we could take a deep breath and know that we were protected, that we would be subject to reasonable rent increases and security, knowing that we could stay in our apartments and not be evicted in order to renovate them and rent them for hundreds of dollars more per month. This week, many of us received rent increase notices that were incorrectly calculated with a flat 5% increase instead of the 3% allowed this year under the rent stabilization ordinance. This is an error. This error is being corrected and new letters will go out. But
Thank you.
if it wasn't for this, we would, anyhow, thank you.
Thank you for your time. Next speaker, please.
On. Hi, my name is Laura and is the mic on?
It's on. You might just want to get a little closer to it.
Okay.
Perfect.
I live here in Fairfax. I've raised my children here in Fairfax. I've been a caregiver here in Fairfax for 35 years, caring for people's loved ones. I am now a grandmother with grandchildren and I'm a renter. And when I was raising my kids on my income, I was able to do it. I was able to live here in the community of Fairfax and raise my children. I couldn't do that now. Wages haven't gone up. People like me, a caregiver, teachers, people caring for people's children, people who keep this community running, keep it going, who are the heart of this community, need to be able to live here with affordable rents and not worry about constant rent increases. They count here, they matter here, we matter here. And I encourage you to stay strong with this and not to be bullied or back down from this. This is important. Don't go back, go forward. Go forward. This is a very important decision that you made, and it's going to benefit a lot of people. My daughter, my grandkids. We're in a housing crisis. We need you to see us all, not just some, all of us. And there's a lot of talk and a lot of distractions about this. But the heart of this matter is people need a place to stay. They need a place to call home, people that are working here in your community. So I encourage you and I applaud you for your decision to pass these and stay strong. And thank you for all the work you do.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Okay. Hi, I'm Bob Kopelman and I own a duplex on Cypress Drive. Rescind the ordinances, do it now. They follow in the tradition of America's worst public policy decisions to adopt draconian measures to try to fix a social ill. Just like prohibition in the 1920s and California's three strikes laws in the 90s, it turns out that the zealotry of a few people blinded by their ideology can actually manage to pass laws that actually never fix the problem they set out to fix, but instead cause immeasurable harm to so many others. Let me make this personal. As Shakespeare's Shylock once said, responding to the blind prejudice of his day, trying to make his persecutors see his humanity, if you prick us, do we not bleed? I own a duplex. I rent out one unit and live in the other. I am not an evil landlord ruthlessly gouging poor victims. And there are hundreds and hundreds of others like me in this town. You don't fix inflation and a housing shortage, big macroeconomic issues, by scapegoating a small group of people in the community. It may make some people feel righteous, this delusional thinking that almost all economists across the political spectrum agree does not provide a fix for rising rents. In reality, these ill-conceived ordinances do not fix the problem they set out to fix. Just like prohibition did not fix the problem of alcoholism, and three strikes did not fix the problem of American violence. So rescind these ordinances and do it now. They're punitive, draconian, and very misguided.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker.
Good evening, Council. My name is Peter Getz, but I'm here to speak on behalf of my friend Malcolm Campbell, who was a resident of Fairfax for many years. And last year, he and his partner were required to leave their property that they were renting not due to unfair treatment by the landlord. And he wants to make that perfectly clear. He is one of the lucky ones. The landlord was willing to offer a settlement. They were intending to buy the to sell the property. And Malcolm and his partner were given a settlement that included something a lot like the current ordinances. So there was 2 months rent and some also some money to help with movement, with transfer and change, and the security deposit. And Malcolm wanted to make the point that he thinks, and I agree with him, that most landlords are ethical and are humane. And he was lucky to have a very ethical landlord. It's just that we renters cannot count on having such a wonderful landlord. I have a feeling most of them are, but it's really nice to have an ordinance so that it's written down that a person who has to leave through no fault of their own has protections against great economic difficulty. So he and I'm going to support him in asking the council not to rescind the ordinances that were passed last November. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next
Michelle,
comment.
if I could ask you to hold off on the timer till after I announce who I am and the groups that are represented, be appreciated. My name is Michael Burke. Aside from being a real estate agent active in selling apartment buildings to the county, I'm here tonight as the officer of Keep Fairfax Fair, a nonprofit benefit corporation, and the committee to support Keep Fairfax Fair Act, supported by Keep Fairfax Fair. The other officers of the corporation are my wife, Pam, and Deborah London. I am copied on a lot of emails sent to the town council from concerned residents in Fairfax. I've also received a lot of input from other real estate agents that are trying to sell properties in Fairfax. And I would like to share with you a couple of those stories. In one sale, the seller only put the property on the market because he wanted out of Fairfax. They discounted the price to make this happen. The owner was very conscientious and wanted the sale to be to an investor so that neither of his two long-term tenants would be displaced. Every interested investor backed out, not having an interest in participating in a Fairfax property with these ordinances. The owner had to accept an offer from somebody wanting to occupy one of the units. The outcome is that one tenant will be displaced. This did not have to happen. This is not a singular story. I'm hearing it over and over again, that investors are refusing to buy in Fairfax. Is this the outcome you wanted? This last week, the IJ ran a story that the Marin County Housing Element Plan was rejected by the state. One of the reasons cited was that the county did not adequately encourage the development of ADUs. Come on, Fairfax is not only not encouraging development of ADUs, but these ordinances are going out of their way to discourage the development of ADUs. Single-family homes are exempt from your rent control ordinance. If somebody adds an ADU unit, the property is under the ordinance. Why would anybody do that? Maybe this is what you intended. I certainly hope not. Rescinding these ordinances and starting over would give a strong signal that you are now supporting the development of ADUs. You need to get your housing element plan through, and that would help tremendously.
Thank you very much
Thank you
for
very
your
much.
time. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, council members. Before I start my time, I want to say I'm a psychologist in private practice, and I work for several agencies, 5 of them. I wonder if I can speak in on the behalf.
We're just doing 2 minutes
minutes.
across the board, just the fairest way to do it. Yeah, so thank you for acknowledging that.
I needed to ask. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you very much for passing this ordinance. It has made it possible for me to stay here in Fairfax and provide the services that I provide. I choose to do that. I could do other things and make more money, but I choose to work for nonprofit agencies and serve the community. But I am $200, maybe $300 away from saying it's not worth it. I need to go. A lot of my colleagues are the same way. And the people that we serve, the families, are in that situation where they wonder, can they make it? So this is very important. I don't think we can go back to repealing this ordinance that you passed. That was very courageous of you, and I want to thank you. It's just like, are we going to go back and go back to things like free labor or unfair, cheap labor, where we discriminate against people? That created a lot of, chaos when we change, but it was the right thing to do. This is the same. I know that these changes are going to create problems, but we have to move forward, right? Work together and fix them, but not go back to something that is right? To something that is proper. It is the right thing to do. And I want to thank you for that. I want to work, and I am here to say that I would work with landlords. If those problems come up, I will be somebody to work on the behalf of fixing those problems. But we cannot go back to something that it was the right thing to do. That's basically what I want to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Skylar Collins. I am one of two political directors for the Marin County Young Democrats, though I do not represent them today. Workers over the last 10 years have seen, on average, a 0.5% increase in real wages against inflation. Increases in rent above the price of inflation are guaranteed to push out the half of workers who make less than the average wage. A person living on minimum wage already spends a full 2/3 of their income on rent, leaving little room to pay for food, medical bills, and car maintenance, let alone for spending on dining in Fairfax's restaurants. Workers need rent control. Further, rent control is good for homeowners because it slows inflation. If rents go up, people like grocery clerks cannot afford to live here. If grocery stores must raise their wages to attract workers, the cost of groceries will rise. Rent control is good for homeowners. I would now like to address some of the points I have heard from those in favor of repealing the ordinances. One speaker mentioned that they were not able to evict a tenant who failed to pay rent, but on page 6 of the ordinance, that's 5.54.030 C1, it says, and I quote, "No landlord shall take action to terminate any tenancy unless the landlord is able to prove the existence of one of the following grounds." Point number 1, failure to pay rent. Number 2, if a landlord wants to remove a property from the market due to not being able to increase their rent so much that it drives workers away, all I can say is, I wish I could afford to lose out on $30,000 a year just to satisfy my spite. 3, bringing this to a vote will significantly disadvantage those who benefit from the ordinance because those who benefit from the ordinance do not have money to pay for TV ads. 4, the comparison to prohibition was interesting because prohibition failed because it was circumvented by those profiting from it. And 5, if a tenant wants to buy a house, I'm for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, council members. My name is Blaine Morris. I'm from Cascade Drive. I'm going to offer a couple of recent examples of the unintended consequences of your failed ordinances. The concept of unintended consequences were somewhat mocked in your meetings in October and November, but here we are 5 years later dealing with unintended consequences. First of all, a couple of days ago, there were 2 properties for rent in Fairfax. On that same day, there were 21 properties, not for sale, for rent. 21 properties for rent in San Anselmo. That's the unintended consequence of this ordinance. People are taking their rental properties off the market, or at least sitting on the sidelines till they know what they're dealing with here. I have multiple clients. I'm a realtor. I have multiple clients with a total of 6 units being held off the market. One of them has been converted into an Airbnb. There's another building I'm involved with right now that's been a rental since the beginning of time. Literally, the building was built in like 1918. It's a couple of units. Longtime tenant, and the family's owned it for a long time. Longtime tenants have given notice, and the owners don't want to find another tenant under the new ordinances. They want out. And without going into more detail, because it's not really, it's kind of just an unfolding situation, but it's going to turn out like the situation that Michael spoke about earlier, where it's very likely we're going to have owner users moving in and displacing rental units in this town. Property owners, investors just don't want to come to Fairfax right now. I have a colleague in the city who talks about his 12 units, and he just says it's great with rent control because people keep their properties off the market. All but one of them are at market rate at the top of the dollar that have been inflated by rentals coming off the market. And the last thing I want to say is, can we compare I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Dave Baranco, and I have another story about my rental situation. I have a building, a property here in Fairfax I've had for over 30 years, and I worked hard to get it. And I started on Richmond and worked my way up. I helped support my family from the age of 14 on. I'm not one of these people. I heard someone saying something about how there's either they're very rich or they're very poor. That's not true. I worked my way to where I am. I'm not a very rich person, but I am someone who is planning to retire on the sale of my building. And I had a unit empty so it could be shown. And, I've had that unit empty now for 5 months and lost a lot of revenue because I had to take my building off the market because I lowered the price quite a bit. Then the ordinance went through, and then I had 3 people that were looking at buying it after I lowered it because I'm dealing with health issues and I really want to leave Fairfax, like they said. And like he said, and that's not a possibility now because no one isn't interested in this property. I had 3 people disappear that were looking at it when it's almost clockwork. When this ordinance, and no investor wants to invest here. And so the other thing, someone mentioned something about property owners or landlords wearing $200 tennis shoes. I have never spent more than $30 on a pair of shoes. I have been frugal with my life and worked hard, and that's why I have rental property. And a lot of people then my realtor even told me this, that the newer generation people, and I don't know how much I believe this, but they're not willing to work as hard as we were when we grew up. I worked my ass off, excuse my language, but I worked hard to get what I have, and it's just being taken away by these ordinances.
Thank you. Oh, next speaker.
My name is Norma Neal. I live here in Fairfax. I've been a resident for 48 years and a homeowner for 48 years. I bought my first home here. I still own it, and I've shared it. I raised my children here. I brought my parents to come live with me in their failing years and their demise. I have rented to many, many people over the years. I have also taken in many, many people who were homeless, and they paid no rent, and they got on their feet, and they got jobs, and they went forward, and they're still renting from me. I cannot live with the potential liabilities that you have imposed on us as owners or landlords. I simply can't under either ordinance. And as such, since they have gone into effect, I have gone from 10 renters down to 4 and will pretty soon perhaps be at 0. It's sad to me. I've enjoyed the opportunity to share my home and to help others along the way. To intentionally exclude owners and landlords in the whole process of putting those ordinances together and the development of those is an outrageous act and not part of the democratic process. And it's not something to be proud of. I implore you to start over, work with all the stakeholders, including owners and landlords, and give us all a voice and let us work together to come together to have something that's workable. What we have now, you will see more and more owners and landowners shut down their homes and their sharing. I really implore you to work with us as stakeholders and to rescind this and start over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hello, council, staff, and fellow residents. I'm Naomi Schultz. Thanks to all of you for being here this evening. I really appreciate your service. I ask you tonight to continue standing strong in your support for the rent stabilization and just cause eviction protections that you sagely passed last year after hearing hundreds of comments from the public over the course of many public meetings. I do love this gem of a town. As I previously mentioned, I raised my son here as a single mother and a renter, but it is mostly through luck that I've been able to stay this long. There have been many moments when I've witnessed unforeseen rent increases force friends and neighbors out, some of whom were elderly and/or disabled. These people were wonderful, contributing members of the community. There were many moments when I feared that an unexpected rent increase would force me to pull my son out of school and move us somewhere else. In my view, a large part of living in community is upholding an ethical obligation to see to it that our neighbors are assured a modicum of security in their housing. With that, they can live their lives, work and contribute to society, raise their children without constant fear of becoming displaced or unhoused. That bit of security is what these ordinances provide. An ability to predict how much rent will increase in any given year so that one can plan accordingly. An assurance that if rent is paid and obligations of a lease are diligently met, one won't be abruptly evicted with no recourse in the midst of a housing shortage. Council, please remember that you did do your homework last year. Please remember that there are many who need these protections most who do not necessarily feel safe speaking publicly on this matter. Please remember, despite disingenuous claims that repealing these ordinances will make Fairfax more equitable, equity is indeed what's at stake here. Please make Fairfax more equitable by upholding these ordinances that protect our most vulnerable residents from the worst outcomes in a highly unequal economic environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, Liz Fronneberger.
1 second, Liz. Vice Mayor Kohler just mentioned we've just passed 10 o'clock, so we should probably.
So we have a little procedure we have to follow before you go.
Yeah.
So we're supposed to review the agenda at 10 o'clock to determine which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting. The good news is this is our last item. So I think we continue on. And do we need a motion to that effect? Okay.
Nope. All right.
Anyway, thank you, Liz,
Thank
for
you
your
for
patience.
being time check, and thank you for your patience.
Sure.
Yes, please.
Okay, I actually have a few questions about how the workshop and that survey that you mentioned earlier in the evening was going to go. So first, the workshop. How is the facilitator going to ensure a fair representation of the differing views? And what will be the limit on Zoom? I was under the impression that Zoom had a limit of 150. If that's true, how can the facilitator prevent one side or the other from flooding the available Zoom spots? I don't know the answer to any of these questions, by the way. What will the facilitators be told prior to May 6th, and by whom? Do you have a few people who can articulate the different positions? I'll volunteer to do the landlord one. So for the survey that you were mentioning earlier, how do we know who is participating in the survey? Will you be doing a mailer to all residents and homeowners? Again, I just want Fairfaxians to be the priority, and I understand that we can't limit it to Fairfaxians, but I would like some assurance that that's going to be the preponderance of the people who are participating both in the survey and in the workshop. So the good thing is that the rent control issue has woken a lot of us up. While many of us were focused on the issues of national importance, such as police violence, Black Lives Matter, Roe v. Wade, et cetera, we were kind of ignoring things back home, some of us. So I want to apologize for not being a responsible local resident. I will be better about that in the future. I also want to remind you that, once we have resolved this, whichever way it goes, The DSA is going to be gone. Our renters will still be here, which is lovely. I want our renters to stay, but the rest of us will also still be here, and we'll be needing to work with you on a lot of other issues. Tonight, you've got an opportunity to step back, repeal the ordinance, and I, for one, will work hard, coming to some different conclusion, but I don't think nibbling around the edges is going to do it. That said, I will participate in the May 6th workshop. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Okay.
Good evening, Council. Joe McGarry, Fairfax renter. I want to thank you for uplifting low-income working class of Fairfax and providing them with real housing stability by adopting the rent stabilization and just cause eviction ordinances. I ask that you stay the course and uphold both ordinances tonight, maintaining the housing security you have provided thousands of Fairfax residents with this courageous piece of policy work. The ordinances have addressed an undeniable trajectory with rental prices in Fairfax that has been displacing the working class for a decade, and also bring some balance to a power dynamic that should never exist with something so critical as someone's basic human right of housing. If any parts of the ordinances create significant hardships for either group, there are mechanisms in the ordinances for those hardships to be considered and addressed if valid. Fairfax renters, families, and seniors alike are now able to make budgets and tighten up where needed, and may be able to create a pathway to thriving where before they didn't see a road to survival. You created that possibility with these ordinances, and it is the most significant boost to the working class in Marin in decades. Thank you. I'd like to, there was someone from Creekside Apartments who spoke earlier, and I've spent some time out there listening to those stories, and I just want to amplify the significance of what this ordinance has meant to that group of people. There was a transition in ownership of their apartment complex, which could have been historically a very vulnerable moment. They slept under the blanket of security that you provided them with these ordinances, and were rest assured that they were going to not be evicted and that the rent wasn't going to be raised to unreasonable rates. And then once again, the ordinances worked recently, as she said, when their rent was raised beyond what it should have been. There was a reasonable, they came back and they told the landlord, no, we're protected. This is what it needs to be. And the landlord corrected it. So the ordinances are working and providing security. So please uphold them tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Candace Neal Ricker, Fairfax. I'd like to start with that. I think a lot of us didn't want to be here. And what I meant is in this position of division, stress, unsurety on the future, not sure what's going to happen next. I appreciate all the work that all of you are doing. I think the homeowners or housing providers of Fairfax were underestimated in many ways. I'm not one of them, by the way. I think there was some lack of realization on how good relationships have been in the rental industry in Fairfax on a majority, not a whole. There will always be exceptions for a very long time, almost 40 years that I can remember. These were handshake agreements. These were friends. These were senior citizens that grew old together. I know of agreements in town that don't even have leases. They're handshakes. These ordinances have created a new set of tensions and questions and side eye at each other that have never existed in this town before. Now, not to say that there haven't been bad renter situations and bad landlords. I'm sure there have. But on a majority, the data doesn't really support that on a majority. So I'm asking you all to please consider repealing, rescinding, putting an ordinance together to put these on hold, and let us vote as citizens of Fairfax, renters in Fairfax, landlords and housing providers in Fairfax. Let us vote. Give us the chance. All of us together. The workshop was a good idea, even though I was hesitant at first. I spoke to some of you. But the way it's been dragged out in the last 3 months to then go to Zoom only, to then find out today that the 5 of you won't be able to sit at the table and share with us and hear us or speak back to us, that was a big part of agreement to supporting that workshop and a trust that all of us could come together with open hearts and open minds. So I'm asking you all to really consider this. I'd love to see some peace back in our town and for all of you as well.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Okay, good evening again. I had something prepared, but I'm going to stray away from it. My name's Barbara McVeigh. So I was I am a former homeowner, had a beautiful house in Greenbrae, 4 bedrooms, great, about 25 years ago. I lost it during a divorce. During that time, the property value pretty much tripled. As people might say, man, that was amazing, lucky you. But actually, it made me really sad because I saw this incredible disparity growing in our community. And I thought, the tripling value in property, that doesn't seem right, especially with so many of the workers who are serving us and making so little. And I saw that. And I saw the whole gig growing. Teachers getting paid low wages, and yet our real estate agent touted about how great our schools were. And it began to open up to me how our housing situation and the prices are completely rigged. And it's unfair, completely unfair. And I want to recognize that. And this is not, I don't want to say anything bad about anyone because, hey, I want to live in a happy community as we all do. We really need to work together on this. But this is an important, not just a local community. This is a local issue. This is a national issue that is coming home to roost. Here we are. Everyone's feeling this across the country. On Friday, I go feed 200 people on the streets. They're young people. They are struggling. Losing that house and losing everything that I had was a gift because it got me back on the ground to understand the struggle people are having now. And I'm educated, quote unquote, some of my people might think, got a master's degree. I've had so many different amazing experiences in life. And here I am living on a sofa. And when I came into that apartment filled with cockroaches, filthy, and people say, hey, you should get out of here, leave. No, this is my home. You stand for your home, people. Let's work together on this and come together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council and staff. My name is Jack Buckhorn. I'm the executive director of the North Bay Labor Council. I'm here to ask that you continue to implement the ordinances that you passed. The problem here is housing insecurity. We all know it. Marin is 2 times more expensive for housing than any place else in California, more than 4 times more expensive than the nation. We know that. It's a coastal community that's highly sought after. Let me tell you a story about what happened in Santa Rosa, where I'm from. We passed rent control in 2016 in the summer. Big real estate came in and made very similar arguments to what is being made here tonight. And they put a ballot proposition in 2017. They won that. They spent $1 million and won by just 1,000 votes. But let me tell you what happened after that. The cap was 3% in Santa Rosa. Since that ballot initiative passed, rent has gone up double that every year. It's at 30% now. It's gone up 30% since that ballot initiative passed. There's housing insecurity in Santa Rosa. And guess what? They're building ADUs. They're building thousands of units of homes and apartments. They never stop doing that. It's not a single solution to this problem. I hope I could see the day that we had enough housing here in Marin and in Sonoma County where the houses went down naturally. That has to be a priority, but it also has to be a priority to prevent the insecurity that too many workers face every day. I urge you, stay the course. And I thank you for all the time and effort that you've put into this. I know what you've done. I've been to every meeting. This is the first one in person, and I'm really great to see everybody. Especially all the folks here. I think I know them because I've been here for several months now. But anyway, thank you so much for your work.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Milan Machette. I'm a Fairfax resident and have been for 49 years. I do have questions about the survey too. How do you pick who's going to be surveyed when you're opening it up to anybody? Do you send a survey to the whole county? And who pays for the survey? That's one of my questions. I don't think the town has a lot of money to spend on things. I think a lot of people here are forgetting there are rent control and just cause ordinances in the state. True, they might not be as tight as we would like them. However, the Fairfax one is more stringent on rent control than San Francisco or Berkeley. And that makes it really hard. I'm a real estate agent. There are several people suffering in Marin because of the cost of everything. It's not just the renters, it's the homeowners. And you'll notice there's a mass evacuation to Oregon and Washington, states where things aren't as expensive. And when you go to get a mortgage to purchase a home, you have to show that you can spend, can't be at least 45% of your income has to be to qualify for that mortgage. So when renters say, oh, we spend 35% or we spend 40%, homeowners are often spending more than that just to have their property and maintain it. So I would think that it would be very reasonable to either put it on hold till we can vote, and you represent us. And these people have made it very clear that they don't feel represented. I do not own income property, but I did not feel that this was a just decision on your part. I think it's too stringent. I'm not saying we shouldn't have something, but I believe it's too stringent. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Council. First off, thank you very much for honoring the petition to hear this evening. A couple facts that you should consider. No landlord, housing provider, whatever you want to call it, would ever get rid of a good tenant. We actually poach tenants from one another. Good tenants are your friends that you want to encourage to be there, that you help. And so that is that relationship that makes a community, and the only community. But the ordinances that you passed here, they're destroying our community. They're destroying a value that you've heard many times, and they're not protecting the future. They're protecting some current people. Chance, you've been out to the property, and you know one of my tenants that have lived there for a little over 20 years. I have a few tenants who have lived over there 30 years. Their rents have not gone up, even the amount of my utilities or taxes. They're good tenants. These type of actions preclude those opportunities to those people. But more importantly, the ordinance that you've passed, they're chasing people away, maybe the people that you want, and you're not giving people an opportunity to speak. So it's really a failure of our democracy. But the whole subject matter that we're talking about, this little part, is really about the lack of housing. And that's where I really fault this council and the prior councils. Your first consultant for the housing element, Andy Flowers, came to me and asked if I had put in 400 units on my property. So we're talking about maybe 50, 60 units currently being withheld from the market. I said, of course, we can put 400 units. The only request I had was that we would be a BID so I could offer the first affordable housing units to my tenants first and then to our community. That's not serving anybody but our community. This council stopped that. You fired those consultants. The second consultant came around and wanted to again put housing there. You tried to stop that. So really you should look at the audience behind me and say, you're the reason we don't have this housing. This housing's been offered to our community and at affordable rates. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Council. My name is Maddie Hirschfield. I'm the political director with the North Bay Labor Council, and I had something prepared, but I've completely thrown it out. So I've made some notes for myself here. First, I want to address the issue of only people who live in Fairfax should be able to attend these. And I thank you, Vice Mayor Kohler, for what you said earlier and how you defended that. The North Bay Labor Council represents 4 counties. We represent Sonoma, Marin, Mendo, and Lake. And we represent workers there. There's a little less than 400 workers that we represent here in this city. So I feel like I have a right to be here and express how we feel about this ordinance. The opening commenter created a scenario of landlords. Imagine you're this landlord, and which was actually quite moving. And you could take the other side of that and say, imagine you're a 70-year-old woman on a fixed income and your landlord raises your rent 10%, and that's the 10% that you have left. You can't just look at it at that side. You have to look at all sides of who are affected by this issue. My colleague Jack mentioned Santa Rosa, and that city council did pass an ordinance, and big money, out of town money, came in and they spent close to $1 million. We were outspent 10-1, and they won by only 760 votes. So that shows you what it meant to people there. And that so much money came in to defeat this ordinance. So I ask you, please do not rescind this ordinance tonight. Do not rescind. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark Bell, Fairfax. God, I'm almost 50 years myself here. Okay, just some points. Rents aren't going down. They're not going down here, and they're not going down in many places in this country. Marin is not 3 or 4 times more expensive than other places. It's an incorrect statement. Prices in Florida are extremely expensive. The problem, really, for the most part, is, as Barbara was saying, is that salaries need to go up because salaries haven't gone up. If you can't make it, sometimes you just have to move. You have to move somewhere else or find an occupation that pays better. I spent years being a musician. I didn't expect that I was going to make much money, and turns out I was right. Another point is the Berkeley Rent Board is not an impartial board. If you have a complaint, either as a tenant or as a landlord, one would think that you would want to be in front of somebody who's impartial. So why is Fairfax paying the Berkeley Rent Board, who's known for being incredibly vicious and anti-landlord? And why does everything, well, almost everything that you do seem to come with a big price tag, and the money is going to people who don't live here? All these consultants that you continually hire don't live here, while we have people in town who could do those jobs. Let's pay the people who live here.
Thank you, Mark.
And just one more point. A Fairfax committee to deal with issues, to oversee rental issues, makes much more sense, because really most of it's common sense to come to some common ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. My name is Kurt Reese. I am a San Anselmo renter, a co-chair of the Marin chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America, and the co-chair of the campaign to establish rent control across Marin. I'd like to very sincerely thank you all and applaud the town council for doing what truly, at least up to this point, no other elected body in Marin County has had the political courage, and that's what it has taken to do, which is to put the public welfare of ordinary working people over and above the private profits of a small and vocal minority. Let's once again review the facts. There's a lot of anecdotes flying around here, but there are some core facts. According to the US Census, more than 1/3 of all Fairfax residents are renters. That's thousands of people. Half of those renters are rent burdened, paying more than 30% of their income on rent, and 30%, nearly a third, are severely rent burdened, paying more than half of their income on rent. A third of Fairfax renters pay more than half of their income on rent. That means hundreds of Fairfax families are barely able to make ends meet, barely able to pay the bills, barely able to stay in their homes. The rent stabilization and just cause eviction ordinances passed by this council take the necessary and desperately needed steps of limiting how much landlords can raise the rent while preventing arbitrary evictions. These are not radical or extreme set of policies. They are simply what common decency compassion, and solidarity with our neighbors requires. The opposition's case against these ordinances is simply contradictory. Their sign says, "Help make Marin affordable." Their demand is to rescind the most consequential policies passed to date to keep rents affordable and have things go back to the status quo, which was not affordable for the vast majority of ordinary working folks. I'm running out of time, so I'll just say you all did the right thing by passing these ordinances. We're counting on you to hold the line, stand with struggling renters, and not with big real estate. Please vote no on repealing these important policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Could I just add something? You know, we asked folks to take down their signs, and Kurt, I respect you, but it'd probably be good if you took that sticker off because everybody respected that. Thank you.
Hi there. Todd Greenberg one more time. Thanks everybody for being here. I hope CNN's tuned in, ABC News, everybody else in the nation who is maybe more aware that this is a national issue. This is a worldwide issue. And Fairfax somehow seems to have gotten confused in trying to do the right thing. And like others have said, I think all of you are up there trying to give back to the community. So I'd like to recognize that, but I want to make it clear for everybody here that there's a lot of people that are trying to do the right thing and that owners are not, they're spending their time here because you've threatened them as a particular class. You're taking money out of their pockets locally to try to solve a national or worldwide issue when the dollar's been devalued and there's rampant inflation and the Fed is raising interest rates. And the rates have gone up 89% this last year for the town of Fairfax's debt service. All right. Anyway, I want to give you a couple little tidbits here. The plea that's coming out from the Democratic Socialist Alliance, the person who just spoke, Kurt Reese, the chairman, he told someone I know in town, apparently this is all hearsay, but he said that they were funded with very little money, their agenda. Well, if you go to GuideStar, you might want to take a look. Apparently, the last time they filed in GuideStar, the Democratic Socialist Alliance, a 92,000 member nationalist organization, had, let me get this right and read it here for you. Their two filings in 2019 show 7,255,748,000 in gross receipts. That's a hell of a lot of money to spend to take over Fairfax.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor and Town Council, Frank Ager, Meadoway. Historically, Fairfax has been one of the most affordable towns in Marin. I've been in and around Fairfax since 1944. There's probably 300 undocumented second and third units in Fairfax that provide a large portion of Fairfax's affordable housing units. There's nice units out there renting for $900 a month, including utilities. The unintended consequences of the new housing laws will adversely impact that portion of the housing stock. Many of those owners are seniors on Social Security, and those rents allow them to remain in Fairfax and enjoy a decent quality of life in their later years. The new housing laws are silent on commercially zoned properties. There's some with units tucked away in them. With these new rental laws, sublets are a huge issue. Bringing in Berkeley Rent Control Board to assist in implementation of Fairfax's ordinance will backfire on your goals. Hiring new staff to create the town database with locations of numbers of units, the rent as of February 2nd, 2022 of those units, and require annual rent permit licenses to raise any rents will be a nightmare for you, for your staff. These ordinances will result in annual rent increases. Folks are going to take advantage of what they see as a possible rent increase, and they're going to do it every year. The Fairfax had rent control on the ballot years ago. I voted to put it on the ballot. And more than likely, we will have rent control on the ballot again. Talk about division. Here it is. Here it's coming. Renita and I do not own any rental properties in Marin County. I urge you to revoke both housing ordinances and start over. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. Next speaker.
Deb London, Fairfax. So I just want to say that I just want to go on the record. I am not a fan of this workshop. I feel it's way too little too late. I feel like Renee Goddard's raft and her paddled away a long time ago. It feels very disingenuous, and really I can't imagine how this is possibly going to work. And we've said over and over, we're not going to pick the buckshot out. Also, I believe that rescinding these ordinances and starting over sends a really strong signal that you're encouraging positive housing element plan so that you can get it through. And I think that this can't be done at the local level. It needs to be done at the state level. We have in place the Tenant Protection Act of 2019. There's currently a bill in Congress, SB 567, that further restricts rents and tightens up just cause. Please let the state handle it. They have the money and the know-how, and I think it'll be widely accepted. The other thing is I want to put, we talk about how burdened renters are. Well, homeowners are also burdened. We're barely surviving to hang on to our places. I mean, we're at 45%, maybe up to 75% to hold on to our investments that we've worked 43 years and more, maybe a little less, but it's hard. It's really hard. And, I also feel like, I need to say that, this is a grassroots. This initiative is grassroots. Santa Rosa has 400,000 people. So maybe they spent $1 million. I can guarantee you that this initiative is not costing us anywhere near that. We're talking about $5, $10, $100, $200, $500 donations to marinresidence.com. We are nowhere near that kind of money. We don't have it. But I do urge you to rescind these. Let the people vote. Let the democratic process run its course. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move to Zoom. Last call. Any speakers in the room? Okay. Seeing none. If you're on Zoom, please raise your hand and Michelle will get you on the air.
The first speaker is Morgan Schmidt-Fang, followed by Philip Pfeffer, followed by Molly Rea. And Morgan, you are unmuted now.
Thank you, dear town council. I'm a Fairfax renter and a documentary filmmaker and the father of also a renter. And my spouse is a senior on a fixed income. And we are living in a 1-bedroom duplex, and our duplex mates are also both seniors. And we're in Fairfax. So anyway, I'm asking the council to continue to support rent stabilization and just cause eviction ordinances that you guys passed in November. The basic issue is really simple. It's like having housing security is critical for families like us. And, we were homeowners too at one point. And due to the Great Recession of 2008, we were forced to sell our place. So we understand what it's like to, want to own a place. Everybody would want to have that security, but not everybody has those choices. And so, we're just asking for fairness and stability. And, a lot of these ordinances help protect people against hedge fund investor groups that are buying up properties nationwide and, forcing people out of their homes without just cause and raising rents to astronomical amounts. So for mom and pop landlords out there, we feel for you and we appreciate you. And we know that you guys are trying to do the fair thing too, but that's really all that these ordinances are asking for, is just to have a baseline of fairness across the board for everybody. So I appreciate everybody's time, and I hope you guys will stick with these ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Philip Pfeffer, and you're unmuted now.
Thanks again. Speaking solely for myself as an individual, I want to reiterate how disingenuous it is to appeal to ideas of democracy and fairness, to push the idea of a ballot measure and direct vote by voters to derail tenant protections. And it's absurd to shift the responsibility to the town's roughly 5,800 registered voters to review what the council and the opposition have stipulated are long and complicated ordinances, rather than follow the normal legislative process that happens day in, day out at the federal, state, and local level. People work, people take care of family and those around them. They elect representatives so that they don't have to spend hours on end studying the legal ins and outs of the countless laws and regulations that have a huge impact on everyone's lives. It's also cynical to object to outside voices while the ballot measures are pushed by recently formed entities, Marin Residents and Keep Fairfax Fair. There are state campaign finance registrations for Marin Residents PAC and Committee to Support the Keep Fairfax Fair Act, sponsored by Keep Fairfax Fair. So now there's related 501c4 organizations and PACs, each subject to distinct registration, fundraising, and disclosure rules. Organizations sometimes form more than one type of organization and pass money from one to the other to ensure that its political activities do not threaten the nonprofit status of the 501c4 part. This is the process for what's more commonly described as dark money, due to the ability of 501c4s to keep donor identities secret. The lawyer who spoke at the January 9th Zoom event formed Keep Fairfax Fair almost a week before that event on January 3rd. He maintained their continued filings to date. He's also the attorney that represents the California Apartment Association, the nation's largest statewide organization representing the rental housing industry, representing them in lawsuits challenging tenant protections that CAA has been losing up and down in state. The CAA has spent $15 million in 2022 via just two of its many registered campaign finance committees. People reference the housing element. We have a chance to learn from the countywide process where HCD's only comments were on the portion about affirmatively furthering fair housing.
Thank you, PJ. That's your comment.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Molly Ray, followed by Susanna, followed by Wendy. Molly, you're unmuted now.
Okay, thank you. I am not sure.
You're a little muffled. If you could get closer to your mic or
Okay,
something like that.
Is this better?
A little bit, but it'd be great if it was better.
I'm sorry. I don't know how to make it any better.
It's okay. It sounds like 70%. So let's go with it.
Okay, I'll shout. I'm not sure how I never knew of this whole ordinance thing. Although I will say I'm a 38-year resident of Fairfax, and have not paid too much attention to our political climate, as I always felt like it was in tune with me. But I am a landlord, and I do realize, I believe that something should have been done to get the word out to everybody, including maybe even using our town meeting sign at the park in Bolinas, with some kind, when you have something of this importance, to alert everybody. And I do believe that mailings to every resident of the town would have been really important, because this impacts everybody across the board. I have no problem with the 5% cap with the rental increase, but I was born and raised in San Francisco. We ended up having to sell the home, the family home that we lived in, because of their ordinances in San Francisco, that we were not able to take care of the property. We would have had to take loans out that would not have been covered by the rents that we received. I'm really worried that that's going to happen here and that we'll find ourselves in these situations where it's just not feasible to take care of your own properties and still be able to cover your property taxes and living. I make my living as a landlord, and I'm a good landlord. I have tenants who move away and call me and say, do you have anything available now? Because they like renting from me. So I really hope that you will revisit these ordinances and allow us all to have a voice. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Susanna, followed by Wendy. Susanna, you're unmuted now.
Thank you. My name is Susanna Aguayo, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm a senior who's lived in Fairfax since 2018 in a rented apartment, and I feel very, very fortunate to do so. It's a beautiful town, and I find people here to be warm, friendly, and approachable. But this issue, I'm sadly disappointed in the reaction of the opposition. And I really hope that the two sides can come together and figure out how to give the new ordinances a chance to function before you quickly want to destroy what the council worked so hard to bring together. I've lived happily under rent control for many years in 2 other towns in California and understand firsthand what these protections offer to both tenants and landlords. I was overjoyed when I learned that new rent control ordinances were adopted in Fairfax during a time of great uncertainty. So again, I'd like to urge the town council to please stand firm and uphold rent stabilization and just cause eviction ordinances. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Wendy, followed by Susan Malloy. Wendy, you're unmuted now.
Hi, this is Wendy Botwin, and it's Passover, and I'm here on Zoom and not there in person for the first time. I'm incredibly grateful for all of the people speaking on behalf of supporting these rental protection ordinances, when for many of my 11 years in Fairfax, I was pretty much the lone renter's voice begging for protections. Landlords have a more powerful interest, and those interests have been more important for far too long, and the housing crisis has worsened. Imagine being a renter in constant fear every single day of losing your home. If you truly are an ethical landlord, you wouldn't be negatively affected by these ordinances. I agree with tweaking and amending if necessary, but please don't undo a good, equitable thing long and hard worked for that was never a secret. I really do wish landlords and renters could work together for all of us to keep our homes. And I also have a concern about the Zoom Sunday workshop being all day on a weekend day when the weather is finally probably warming up and changing. And I urge you to not get rid of these ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Susan Malloy, followed by Georgia Gibbs. Susan, you're unmuted now.
Thank you. I'm happy to be able to speak and just to support the continuous implementation of the ordinances. I've been associated with the St. Vincent de Paul group here at St. Rita's, and today there was a conference meeting for the whole county, and people talked about the problem of the choices that people will have to make if they can't afford to stay in their unit, and they either have to move away or else they may have to live in their cars while they still have ties to to their doctors, to their community, to their friends. And so this is a really terrible choice that many people on fixed incomes or low or working on or workers' wages are facing. And so we want to ask ourselves what's just in these situations. Are we in a right relationship with each other in this area? We should recognize the huge power imbalances between the classes of property owners and tenants, and work to protect tenants in this monopoly situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Georgia Gibbs, followed by Chris P. And Georgia, you're unmuted now.
Hi there. Thank you. I'm addressing the 30% in Santa Rosa, which I thought, oh my God, that's a horrible amount. But it did ring a bell. So I went and looked. And that was the time of the Tubbs fire in 2017, when most of Santa Rosa, Sonoma County, and Napa County and other areas were all devastated by enormous wildfires. And so there was sadly a huge housing shortage and other factors driving that market of a 30% increase that were everybody was an effect of that devastation. So I just think that statistics are interesting sometimes, and they're a slippery slope. You have to look at what the entire picture is at the time. And I also hope that we can come together on this that this is repealed. I think the current state is not the best action for all parties involved, and that we can come to a more equitable kind of position that serves all of our community and is supportive of all of our community and not just a part of it. So thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Chris P., followed by Mike Garanghelli. Chris, you're unmuted now.
Thank you. Sorry for not being there in person. I'm still at work for another half an hour. So my name is Chris Parando. I'm a resident of Fairfax and the treasurer of Marin DSA. I'm looking at our bank account right now, and I'd like to let it be known that we're actually a few million short from that earlier quote. We're actually entirely funded by local member does and donations for people interested in the causes that we champion. National DSA does not control us. At this point, we don't even receive any money from National. While we surely share some ideals from other chapters, Marin DSA is democratically controlled by local members, of which anybody is able to become by paying dues. Some of our members are rent-burdened individuals themselves, which was a main driver for kind of the onset of this campaign. But all of that is beside the point. Had the renters of Fairfax not presented their struggles month after month before the town council in public hearings, we'd still be at square one, with more of us being priced out of our homes month after month. While DSA might have been a spark, Marin's working class has been their own strongest advocates and carried the flame. This is more than an organization, it is the movement. Uphold the ordinances. Thank you, town council.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Mike Garanghelli, followed by Jenny Silva. And Mike, you're unmuted now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for letting me speak. I wish I was in attendance, but I'm a little under the weather, but doing just fine. As a former council member for 8 years in Fairfax and mayor of Fairfax as well, I strongly believe that these two measures have gone too far. There's too much red tape. There's too much bureaucracy. There's too much money being spent. Having the city of Berkeley involved in our town is, to me, ridiculous. They should have no part of running our town. I appreciate the fact that the housing issue is there and people are challenged by it. My own children are challenged by it. I had one son move to Vallejo back in 2008 to purchase his first home. I wish Marin County was as affordable as it used to be, but I'm not in charge of the marketplace. The fact that the DSA is involved with rent control in our town concerns me greatly. I never even knew who they were, just trying to mind my own business. But when they have stated goals that they believe that property is theft, that's a red flag. When they believe that capitalism is evil, that's a red flag. So they're creating division in that regard. I don't believe that we want to be Berkeley or San Francisco, who both have rent control. Berkeley has a downtown that is unrecognizable from the past. It's in deplorable condition, downtown Berkeley. And I don't want to see that happen in Fairfax. The renters have protections now. I was helping a friend of mine earlier this year.
Mike, I just want to let you know that you're at about time. So if you just complete your thought there. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll wrap it up in a minute. So renters have protections now. I helped an elderly gentleman evict a bad tenant, and it cost over $10,000 between the damage done and the court fees and the attorney fees. So there's that. And so I think the only fair way to handle this is to bring the community together, is to vote on these issues. It needs to go to the vote of the people. It's been done in the past on big issues in town. So one last thing I will say, please, and that we need to add more housing units and that type of thing. I believe that that's, something that should be thoughtful and done thoughtfully. But homeowners, and you need to know this, and I'm sure you do, but they're challenged as well with many issues, which unfortunately have to be paid somehow, or else the house, there would be no units there. And that's with high interest rates, which is relatively new, but it's there.
Thanks, Mike. I got to wrap it up. But
well,
thank
I'm
you.
almost done. High taxes and fees.
I've given you an extra minute and a half.
Have a little respect. Have a little
thank
respect.
You. We'll move on
high
to the next
repair and
speaker.
maintenance costs.
I'm sorry. I can't.
How many speakers left with their hands raised? Just so we have a sense of time.
We have 6 speakers left.
Okay. Thank you very much. And sorry, Mike. Apologies.
Okay. Next speaker is Jenny Silva, followed by Maureen McManus. Jenny, oops, you're unmuted now.
Hi, I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Marin Environmental Housing Collaborative. We advocate for projects and policies that advance affordable housing, environmental integrity, and social justice. We urge you to retain the recently adopted just cause eviction and rent stabilization ordinances. We support the workshop on May 6th to ensure that the ordinances are working as expected. As many people have raised, Fairfax renters are vulnerable and need protection. Over 2/3 of Fairfax renters are low income. And in 2021, 47% of Fairfax renters were cost burdened, paying over 30% of their income on housing. These ordinances were adopted after 10 months of public debate, and the council should not throw all this hard work away. This is why we have a council to debate and to thoughtfully work out the issues. And while there are state regulations in place, and those Regulations are an improvement to the previous status quo. They are not enough. As the author of the AB 1482 said, this is the best we could do, and it is not enough. It allows 10% increases per year, and that's way too much for most renters. I would also like to address the economic argument often used to oppose rent control, that rent control will suppress the development of new housing and cause landlords to disinvest. Empirical research on rent stabilization programs, such as the one that Fairfax enacted, has not shown these effects. Observationally, Marin has had the lowest levels of renter protections in the state, along with the lowest rate of housing production. If rent control caused suppression of housing production, we'd expect Marin to be among the highest housing producers. We are not. From an incentive standpoint, a landlord with an unlimited ability to raise rental rates has a strong motive to fight housing production, and that is what we have seen happen. It is very difficult to get anything built here. At MEC, we believe that we need to produce far more housing, and we fight for this every day. However, it will be years before we have sufficient housing. This is a market that heavily favors landlords. If we're going to err in balancing interests, we should err towards protecting tenants.
Thank you, Jenny. That's your time. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Maureen McManus, followed by John Reed. Maureen, you're unmuted now.
Good evening, everybody. And Town Council, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I am a senior. I have been a renter here in Fairfax for 30 years. I'm not going to take up a lot of time. I agree with every single person that spoke tonight on behalf of not rescinding these ordinances. All I really have to say is, please, I urge you to not rescind these ordinances this evening. Let's give them a chance to work. Let's all of us get together and work on the workshop. Again, thank you for all of your hard work.
The next speaker is John Reed, followed by Chris Morales. John, you're unmuted now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. Yeah, thank you all for dealing with this. And, it's a very important issue. And that's why you've got so much community participation. And it's long overdue. It's hard to get people to pay attention to what goes on at council meetings. And really, you're dealing with something that's bigger than the landlords and tenants in Fairfax. I mean, we live, unfortunately, in a two-tier economy where the working class is getting smushed lower and lower, and then the prices of real estate and rents are going through the roof because some people can afford to pay that. And in fact, anytime a building changes hands, the rents are pretty much guaranteed to be the maximum that some, a real estate salesperson is going to calculate can be achieved by renting to this upper tier. And that's what determines the price of the place. And that's what determines what the expenses are. And, it's unfortunately a fact of business, which is, part of the housing world. I mean, supply and demand is another part of that. And it really concerns me that the just cause ordinance that is, I guess, more than drafted at this point, contains a number of things that are really sticking it to the mom and pop landlords, and taking the money from them and not from somewhere else in the bigger society, which is really where it's being squozen from. And making it a win for tenants over the people, the landlords who basically are going to vote with their feet. They're going to do what they can physically afford. And that might be that they sell their place to somebody who is going to be from the upper tier. And it might be somebody, whatever, who's going to it's just
John,
not gonna work out well for anybody. I'm sorry. Have I used up my 2 minutes?
Yeah, you're at 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you
Well, I
very much.
appreciate it. I mean, the workshop would be great. You really just listen in and take notes. Okay. We need to, some of the earlier longtime Fairfax residents have spoken about how deals were made with a handshake. And that's really the spirit of how we should be working things out here in Fairfax. It's not by outside regulation by the Berkeley Rent Board. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Chris Morales, followed by KK. Chris, you're unmuted now.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Well, I'd like to voice my support for the rent control and just cause ordinances, and I'd love to address a couple things I'd heard tonight. Obviously, this particular issue has gotten a big rise out of a group of people here in Fairfax, and I hear those people asking to bring this to a vote. And I also hear those people asking to bring issues like this that are this big to be blasted to the community on a board or something else so that everybody's aware about it. I think all issues are important to the people that bring them to the town council. So knowing what to post on a board for all to see may get tricky. I also believe we have a democratic process in place already. And it's what we practice here in Fairfax. It is voting for representatives that represent the people and are thus giving the voice and power to make those decisions on the whole community's behalf. I thank the council for holding everybody's issues and bringing them to light and for making the tough decisions that you all have to make. I heard people say that their rental unit is how they make a living or afford to live here, and I can very much understand this, as my parents, who are mom and pop, do rent out a unit in their house, which helps pay their property taxes and mortgage. I can also say that they charge quite a bit below what the rent control ordinance would set a limit at. And though I do support people using their investment to help with their retirement, I think we need to consider that at least as homeowners, you own a home, and we need to have some gratitude for that blessing in our lives and hope that all others can have an affordable place to live as well. I heard that if you don't have the money, you have to move. And this perspective perpetuates exclusion of people of lower economic classes and those that have historically and still suffer from oppression that keeps diverse peoples in that lower class. And I'll finish in just a second. I like living in a Fairfax where educators, baristas, musicians, artists, and blue-collar workers can live. This is a human rights issue, and I want to feel proud to live in a town that doesn't just follow the suit of the rest of the country or state, but helps bring about the change that this state and country needs so that we can live in a just society. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
The next speaker is KK, followed by Eva. You're unmuted now.
Thank you. So some people have mentioned the census, and I think it's important to look at data from the census as we look at these issues. So 1/3 of households in Fairfax are renters, and they're an important part of our community. 2/3 of our populations are not renters and are the majority. And many of these people are working class and older people, as Fairfax has an average age of 48.5 years. According to the census, the median selected owner cost with a mortgage is $3,450 a month. Personally, our housing costs are more than 50% of our income. Many homeowners, including seniors on fixed incomes, can barely afford to maintain their property due to cost of living increases. 97.6% of our homes in Fairfax are built before 1990, making maintenance cost a high burden for homeowners and housing providers. Maintenance costs are increasing, with handy person costs well over what I and others make per hour. PG&E rates are increasing rapidly. Average Marin water rates will increase from $831 per year to $1,312 per year in the next 3 years. Salaries are not keeping track with these, and many housing providers are responsible for paying utilities, not renters. So housing providers feel these costs. Many DSA supporters who created these ordinances, together with the town councils, looked to Scandinavia for guidance about rent ordinances. And I want to provide notice that in a democratic societies in Scandinavia are much more balanced when creating rent ordinances. These new Fairfax ordinances are much stricter than any in Scandinavia. Scandinavia accounts for the fact that private residents are stepping up to fill in gaps that the government is not able to fulfill for housing. And they realize that there has to be a feasible for housing providers in the private industry to offer this housing. To address the global housing crisis, we need to learn from others and support the ability for people to rent a place and the ability for housing providers to provide this housing as a service to our community. We also need to work at the federal and state levels rather than adding penalties to working class and older and disabled people in our community. The town council has acknowledged that the housing providers were not adequately included when creating these ordinances. Legal counsel has also acknowledges that the ordinances are extremely biased towards renters. So my question is, how can we as a community make sure that everybody's needs are addressed as we move forward to try to resolve this housing crisis, which is not only here in Fairfax, but has to be addressed at the systemic level?
Thank you, KK. That's your comment.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ava, followed by Danielle Salk. Ava, you're unmuted now.
Thanks. I just wanted to express gratitude for all the renters who spoke, especially the older renters who must feel very vulnerable speaking out in an environment where they're definitely, the renters are already a minority in Fairfax. Older renters are a minority within a minority. And I think they were really brave to do that. I have to point out that it does seem sort of Orwellian that the council was forced to accept the term housing provider in an earlier item. They're landlords. I mean, just call it for what it is. If you're going to call landlords housing providers, then you should have to call all renters the exploited. I mean, because that's basically what's happening. It's an exploitative system, and it's the system we have. We have to work with it, but this is what you've proposed is actually quite mild. The perception of DSA as some sort of like radical, fantastically anti-capitalist entity is really strange to me. I've been critical of DSA in the past. I think they've worked really hard on this. They've been very focused on this, and they're not proposing anything totally radical here. And in fact, I think the landlords in Fairfax should want to work with a group like DSA. Because if you let income inequality and if you let homelessness and housing precarity advance any further, you're going to be in a really bad position. And I can tell you that because my mother is from China and they were lucky to leave before the revolution. But this is the sort of inequality we're seeing in America right now is what led to something much worse. Make some reforms now so you don't end up in a situation like that. Thanks.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Danielle Salk, followed by Bob Pendelay. Danielle, you're unmuted now.
Thank you so much, everybody, for your time, Town Council, everybody that's here, including the DSA. I am a landlord/housing provider in Fairfax. I have a small triplex that I bought a few years ago. I have never raised the rent on any single tenant since I've had it. I also lost my own home that I lived in 2008 when the market crashed, foreclosure, stood at the grocery store trying to buy groceries for my kids, not sure if my credit card would go through, was blessed to find somebody that would rent to me after my house foreclosed. And I have slowly made my way back to where I am able to provide for myself and for my family and to get this property that I thought at some point my two sons would be able to move into. With the new ordinances, that is not going to be a possibility. I could have one child move into it if they wanted to, not both of them in two separate units. And I think that everybody really means well. I'll say that it does seem that your ordinances are definitely favoring the tenants. I care very much about tenants. I want everybody to have a home. I also work in the real estate industry. I think that everybody deserves to have a home, but I don't think that we should abuse the property owners. If you want to call them landlords, if you want to call them property providers, there's a lot of abusive language that I've been hearing going towards the actual landlords or property providers as if we are, bad people. I don't think that that's what you would find if you talk to most of the people that are providing properties in Fairfax. So it would be helpful, I think, if people could not discriminate against the landlords also with the languaging. And I just hope that you will rescind these and then let's start over. Let's start over and take the time to educate everybody. Really, as a real estate person in this community, I cannot explain your ordinances to anybody. And when we ask you for the answers, you can't explain them back to us. It's really not fair. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Bob Pendelay, followed by Bob Pendelay, the last speaker. Okay, Bob, you're unmuted now. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Bob Pendoli. I'm a member of the Marin Environmental Housing Collaborative, MEC, and I just wanted to follow up on some of the comments that our chair, Jenny Silva, made a few minutes ago. MEC's usual position is to focus on advocating for the production of affordable housing, but we have to be realistic and recognize that it will be years before there's sufficient affordable housing to really establish equity. In the current environment of limited housing options, renters are very vulnerable, and so we need to provide protections. So again, as Jenny said, we do urge that you retain both the rent stabilization and the just cause eviction ordinances. But we'd also urge you to continue with your plan to have a workshop in May. At that time, we will be commenting with suggestions on ways you could improve the ordinance, including addressing some of the concerns that we hear from the housing providers. Thank you for your time on this. We think this is really going to be an asset to the rest of the county, showing how to get it done. And we look forward to speaking with you on May 6th with some suggestions.
Thank you very much. And no more speakers?
No more speakers.
Okay, great. Well, we will close public comment on this item and take it back to the dais here. And I just want to be the first to say thanks to everyone. I mean, geez, Louise, like so many comments, so many emails, so detailed, so thoughtful, and incredibly touching things that folks wrote to us. So that's always great. And also the way we held space tonight. I know one person who called in towards the end, Chris, was talking about the idea of thinking about things as blessings. And I just wanted to acknowledge that blessing of how we held space together this evening. I think it's a good way and an inspiration moving forward, hopefully on this and other items this year. Any of my council colleagues want to kick off their thinking on things?
I could kind of feeling like maybe a break would be good, but after listening to all that, but I can kick off by saying one thing just to get it off the table. As the staff report mentioned, that one council member had an idea before this petition was brought to force us to talk about this. I certainly wanted to talk about this tonight. As I said earlier, I've been frustrated that we hadn't been able to yet. So I had requested that we put this on the agenda. And the thing that I specifically wanted to just bring up, and I really think of it as kind of a conversation starter. So I'll just put that out. I'm that council member that's mentioned in the staff report. And the idea that I started out with, and I don't know whether it's the right idea now, but I really want to hear everybody's thoughts. But the idea was that one thing that one of the many options we might consider at this point could be the option of creating an ordinance which would say that in, let's say, November, or some many months later from now, that these ordinances would be rescinded, but that they would stay in effect until then. That would give us time to talk about this, have the workshop in May, and I don't imagine that workshop is going to be end all and be all, so there'll probably be a lot more discussions about it, and to try to work together. And I am very heartened by tonight's conversations. As you said, Mayor, this felt really good tonight. It felt like people on both sides were not so polarized, were much more respectful, and were, I think, a lot more people looking to try to figure out how to solve this thing. So if we can, during that interim, when this thing is we know it's going to go away, that I was wondering, that was what I was thinking. This was a couple of weeks ago, but I was thinking that, okay, maybe that might be a way to just cool things down a little bit and take some of the tension off. So I just wanted to put that out as just because it's mentioned in the staff report. We've gotten some emails about it. I just wanted to say
Point of clarity, are you suggesting both or just cause or?
Well, that's a good question, and it could be either way, but I'm really, at this point, I just first of all wanted to say that's what was referred to in the staff report. I'm that council member. That was that idea. And the basic idea is we could say this is going to end at some point in the future. We're going to set ourselves essentially a deadline to figure out how to make it better. And by doing so, that might take some of the pressure off, because we hear that people are making what I would consider to be kind of rash decisions right now about their property and about their tenants, which are hurting people. And I wish that people would hold off a bit and see where this goes, because just as of tonight, I'm feeling more hopeful than I have in a while that we could, as a town, we could find our way through this. And that's just really what I want to say to citizens is hold steady. Let's find our way through this. I think we can do it. Let's not do anything crazy, either on the public level or on our own personal level. Let's not do anything crazy. Let's see how this pans out. So that was my effort to try to reassure people. Don't know if it's relevant now, but just explaining that.
I appreciate the icebreaker. And yeah. Well, Bruce just went first. So, okay. Councilmember Blash.
Okay, I'm going to say some stuff because I'm the one person who hasn't really got to speak a lot on this over the months. And then I will have more stuff to say, but I'm just going to start out by saying that, I really want us to acknowledge that rental property owners are a valuable part of our community. And, providing housing is vital to keeping our local economy running. It's vital to keeping our community intact. I did want to note that, there are working class property owners. I just want to kind of also talk a little bit about some of the numbers people are putting out. Really our town is made up of a whole bunch of different people with very different opinions and ideas. And I want to acknowledge that I think that there's probably about several hundred people in Fairfax who are property owners. The majority of our town is probably, we don't know because it's really hard to keep track of how many people are actually renting things, are homeowners that don't have rental properties that we know of. And then about 35 to 40% of our households are renters. So I'm talking households, not people. And I want to acknowledge that, renters are also an important part of our community and really vital to keeping our local economy running. They're the people who provide, as many people have noted, local services. They teach children, they care for elders, they pour coffee, they serve food, they work in local nonprofits. And not all renters are working class. So we just want to acknowledge that there's differences among these groups. One of the things that I do want to note that keeps coming up that causes me some concern is, all of these people are Fairfax residents. And So there are, there's not one group of these people that's the residents and the rest of the people are the outsiders. They're all part of Fairfax. And so I was really happy to hear a more moderated tone tonight on both sides for the most part. One thing that does concern me, and I've heard a lot of people talk about aging issues, as we become more and more expensive and our population becomes an increasingly senior population, we're losing working folks who could help with the needs of our aging population that requires more services to age in place. So, right now there's nowhere in the United States where a low wage worker can rent your average 2-bedroom apartment. I mean, it just doesn't, it's not like you can just move somewhere else that's more affordable. You could move somewhere more affordable, but it's still like really hard to rent anywhere. But we need some people to stay here. So, even if you're just looking at this from a not altruistic level, it is important. So we need to find a way to make that happen. In the housing, affordable housing world, we talk about the 3 Ps, which are production of new housing. There is preservation of existing affordable housing, which I think is probably what's going to happen with Sherwood Oaks. And then there is protection from displacement. And protection from displacement, we often talk about that for tenants. We could also talk about that a little bit with some homeowners, but it is also an important part of this 3-legged stool. So we need to find a balance of these 3 elements. And so I think that's what we're going to be working on as we move forward with whatever we do next. I'm going to just talk really quickly about some things that I learned while looking at the different ordinances in California, and then, let it go from there. But I just wanted to note that it's kind of hard to look at the history. You've got to go through all these newspapers and whatnot. But from what I can tell, there are about 27 rent stabilization and just cause ordinances in California right now. Some of them are quite new. Out of those, I think only 24 out of the 27, only 3 were passed initially on the ballot. The rest of them were passed by city or town councils, because that's the way ordinances are usually passed. It's pretty unusual for things to go to ballot, and usually the things that went to the ballot were there because advocates put them on the ballot. So, I'll ask people to talk about, because I want people, both renters and rental property owners and homeowners who are not rental property owners, to understand the pros and cons of things being an ordinance versus an initiative. And there's some pretty huge issues there. Okay. So one of the things that, I'm just going to note is that when, and our staff can explain this better, but when something is an amendment, an ordinance, it means you can amend it, right? So you can say, oh, this really isn't working. Our community, this isn't working for our community. We need to change this. We need to morph things over time. So you can do that if you have an amendment. If you have a ballot initiative, it's very hard to make any changes. It's pretty much set in stone until you have another ballot initiative, which is a lot of effort and expense. So that might, there might be reasons why people want to do that. Obviously there are, but I just want to put that out there. There have been other votes on ordinances that started out as ordinances that became ballot initiatives. Sometimes that was because people wanted to strengthen them and set them in stone. Sometimes it's because people referended them. But, in general, it looks like they're usually started, because I asked, I was like, why? I wonder what happens with this. So I think they usually do start as ordinances. So it's not that bizarre that Fairfax would pass an ordinance. Whether you think that's okay or not, it's not unusual. I looked at other ordinances and looked at the rent cap level. And so whether or not we think we need to change a rent cap, I'm just going to note that 14 out of the 27 had a % of CPI, and the lowest, I think, was Bell Gardens, which is 50% of CPI, Consumer Price Index, and Fairfax is set at 60. Some places have it at 80%, like Santa Ana and East Palo Alto, and others, do a cap, just, oh, we'll do 2%. Others say we'll do a % of CPI. They'll say like, it'll be X % of CPI or 3%, whatever's less or more. And some people, like Richmond, has a very complicated formula that tries to take into account all the expenses that a landlord might incur. So there's different ways that people do this. I also just looked at coverage. And, one of the things that's really interesting about this is that, rent stabilization is limited by state law. So it doesn't usually cover all units, whereas a lot of towns and cities try to cover more with their just cause ordinances. then is covered by rent stabilization, which is both interesting, but it kind of makes it more complicated. It was also really complicated to tease out what was covered by just cause and rent stabilization in some of these ordinances. But I would say that probably 50% of them exclude situations where a landlord rents a room in a house and shares the bathroom or kitchen facilities. So that was the major exclusion that I saw from most of them. They're exempt from the ordinance. This is as posed. Some excluded nobody, but that was a rarity. A few excluded owner-occupied properties with 2 or fewer, units on the property, and some very few, like maybe 2 did 3 or fewer. And then a lot of them it was completely unclear, like it was virtually impossible to figure them out. And then finally, I'm going to stop in a second and let other people talk, and then I have more to say. I heard that our ordinances were long and complex, and I think things dealing with real property tend to be long and complex because it's real, look at your papers that you had to fill out to buy your house if you're a homeowner. It's like incredible. But I counted the pages of other jurisdictions' ordinances. So Alameda's is 69 pages. Bell Gardens has 39 pages. Richmond's, including rent control, tenant protections, and relocation, is 47 pages. Los Angeles is 95. The shortest I think I found so far was Baldwin Park, which had just 17 pages. So, Fairfax at 36 to 38 pages. It's kind of in the ballpark there. So, that's that. And so I don't know. So I have other stuff to say, but I did want to say that, I have some concern about, I looked at some other towns where they went to ballot. And as has already been mentioned tonight, a lot of outside money comes into town when that happens. So, Santa Rosa, I think on the left, $25,000 from Tom Steyer, $60,000 from SEIU, the union. On the right, or whatever, the opposing side, $300,000 from the National Association of Realtors, another $500K from the California Association of Realtors and the California Apartment Association. And then some of those folks kept investing in candidates well past this issue. They continued to interfere with city politics. So when you do a ballot initiative, you may be inviting in, a lot of money from all sides that you may or may not, want kind of running your community. And, something similar happened in Santa Cruz. That's just some food for thought in terms of, and I'm not going to talk about, Santa Cruz spent almost $1 million to coming into the town to try to defeat rent control. And again, they have certain outside entities pouring money into actually keeping candidates who might support rent control out of ever getting on town council again. So there's a lot that goes on when you go to ballot, but there's also, possibly some pros because some people really, want to be able to vote on things. But it's often, my experience with a lot of initiative processes that it can be really great, or it can mean just that whoever has the most money gets the most ad space and wins. So, it's worth thinking about. I'm going to let it go, but I've got some other things to say later.
Vice Mayor Kohler.
Well, thank you, Lisa, for all that research, which I never could have done. And it was very helpful information. So I'm going to probably kind of cut to the chase. We received, and Lisa is new on the council, so she hasn't received as many emails as we have, probably 400 or more. And I've tried to respond to a lot of folks, not everyone. And so some of this the council has heard, so I'll make it quick. So don't roll your eyes again at me. Anyway, and I want to say I have a lot of respect for my colleagues here. We don't always agree, and that's okay. We don't need to be the same voice. That's groupthink. So my concern that's been sort of overriding is the potential ballot initiative. And if it's successful, it would tie our hands from doing any of this important work until a vote of the people would, in essence, reverse it. One option proposed to us by the petitioners is to repeal both ordinance, and that leaves no protections for many, as AB 1482 is limited in the type of units that are covered. Another option I've considered is instead to go back to our prior ordinances. So I'll talk about those briefly. I brought the early renter protections. I was part of a countywide committee with only 2 electeds and many NGOs looking at fair housing in this county. And we brought just cause to the county of Marin. What I brought, and it was part of what I learned through that process, in 2018, the source of income anti-discrimination for voucher holders. This was before it was in state housing law, and it's now covered well by state law. Still not in federal housing law, to my knowledge. Then I brought 2 others in early 2019, and this was just cause prior to AB 1482, months prior, and mandatory mediation for rent increases over 5% in 1 year. We were the first town in Marin to bring all 3 of these renter protections. I brought just cause to help all residents, and specifically I started with Wendy Botwin, who has spoken tonight, who was being evicted without cause. This early just cause differs from AB 1482 primarily because it does not include the 1-month rent relocation payment, but it does cover a broader universe than AB 1482. I wanted to cover everything. The rest of my council members wouldn't support single rooms in houses, but it covers ADUs, JDUs, and it was much more modest than what was passed in November. Those were the early days. I also brought 2 urgency eviction moratoria during COVID to help those who could not pay rent, and my fellow council members supported all of these. We, the council, also developed a small rental assistance program just for Fairfaxians during COVID, because at that time, the county still couldn't get the funds out for rental assistance. When rent stabilization and just cause evictions were first brought by 2 council members last year, I proposed that we consider some modest changes to the 2019 just cause and to decrease the rent cap from 5% on the mandatory mediation. This wasn't supported by the majority of the council. When I saw that the rest of the council appeared all in, I attempted to put in what I viewed were reasonable compromises to both ordinances, but I was largely unsuccessful. At the vote on November 2nd, I voted no on just cause because it was so burdensome and went to all rentals, everything, ADUs, JDUs, single rooms in houses, apartments, homes, condos, units over garages. And because there were so many levels of requirements that I felt were burdensome. So it was a 4-1 vote, and I was the one against. I did vote yes on the rent control or rent stabilization because even though I had concerns, the universe is much more limited due to Costa-Hawkins. Units have to have been built prior to 1995, and single-family homes and condos were not included. A friend of mine recently relayed a wise statement from Mary Kay Sweeney of Homeward Bound. And it's to the effect of, I don't know the exact words, how do we change the world incrementally? Mary Kay Sweeney is one of my heroes, and I hope she is for most of us. The rent stabilization and just cause ordinances adopted November 4th, 2022 did not follow this approach. It wasn't a year. It was about 8 months. And there were some meetings that were very detailed and others that were a presentation by the DSA, which was very helpful. But it was not a year. It was not a year and a half. And while there was some discussion over these series of months, there was no workshops or specific outreach to landlords. During the discussions, I asked the council to acknowledge that this was major policy change and we should take our time. And as I said, I attempted to insert in what I felt were reasonable compromises, and I lost pretty much most of the time. I stated that I felt most of our landlords were moms and pops. They weren't equity partnerships, and asked that we do specific outreach to landlords. I was told I was wrong on my thoughts about mom and pops, and that we wouldn't do a specific outreach, but our typical outreach that we do for council meetings. In the past, on other major policy changes, the then council did go much more slowly. We had 20 plus meetings for cannabis, 13 for 5G, and many more such changes over the years where we took a lot of time. And I have to admit, many of those were way too long, but for these ordinances, it wasn't. In my 10 years on the council, I've never seen this level of divisiveness among our community. It really saddens me. Now we are faced with a ballot initiative, which, if it is successful, will prevent the town from ever doing anything with rent control or just cause without a vote of the people. I've seen the TV ads against adding another rent control. I don't see how standing on principle and not voting to repeal both ordinances will help us, particularly because there's so much to lose. We can consider my option of going back to what we had before and vote to give direction to our attorney to come back with this option. So that's the mandatory mediation and the older just cause, coupled with a repeal of the two new ordinances. Doing so would allow us to complete the housing element, complete the voluminous work to implement it. We're very late, as well as doing other business needed for our town, like road paving and other infrastructure work, and so much more. We can take a pause and can take up further renter protections later on and follow a slower approach with more outreach and more workshops, so we can consider all perspectives as we fashion new ordinances. And I realize this is not a popular option for a lot of folks in the room or on Zoom or even council members here, but I wanted to throw out an option that was a little different than just repealing the ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You want to speak next? Okay.
Yeah. Thank you to all my colleagues who have spoken, and Councilmember Blash for that amazing research. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed and appreciated everyone who spoke this evening. And I want to reiterate that we've all been listening since we passed these ordinances. We've all been listening. I've met with all the members of the leaders of the opposition. I've either spoken to or exchanged emails or met with them in person. And it is my request that this council pursue the course and host the workshop in recognition, and we have recognized that people feel left out of the process. It was not by design. We had several public forums, but it's not okay that people feel left out of the discussion. And so we agreed unanimously to host the workshop. So I would propose, and I think we can work together and make meaningful changes. And so I would propose, as I said, to proceed with the workshop and make amendments, as Councilmember Blash said, are very possible. And this process would be, in actuality, more expedient. And I think that's a comment that, Mayor, you've made in the past, because you make it, developing ordinances, it takes a lot of time to write them and to do the first, second readings, et cetera. So that's what I propose, is that we stay the course, listen, work productively, collaboratively together, and proceed with meaningful adjustments or amendments to the just cause.
Thank you. I'll go next. I know that other council members probably want to do another round here too, but yeah, I really appreciate the options that have been laid on the table this evening. I think there are a couple different things bouncing around in my mind. One is the uncertainty of whether or not we can actually reinstitute the 2019 ordinance, which was weaker than the state law, and state law said you can sneak something in that's weaker before we put the state law in effect, but once state law is in effect, you can't go back to something weaker than state law. So there's just a clarification from legal counsel that would be helpful on that alternative, just because that's a little wrinkle in it. But the other thing is to Councilmember Ackerman's suggestion. I think that there's some alluring components to it, and there are things that I've wrestled with myself over the last couple of weeks. The biggest challenge I see in a lot of this, and I see it in the very apartment I moved out of that, now it's still being held off the market. And I know that we're hearing reports of this all over the place, not just in Fairfax, but a lot of units are being held off the market. And I think it's a lack of certainty about what's coming. And that's a concern with any of the options before us, especially with the repeal it and let's work on it again and bring something back. There's such a push and pull. And I think about it for the renters, obviously, especially the ones who've come this evening and shared the news that I didn't even know about Creekside, which is fascinating that what we did here actually impacted what happened at Creekside as far as evictions and rent increases. But not only that the new landlord actually adhered to rent stabilization percentages. That's fascinating to me. So I think about that, but I'm also thinking about the certainty for housing providers, whether it's the bigger complexes or the small family businesses that are trying to do this work as well. And just that the sort of changing of the laws all the time it must be so hard. And I can't imagine pulling back to push forward to then possibly see it pulled back again. It's something that we've seen both in the emails from Fairfax residents and also in other correspondence that, there's the possibility that no matter what, they want it on the ballot. So in that way, it feels kind of like that old Henry Ford sales pitch. Like you can purchase the car in any color you want as long as it's black. And for me, that makes it kind of difficult to consider a repeal if the point of the repeal is to avoid the ballot. And these folks are saying we really want it on the ballot no matter what. And so for me, I get back to that point of expediency. How do we increase certainty in the quickest amount of time? I think actually, Councilmember Blash, you made some strong statements about just the benefits of ordinances in terms of amendments for unintended consequences. And to be honest, the conversation I've heard tonight, I was actually shocked by how many people talked about wanting to do the workshop and move forward with that. And I was kind of surprised going through the work of figuring out how we do the workshop to hear Vice Mayor Kohler that maybe we don't do that. And I think unlike some of the other issues in town, whether it's cannabis, which we had all those meetings and then a cannabis person came in and said, we want to do it here. And then we're like, well, we have to rethink it. So it turns out that process, despite being as deliberative as all get out, didn't make a damn of a difference in the grand scheme of trying to find a cannabis shop. But I think unlike that, and unlike some of the other issues where we're trying to figure out where we cite things, I think as far as rent stabilization and just cause eviction, there's an element to this, not to carry on the like gore theme of gashes and wounds and all the other things that people have mentioned tonight to paint their picture. But I think for rent stabilization, it's really like, how do we stop the bleeding? I'm aware that, a lot of housing providers work their ass off. And I think a lot of renters work their ass off too. And I think we can all agree that we're all just trying to work our asses off and figure it out. And for me, Fairfax feels like the kind of place where we can have the conversation and do the hard work together. And we don't need the outside influence from, big dollars telling us and pulling us and pushing us and pulling us all over the place. And so I feel like the workshop is a really compelling path forward, and will tell us a lot about where we go from there. So I think that if everybody's coming to it in a good faith way, it's going to go well. I think if some folks aren't coming to it in a good faith way, they're going to do their initiative no matter what. So all we can do as a council and as a community, trying to hold the container for housing providers and for renters and for everybody in between, all we can do is create the best, most workable thing we can create. And I think Fairfax residents are pretty smart, and I think they'll understand like what we're trying to do here. And yeah, the workshop is the first step to figuring out, what's next. So that's my take on it.
So I did want to say a couple other things actually. So like this has been really agonizing for me because, I have a number of friends who are small landlords, and I've really gone to them and asked them, what would you do? Like, how do you feel about this? And some of them I really had to ask people who live in Marin, but live outside of Fairfax, because they're like kind of less emotional about it right now. They just kind of think it through. And they did have suggestions, and they did say that there were some things that would make it hard for them, that they would, suggest that we change. So I really listened to that, carefully, because, there's some people who are really good people that I've worked on affordable housing issues with for a long time. And so I tend to trust their take on things. And it feels like a lot of the decisions we have before, so that none of them feel totally good right now. So that's the other harder thing. I do wanted to note that, AB 1482, which everyone keeps talking about, is the state level law. It doesn't cover most of probably the rental housing we have in Fairfax. So it's not like, if we just go back to AB 1482, things will be fixed. But I also want to note that it was not something we voted on. It was a negotiation between real estate people and renter advocates and, various people at the state legislature. So it wasn't voted on, so just to put that out there. And we talk about local control a lot, and yet, like in this case, we're like, please state, take it away from us, which I get to. I mean, in some ways it'd be great if the state figured something out for us, but you did also want to mention just that I really looked at a lot of the research on rent stabilization, and there's all kinds of different stuff out there, and people tend to cherry pick those studies that give them the story they want to hear. So some of the literature reviews I looked at really just said, well, some of the negative consequences of rent stabilization that have been identified could be mitigated by policy. You could really, do it this way or do it that way. And I think their final take on it was that it's not as good as proponents say it is, and it's not as bad as opponents say it is. So, I'm just going to put that out there. It's kind of an interesting thing. There are definitely pros and cons. One of the things that I did want to also say is like a lot of people are really feeling hurt, and there's been some really awful language used by both sides, and it's like, because it's really emotional for people. And, one of the things I keep saying to myself is like, we don't have, traffic laws because drivers are crappy people and we hate them. We have traffic laws to try to make things smooth for everybody. And yet you can pass a law that ends up being punitive, whether you mean it to be or not. So I think we have to be careful, but I'm also not thinking that we want to be passing laws because we think somebody's a bad person and is likely to screw people over. At the same time, most of our business transactions, we don't just leave to the, the kindness of strangers, like we actually have laws because every now and then somebody messes up and we want there to be, some guidelines or guardrails in place. The final thing is just that, a lot of people have really talked about seniors, both seniors who are renters and seniors who are homeowners. And one of the things, is along these lines of like, not talking about bad people per se, but weird situations. A lot of times earlier last year when I heard from renters in San Anselmo and some other parts of Marin, as well as Fairfax, is that, we are an aging population. I'm, going to be a senior soon. And the horrible truth is that all of us, at some point are going to die. And what we've seen a lot of is an older landlord who has a property or a couple of small properties, and they love their tenants and they take care of them. And they rent to them at a really great rate. And often they have older tenants, and then they pass away. And that property goes to their nephew or something who doesn't have as much of a connection to the tenant, and, is maybe being faced with property taxes and raises the rent really high. And then that senior renter has to move out, so these are situations we want to kind of figure out a way around. I'm also just going to note, we have things where, as we noted, there was an apartment building in Fairfax bought by a new owner. Some of them are being bought by not mom and pops. We've watched what's happened at Skylark in Larkspur, which was sold to an investment firm and then put the rents up. And a lot of seniors are like completely freaking out right now because their rents are going up sky high. So, there's some unintended consequences for not having rent stabilization, just as there are unintended consequences of having rent stabilization. So, I just want to keep in mind that there are some situations that really aren't about bad people doing bad things per se. They're, kind of like the result of what happens over time that ends up having bad consequences. Let's see. I just also wanted to put a pitch out there for Covia Home Share. They are a group that works with people who want to rent a room in their home. It used to be senior homeowners being linked to senior renters who, it's like you get older, your kids move out, you have like 4 extra rooms or whatever, 2 extra rooms, 1 other extra room, and you rent it. And I think we really need to foster that. They help people screen potential tenants. They help property owners set up a decent lease agreement. Not enough people make use of those services. So I think we should be working with them to encourage successful co-living situations and really think about the issues that come up, particularly in situations where someone is sharing a room in their house, that might be a special situation that we think about exempting or finding some other ways to talk about. So I just want us to kind of keep in mind that there's a lot of different things at play here. And for me, I've had a hard time, figuring out what's the best path forward. My preference would be that we do a workshop, if not 2, and really come up with a good community conversation where people actually talk to each other instead of, going ballistic, and try to figure out what would be a good solution. And I'm not going to take off the table the repeal solution. I just would like to have people be able to discuss these things as citizens. And I am kind of heartbroken that I wouldn't be able to be there doing a back and forth, but maybe at a later workshop I could. But, I just really feel strongly that this should remain a community conversation and not, start pulling in the big guns, because, we're a little town and we should be able to talk to each other. And it just feels like we need to hit that sweet spot where we have some supportive programs for property owners, and we also have some support for renters. So I'm really hoping that we're going to get to that point and actually be able to talk to one another about what are really difficult issues, and that might help us with what we do around our housing element too. And I guess I'm not really sure. I don't understand why renter protections aren't, I might maybe missed it explicitly called out in our housing element programs and policies, because AB 686 does, sort of say that that would be one of the things that you would want in your affirmatively furthering fair housing plan, So anyway, I'm just putting that out there. Barbara says they're in there. I missed them. I've only read through it once. Here you go.
Councilmember Ackerman, circle back to you. Do you have any other comments you'd like to make?
Well, I really appreciate all that. There's a variety of different approaches there. Yeah, one thing just to circle back to is this is really a big issue in our town. I have seen it in my time in Fairfax, a real change in the community that I think is attributable in significant part to just the cost of housing. That's not only for renters, but for owners as well. But it just, the thing that people have loved forever about Fairfax, it's just the sort of low-key atmosphere, the fact that you can see people on the street downtown, and the fact that there are musicians and artists that can hang around and actually do things, and that's just slipping away from us. And that's what this is about. So just to remind us that that's what this is about. It's not one group or another group. It's all of us that are really suffering here from our community being bled out of the people who can have a reasonable life. We can't so easily recruit people for boards and commissions. You know, just all these things that the volunteerism that has been such a part of Fairfax is a lot harder to sustain when the prices are so high. So that's what we're trying to address. And I just want to try to remind us that it's in all of our favor to address this. It's not in any of our favor to thwart our attempts to address it. And it's also difficult. I mean, the ballot measure is the thing that really worries me. And I think that I really appreciate the prelude that Councilmember Blosch gave to the difference between a ballot measure and doing something by council deliberation. There's nobody that's going to come up with the perfect solution, and that includes the solution of repeal. That includes the solution of going back to a previous thing. None of those are perfect, and things will change. And with a ballot measure, you can't change. You're basically stuck, and that it just takes it out of our hands. Why would we do that to ourselves as a community? And it's like you're having trouble with your computer. Well, I'll just take a hammer and smash it. You know, that'll solve the problem for a minute, but you're still going to need to deal with it. It's just, that is the thing that we're trying to confront here, is how are we going to get through this without getting backed into that corner as a community where we have screwed ourselves and we can't address the most fundamental issue in our town, other than climate change. The most fundamental issue that's affecting our town is clearly the cost of property, the cost of living. And if we can't address it, if we stuck our heels in the ground and said we can't touch it ever again, we're going to regret that. There was a ballot measure to rezone the Town and Country Club, and that at the time seemed that it passed. People at that time were very much against any development, and that ballot measure passed. And now I would venture to say that there are a lot of people who wish that we could have some of the Town and Country Club property on our housing element, but HCD isn't going to accept that because it has to go to a ballot measure. We can't rezone it to match that. So I think that's an example of the town actually screwing itself over the course of the years. Things change, circumstances change. And if you've locked yourself in, that can really hurt you. So that's the core issue that's complex about this. Otherwise, this would be, it's a complex issue, but we're smart people. This town will figure it out. And I'm seeing progress toward us beginning to think that through. if we could hear some kind of from the people, and I don't imagine there's anybody sitting in this room tonight who can represent the whole constituency that they are feel like they're speaking for. But if we could somehow have some compromise on that, like, okay, if we can, for example, my idea of saying we'll pass an ordinance now that says that it will be repealed at a date certain, so that you know this isn't going to go on. That eliminates a lot of the uncertainty, and the markets do not like uncertainty. We all know that. So that would really help, just to have some certainty, and then basically promise ourselves as a community that we're going to work together to try to address this problem. If we could, in exchange for doing that, say, okay, we're going to not screw ourselves by locking ourselves out of thinking about it ever again, that would be an ideal solution. We can't do that by ourselves. We need the community to work with us on that.
Can I just, we neglected to do something at 11:30 and
Motion to waive the 11:30 rule.
correct, I'm making that motion.
I'll second it.
Okay. Motion Kohler, second Ackerman, to waive the 11:30 rule.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler,
Yes.
Councilmember Blash,
Yes.
Mayor Cutrano.
Yes.
All ayes.
Fastest vote ever.
I forget who made the motion in second.
It's Kohler Ackerman.
Kohler, Ackerman. Thank you.
Just one thing, I have a feeling that somebody's ready to make a motion on this, but I just want to throw one idea out there, which could be that I know that there's some discussion of wanting to proceed on the course, and I have a feeling that would be the motion, and that we work on the workshop. I think one thing that could maybe be overlain on that, and I don't know how this fits with the example of what happened at Creekside, is to put the implementation of both of the ordinances on hold for a period of time while we try to do some work. And I don't know how that works, but I'm just throwing that out there. I think it's a little different than what Councilmember Ackerman was talking about, but it's some way to give some breathing room to allow some time to work on this. Another option could be we continue with the that idea of putting things on hold for a while, and then continue on with the workshop on May 6th, but also consider the idea along with that appointing a subcommittee to actually work with representatives of the landlords, the tenants, a small group, to try to work out some interim steps before a next workshop, another workshop. And I'm only proposing that as sort of another idea of moving things along more expediently. And one thing I would propose, which may not be popular, but mayor and vice mayor do that work, because I've been on a different path than some of you. We've been on different paths, and it might be, we've already been on some other things together, like we all have. It might be a way to help. We do the workshop on May 6th. We consider putting these things on hold to a certain extent. And then also after that May 6th workshop, after we hear from the facilitators in June, that we consider doing some work as a subcommittee with a small group. And maybe we could ask, if that idea is a good idea, facilitators to get those representatives at that May 6th workshop. So just throwing that out there as another way of doing what I think you both were talking about.
If I can just ask a question, I like that direction. But the difference that I would wonder about between the idea that of putting on hold the implementation, it's really not been implemented yet. So it's kind of complicated what this really means.
Well, the
We've got
just
an ordinance
cause
and
is
it
in
hasn't been
effect.
And it's impacting people.
The just
It's-
cause is in
It's
effect.
in effect, and that's the worry I would have with I would not want to see, if we were to just cut it off right now, if we were to just repeal it immediately, the worry I would have is it could be a bloodbath for renters, because the landlords are right now very upset, some of them, and very uncertain and very worried. And they might justifiably think, well, at some point in the future, something else might come back. And this is my opportunity to kick this person out or to raise the rent or whatever. And that could be really ugly. So that's what I'm hoping to avoid. That was why I was suggesting that we go the route of saying it's still going to stay the way it is now, but there's going to be a date certain. But I'm just asking whether what you're suggesting of not implementing it would essentially mean the same thing, because that's the thing I'm trying to achieve, is to not
I think
leave
this is an alternative to rescinding, but gives some breathing room. But just to be clear, the just cause is in effect. There was no specific implementation required to make that happen. It's out there. And if you decided to put both on hold for a while, would that cause that bloodbath? Or is there a way to rely on AB 1482 in the meantime? I don't know.
I don't want to confuse the community, because the rent stabilization is also in effect. I think what you're saying is we haven't heard the recommendation from staff around implementation with the rent board and all that. But as we've heard, it's in effect, it's being effective in the case of Creekside, right? So I don't want to confuse the community when you're saying just cause is in effect, because they both are.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
we
So
don't have
anyway,
the register.
I don't have all the answers. I'm just trying to throw out some creative idea.
Councilmember Blash, you were trying to speak a few minutes ago, so I just want to make sure you are able to weigh in here.
Yeah, I'm kind of still a little confused about what's being proposed. Just because, if we don't put it on pause, I know that there are, it's been great for some renters. There's been some people, especially, I'd say people who are renting a room in their house, who are like kind of freaking out right now about these ordinances covering them. So I just feel like some people are having impacts and some of them are negative impacts. And so, they're not going to be super happy about waiting longer. And the other thing is that I know that a lot of people have been pretty eager to put this on the ballot. And though I don't like that notion, you might want to think about, they put a bunch of work into gathering signatures. They put a bunch of work into getting all this together. They want to know that there are results that they can see at some point, because the clock is ticking for them in terms of their efforts. So is there some sort of a time frame on this, or some results, and they may not want it anyway, but are there some results that would trigger, okay, we're not going to be able to do this, put it back, go back to your ballot initiative thing. Or, I guess I'm just unclear on like what we're going to try to get here. And also, just like Janet, is there some way to protect people while putting things on hold? Is there a way to actually legally put things on hold without formally rescinding them? I'm not sure.
If we put it into abeyance, or please put your sign down. Thank you. If we put it into abeyance or something like that, could we do like an eviction moratorium and a rent freeze or something like that while we work out? That's not exciting for folks, but these are the types of things that the government has to figure out in terms of not having the unintended consequences of, people trying to get out in front of an upcoming ordinance again, right? So what are the ways that some of these ordinances can be handled in that way, I guess, because there's a lot of discussion about pauses or freezing or holding or.
Right. So one of the key things to remember about ordinances is that it takes an ordinance to change an ordinance. Like to like. So you have to have an ordinance to change the ordinances to do anything with the ones that are in effect now. Both are in effect. The rent stabilization ordinance has a clause in there that says it will not be implemented until such time as a resolution is brought back to the council with an implementation date. And that contemplates the entire setup being done. Databases, agreements with Berkeley to hold hearings, et cetera. And so that has not happened yet. So rent stabilization has not been implemented, but it is in effect, and there are private right of action clauses in there. So you can bring back an ordinance that would suspend both of them, one or both, for a time period, a set time period, and then have it sunset. And without any further action by the council, the ordinances would go back into effect. You can structure something like that. It's
Please. Continue. Sorry.
Thanks. Thank you. So you could structure something like that. You can. So I think what I heard up here were two different variations of the same sort of theme. Pause them and have them repeal at a sunset date, or pause them and have them go back into effect at a sunset date. Either one would work. In the interim, though, you want to think about, I think, some of the things that could happen if you put both of these ordinances on pause and you don't have what we had before. And so you really have nothing except state law. And you could add in some tenant protections, let's say. I wouldn't call it a moratorium on evictions, but I would call it a temporary pause on evictions. You would have to include things that we put in the current ordinances that talk about evictions. For example, you could still evict for non-payment of rent. You could still evict for creating a nuisance situation. You could still evict for, if you wanted to get out of the rental business, you would have to be able to have those caveats in such a structure. But other than that, you could. And so there are a number of different options, a lot of nuances to them. And we just want to make sure that we understand very clearly what we're trying to do here.
Can I ask one follow-up on that, which is, so say any of these things that we're talking about, pausing, rescinding, doing a different flavor of what we've already got in, or a phase out or whatever. It would be something that would come back to us in a month. And then if we liked it, we could pass it, and then it would come back in another month. And then if we liked it still, we could do the second reading, and then it would go into effect 30 days after that. So it's 3 months, which we would have been through a workshop. We would have had the facilitators come back. I'm just trying to get a sense of the timeline compared to what we're already talking about.
So the only thing you have to really be sure you address is the fact that your adoption has to happen at a regular meeting. Introduction can happen at a special meeting. So you can cut that time period down if you had a special meeting for introduction and you had adoption happen at a regular meeting. So that cuts it. Only 5 days apart is all that's required there. Still 30 days to go into effect. Yes.
And as you alluded to, we could decide that a certain course of action seemed like something we might want to do and direct staff and legal counsel to work on an ordinance, but then as time moves forward, we don't have to adopt that ordinance. It could come back to us and we could say, well, the workshop went very differently than we thought. It went better than we thought, whatever. We don't have to adopt the ordinance. But there's time spent creating an ordinance. Some ordinances are much simpler than others.
Well, then there's the other element of you have staff coming back with an ordinance. You've told the public we're coming back with an ordinance, but also fully participate in this workshop and do your best. And like, hopefully that can be the solution, but doing that, knowing that there's this other, I don't know if that's crossing wires or sending the wrong signals.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a simple thing like saying we're like my original proposal, and I'm not wedded to it, but that proposal, it would be a simple ordinance to write. It would simply say, this is going to end in November. And so that's not a complicated ordinance to write, and it also doesn't send mixed signals in. But that would be something that once we pass that ordinance, we would have committed to it. I mean, okay, it's going to end in November. That would be our promise to the voters that we're serious about finding our way through this, because some people have thought that we were just all digging our heels in. And as I said earlier, we haven't even had a chance to talk. So who's guessing what we're thinking? You know, listening to this conversation right now among the five of us, I don't think we're digging our heels in. I think we're looking for solutions. So, okay, but trying to get that message across and hoping, I would hope that that would be reciprocated by the people who are so fiercely in opposition to this by not digging their heels in so much and getting our town into a situation where we are stuck forever and can't address the most significant issue of our town forever again without a ballot measure. Try to see whether we can all have faith in ourselves to find our way through this. And we've got a lot to work with now. We've had a huge amount of discussion and a huge amount of thought about what it is in my personal situation, in your personal situation, in her personal situation that works or doesn't work about these ordinances. We've really had a big thought experiment in town. It's just we're not all thinking together. And we're kind of in opposition to each other, but we're all thinking about it. We've had a lot of chance to think about it. It seems like there's my optimism is showing, but I think that there's some possibility that we in this town might be able to sort our way through this and find something that works. We just need to kind of release this pressure right now that's making it to where instead of talking, we're screaming.
Yeah. Well, it felt a lot more like talking this evening.
It was a lot better tonight. I'm really hurt.
Yeah, I have a question for you on your proposed version of things. Is the idea that there's a sunset date for the current ordinance sometime in, say, the fall, and in the interim, the council works on producing a new ordinance that would go into effect by the time the other one sunsets?
With a lot of, with a lot of, and it doesn't even have to wait until it sunsets. I mean, if we say it's going to sunset on December 1st, then if we as a town come up with something that we can live with before that, like, August, then fine. In August, we pass an ordinance that says this is what we've decided to do. And by the way, part of that ordinance says, forget the sunset. The other one is gone now. We're done with it. We don't have to wait till November, but it just gives us that period of time in which we can stop saying this thing is draconian and it's here forever and it's ruining my life, and we can actually think about what would work better.
But is there anything mitigating the risk of unforeseen circumstances that would preclude us from I don't know, God forbid, another pandemic, whatever it might be, right? From actually
we
executing on
can't,
our
yeah.
intent, right? So then,
November comes and we aren't there yet.
yeah, I mean, to me, there's a lot of risk given housing element, given some of the big ticket items we have on the docket that we, shared earlier with the goals and so forth and the public works, major projects, et cetera. So I think it's very creative and interesting, but to me, it would need to be the, if we don't make a change, if we don't make amendments, then default back, to what we passed. There needs to be, like I said, something in my mind mitigating the risk.
Can I ask one more question of you, Janet?
Good question.
So say there are two things that I'm trying to grok. The one is some sort of thing where it sunsets at some point in the not too distant future, and whether it's a subcommittee that works with landlords and tenant rights folks or renters and housing provider, whatever, council works on it and tries to get something before the sunset. There's that version. There's a version where there's a workshop. Possibly it leads to a second workshop where council can participate in some way with facilitators or something. But you have recommendations from the facilitators that come to council saying, here are the things that people need to work on, X, Y, and Z. These are the things we recommend you guys talk about and possibly change. I can imagine the list of some of those things already based on what we've heard this evening and other evenings and over email. And I guess I'm wondering, in either of those scenarios, if a group of people didn't like it and they wanted to say, do a referendum, if we tried to bring a new ordinance, or if we amended our current ordinance this summer to get a bunch of the stuff tweaked that's potentially being tweaked. What's the deal on that? What does it revert back to if people try to, or how does that all work out?
Well, a referendum is always possible, but a referendum is only on the ordinance that was adopted. So the changes, let's say you made a bunch of changes in an ordinance, that's the thing that the referendum would be on, not the whole thing. Just the ordinance that outlined the changes. That's provided, of course, that you just make changes. You don't repeal and replace. You don't completely enact brand new, that you just take a scalpel to it and cut and paste and add and subtract and do whatever it is you're going to do. You don't get rid of the whole thing and put something else new in, because that something else new then is subject to referendum. If you just make the changes, the only thing that's subject to referendum are the changes. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So it's sort of like a hedge, if you will. I just got to say, my gut feeling is still the workshop is, it feels like if people are coming to that and really want to work and really want to make some material suggestions to things. I know there's some folks that want on the ballot no matter what. And the great thing is you have a process in place and you're raising a lot of money and you have big attorneys and the California Association of Realtors and all you could do that still, right? I think but the alternative is to really work on it and get something that's really good. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, that feels like it provides the most certainty for everybody, and it's the time horizon is a lot shorter. So
I really want us, if we go the workshop route, that we come up with I like the suggestion about the committee, but we come up with a really good schedule, because I think people will want to see action sooner rather than later. And that they feel that there's some time at which decisions will be made that allows them to make, decisions about their own lives and their futures. So I'm not sure quite how to do that yet, but I really think we need to be thinking about a time window and a schedule that allows people to have that certainty.
So I think what the mayor was talking about is a simpler route, which is go to the workshop, hear the response from the facilitators. My concern is we have a lot of work to do with that housing element. And we have a lot of voluminous implementation of the housing element. And the only reason I suggested a subcommittee of really the mayor and vice mayor is because that allows staff, subsequent to the workshop, allows staff to be able to put together, you're not involving staff in every element of potential changes. And it allows staff to do the work that needs to be done for the housing element and all the implementation pieces, which is quite a lot. So, I liked my original option better, but, if you're saying go with the workshop, here's the way I view it. The workshop happens May 6th. The facilitators ask for a few representatives of tenants and landlords and maybe one person who isn't either, not a big group. And then we hear that on the June meeting. And then that subcommittee, which I'm proposing you and I'm not really excited about doing a whole bunch more extra work, but I'm proposing that because I think we represent two sort of sides of the coin and different perspectives, but also both caring about the same thing. And then potentially after we do some work, then there's another workshop that involves, broader.
So you're suggesting
So
that
we work on some amendments, we shop that through a bigger workshop.
I see. So the idea is it's like a fractal facilitation. You get a couple of the key stakeholders at the first thing to feed in some ideas. Those are worked and represented to a larger workshop.
Yeah, and we work on that, for a few meetings, just the two of us, but we involve the rest of the council and the rest of the community through a later workshop once we've worked on sort of amendments. I don't know. I'm thinking that would allow staff and the council to take up the issues on the housing element and other business of the town. And I know I've heard a few people say, I would be on, I want to work on this. So just an idea.
I have a question. I like your proposal, Barbara. And you are on the housing element subcommittee, so that makes sense to me. And I obviously was a leader in these policies. But I don't have an ego. We want to create a solution that's for the greater good, right? But my question is from a Brown Act perspective, the mayor and I've been working for over a year on this. We have a list of, potential adjustments, having listened to the community. We've been working, we talk almost daily, right? So is there a potential Brown Act violation if the subcommittee, which we were on and continue to be Brown Act buddies on this matter, if the subcommittee shifts to two other people pretty much on the same topic?
Well, remember what we said when we enacted the ordinances, that work of that subcommittee came to the council, it was
Right.
enacted, and then that subcommittee was dissolved.
Right, but we're still Brown Act buddies, if you will, on the
You
topic.
are, and you discuss it, but you need to stop that if there's going to be a subcommittee of the mayor and vice mayor. And then the mayor has his ideas and the vice mayor has her ideas, and they listen to the community. And so it's the revisions and whatnot are things that are new and that are coming from this subcommittee now.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then I would just really obviously want it to be, I don't understand how we could have a workshop that we would all be participating in if we couldn't do that for the May 6th one. So I'm not really clear on are you saying more of a?
We'll have to work that out, but the idea.
Well, I'm
is-
saying I want to be part of it because this is
No,
something that I've been actively leading. So if I can't.
I think the rest of the council all wants to be part of it.
Right.
And that's why I'm suggesting we do another workshop subsequent to these amendments. We are able to do a regular hands-on kind of deal, where we're all here.
So the second one would be in person because then we could all be there.
And we have to get new facilitators for that.
I still have the question of how do we have a working session with the 5 of us present when we couldn't do that for the May 6th?
Because
following?
it's online.
Because it's not online, it's in person. And so it's a noticed meeting in person.
In these
The reason
facilities,
that it's online is because we got the generous offer from the county to
No,
provide us
it's not about
facilitators,
that.
right?
It's what the
Okay, I got it.
facilitators wanted. And I
Yeah.
think for a second workshop, we will change that dynamic.
And I think people really want that. So I think this first one would be sort of a winnowing down of ideas. And then the second one would be really fleshing out what was proposed with, the community in attendance. So we could have a real discussion about it. And then, whatever gets implemented. And I'm just going to keep saying, I don't know if that option will work for everyone, but I really feel like we are a small community. Like we really do need to be talking to one another. And it feels like there's this real rush to just go to big action rather than getting people to actually sit down and actually talk to people talk to people who don't agree with you. And I think that sometimes like really hard in Fairfax, like it's really challenging. And, believe me, as a council member, I constantly talk to people who don't totally agree with me, but they always bring me something really valuable that I didn't think of before. And, I just really hope that we can find a way where we can, for me, a bigger issue here is really getting people in the community to talk to each other rather than us just deciding everything, like to really get people to talk about it.
The only thing I have to say about this concept of multiple workshops and then a new subcommittee, and as I've shared at the retreat, I'm not like super stoked about subcommittees at this point, but I just would want to make sure that we do something with a certain degree of haste. I know that there are just a lot of folks on pins and needles just worried about like what are the things that could be tweaked, that could be amended, that we could work through. So I don't know. I mean, I just want to put that on the record that I feel like we just need to hustle, which we've been doing on the housing element subcommittee stuff. So I've no doubt that we can do it, but just wanted to note it.
Okay.
Great. Okay.
Should I make the motion? Do we need a formal motion or do you got it?
I don't hear any direction to me to do anything right now. Is that correct?
No resending, no bringing back new ordinance at this point. No.
Yeah. And so there's no direction to me. There's already a workshop planned. Do you want to form a subcommittee of the mayor and vice mayor? You can do that now if you want. You can
Sure.
Okay.
So
Somebody make a motion.
move to form a new rent stabilization just cause subcommittee with Vice Mayor Kohler.
Maybe usually somebody other than the mayor makes the motion. How about
I can ma-
Councilmember Hellman?
I'll make the motion to establish a new subcommittee focused on the just cause ordinance amendments post workshop. The scope of the workshop is just cause.
No, they're both ordinances.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. And then second. You want a second?
Is there a second?
I'm just confused so far still about what we're proposing. And is it both ordinances?
You're forming a subcommittee, a new subcommittee with the mayor and vice mayor to work on modifications to both ordinances, the just cause eviction ordinance and the rent stabilization ordinance 5.54 and 5.55.
Sure, I'll second it.
Okay. Motion Hellman, second Blash. Was that the motion you wanted to make?
Not really. I mean, rent
Sorry about
stabilization is
withdrawing
not
my
on the
second.
table for the workshop. So why are we saying that it's
Because we have to take both of them together.
We need to take both up.
They're too tied. They're really too tied together.
So it's less about the workshop. It's more about the things the subcommittee can talk about and whatnot. You know what I mean?
Because I think we eventually need to have a conversation about the rent stabilization, just because there are people who have concerns about that too. And, you know, we agreed to have a workshop that was going to focus on just cause because it seemed like what people were, and it was the most complex item and the thing that people were most concerned about. But I think eventually to talk more.
But give the jurisdiction to the subcommittee
Right.
to be
Okay.
able to.
Right. It's
All
more
right.
of a jurisdictional.
If needed, and because those things are too tied together.
Trust me, I know.
There's
Okay.
cross-referencing, so, okay.
Okay, great. So that clears it up for
Yeah.
the maker and the seconder of the motion.
Councilmember Blash? Yes. Roll call vote?
Roll call vote.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hellman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kohler,
Yes.
Councilmember Blash,
Yes.
Mayor Cutrano,
Yes.
all ayes.
Okay. That is item 22. Thank you very much. Motion passes. Going on to the rest of the agenda here. It was a motion to form this subcommittee between Vice Mayor Kohler and myself. Yes, the council decided to move forward with the workshop in May. Yeah, thank you. So the next item, council reports and comments. Council reports are on the consent calendar, so I don't know if we need to say that here. Town manager's report, anything?
I'll make it short.
Please.
So I did want to just let you know that our staff has been doing a tremendous amount of work, especially in follow-up to all of the, excuse me, if I can just
Excuse me.
finish, please.
Yeah.
Please have a seat. Thank you. Our staff has been doing a tremendous amount of work on storm cleanup and.
Excuse me, I can't hear our town manager give the report. Could you please go outside and just talk? I'm so sorry.
Thank you. We did have a meeting with FEMA and Cal OES representatives this week, and that was very helpful. So we are encouraged to keep moving through that process for recovery for some of the, minor but still significant damage that we had over the last, 16 atmospheric rivers or something like that. And then we will be looking at options for, utilizing FEMA and Cal OES for other potential hazard mitigation, which would be very, very helpful in a town that's famous for its flooding and fire and whatnot. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to future agenda items. Do you want to put your mic on, sir?
Yeah, thank you for advising me to turn the mic on. I was just advised that I had a right to bring up a point of order on my petition. And my petition says here that I am explicitly asking that you instruct staff to create an ordinance to rescind ordinances 5.54 just cause and 5.55 rent stabilization. And I was just told, I wasn't aware of this, that you actually didn't vote on that, which is what this asks you to do. This was the whole point of me collecting all those signatures and bringing it to you guys. So I was sorry to interrupt you, Heather. I didn't want to let this go too far down the road without bringing this up, and I need to find out what you say to that.
Would you like
Yeah.
me to explain the code section to him?
Sure.
Code section allows 25 residents to ask that something be placed on the next agenda for the town council. It was on the agenda, it was heard, it was discussed. You had the opportunity to speak. You don't necessarily get to require that the council vote on any particular item. The item was heard, it was discussed, it was on the agenda. That's what the code section allows, provides for. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you for the clarification, and sorry to interrupt you guys.
No, all good. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
asking for clarification on that.
And we did, honestly, we did seriously consider that. We discussed it among other options, and you heard the discussion. I mean, we're really trying to figure out the best way through this, and the majority of us definitely didn't feel that the best way through it right now was to bring a motion to rescind it. It just, so what we're trying to
Can we-
do in good
Thank you.
faith
I think we
is
should-
to.
Can we
take the
stop?
effort
Yeah, we need to
did,
not be
so-
talking.
Yeah, I
So-
appreciate that. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go on to the next, which was future agenda items. I just wanted to request of my colleagues that we, at some point in the not too distant future, discuss an e-bike ordinance. One was passed in Mill Valley. It was brought to us at the Transportation Authority of Marin. Councilmember Blash and I have been in touch with MCBC just to understand what they did in Mill Valley. So I would like to agendize that in the near future. And then if nothing else, then I guess we'll adjourn in memory of Jack Marsala, Neil Holland, Jean Trombley, Harry Girangelli, and Jean Berensmeyer.
Can I just mention something? Jack Marsala was my cousin. And Harry Girangelli is Mike Girangelli's uncle, who we honored last year. And Jean Berensmeyer is one of our heroes in Marin who helped save West Marin, was a friend of mine and just an amazing woman who did so much out in the valley, saved the San Geronimo Community Valley Center, as well as creating the environmental center out there with her son. So she led a good life, and fortunately she died in her sleep, which we all want to do.
Thank you. Okay, thank you and have a good evening.